This is an official recording of Desert Stars, an unofficial Warhammer 40k story, written and narrated by Delio Pera. Desert Stars, Chapter 1. The cave rumbled. Bits of earth fell from the ceiling and rained on Achella's head and shoulders. She shook and did her best to get the dirt from her hair. As she lifted the hood of her cloak, another, stronger quake knocked her off balance and she spat a swear. As soon as the curse left her mouth, she imagined Mother Alila chiding her, always telling her to watch her mouth, for words had power. In her fall, Achella had dropped one of the two satchels she was carrying. The other was still slung over her left shoulder. The fallen bag had lost some of the shalon she'd been collecting, and she scooped what she could back into the bag, doing her best not to gather up too much sand in the process. She'd picked up the scent of citrus and charcoal as she passed the previously hidden rock outcropping and moored her skiff near the cave's entrance. It smelled as though there were more hidden pockets of the powder, and for a moment Achella was tempted to try and fill another bag, but it was time to go. Another big rumble like the last two, and the cave might collapse on her. Another of Mother Alila's adages came to mind. Be thankful for what is, never hope for what isn't. Achella crawled on hands and knees out of the cave as wind picked up and blew sand onto her. She lost her grip a couple times and slid back down before finding purchase again. The rock beneath the sand was worn smooth from thousands of years of storms, just like the one that was brewing. On Creta, the rocks were rounded, sloping things. Visitors often remarked that they thought and dreamt of women while on the planet. The wind tugged at Achella's cloak and loose pants. Her leather vest hugged her chest and provided her torso with protection from the blowing sands, but her hands and face were stung as the wind picked up. She pulled the goggles hanging around her neck up over her eyes and wrapped the scarf of her cloak around her face in the fashion of her clan, leaving only her now goggled eyes exposed. Tucked into one of her skiff's small compartments was a pair of gloves made of the same leather as her vest. Indeed, both gloves and vest had been cut from the very same sandhawk hide. With a few quick movements, she was off, the skimmer skating over the dunes as the growing wind pushed into the craft's sail. She named the little craft Daggerfly, after the thumb-sized insects that hatched in the winter when the days were warm and the nights frigid. Achella lifted her shoulders to help guard against the wind and pulled her cloak tighter. The windstorm's ferocity had arrived without warning, as they sometimes did on Creta. The mast on her skimmer wobbled as she battled the fierce gusts. Achella gave the satchels hung over each shoulder a feeling squeeze. In each bag was enough shalon for 1,000 rounds, easy, maybe a bit more. She grinned as she thought of how pleased her clan leader would be. Mother Alila would probably give her another verbal lashing for having gone out alone, but it was worth it to prove her and the rest of her clan wrong. They said it wasn't safe to venture into the desert alone, that doing so tempted fate. Maybe that was what Achella liked about it, proving her clan wrong while daring the universe to stop her. She saw herself walking back into her clan's cave system with more shalon than most hunting pairs found, and smirked under the fabric wrapped around her face. Creta must have read her mind and sensed Achella's pride, because as the image of her return home played, the wind swelled, causing the sand to rise in a wave off the starboard side of her skimmer. She clenched her jaw and threw her hood back. The sand cut across her face and pelted her goggles. The wave of sand was growing and crawling its way toward her. She pulled on the rudder, turning the skiff away from the wave. She knew her chances of outrunning it were slim to none, and so she decided to try and ride it. Why not tempt fate again, she thought, and smiled to herself. The wave grew, and its shadow reached for Daggerfly as it danced across the desert. Achella, while barely into her teens, had been riding similar skiffs since she was old enough to walk, and piloting them for almost as long. She leaned her weight to port, and Daggerfly's rudder cut a sweeping line into the churning desert floor. The wave's shadow had reached her and was now outpacing her. The wind found a new gear and tore at Achilla's arms and face. Without her robe, her skin would have been scrubbed raw. When the shadow had grown 50 feet beyond the prow of her skiff, Achilla felt the rumble of the wave as it approached. She risked a look back and saw it had grown far bigger than she'd imagined. Behind her towered a wall of sand easily 70 feet high, and even in a craft as fast as Daggerfly, the wave was catching up. Its immense size made it look as though it was moving rather slow, but Achilla knew better. The top of the wave's shadow was well beyond her vision now, and soon the wave would break. Achilla's clan had many sayings, and as she wrapped the line around her waist in preparation for what she was about to do, one came to mind. In the desert, you're nothing more than another grain of sand. With the words still in her mind, she leaned hard to Daggerfly's starboard. Daggerfly banked hard and cut a diagonal line into the face of the towering wall of roiling earth. Smaller waves broke from the main body and cascaded past the small craft as it climbed. Achilla dodged two, cut past a third, but a fourth caught Daggerfly's prow. The little skimmer was shoved to face down the wave and began gathering speed beyond what Achilla, skilled as she was, could control. A spasm of fear exploded in her chest. She needed to cut back into the wave and climb over its top before it crested and broke on top of her. But there wasn't enough time. In the distance shimmered the shadows of a rock outcropping, and she hoped against hope she could make it there in time. Chapter 2. Daggerfly shot down the wave, gaining speed from both the downward trajectory and the screaming wind. Sand swirled in a fog, making vision spotty at best. The wave's shadow had grown far beyond where Achilla could see, and the grinding crunch of sand behind her had become a deafening roar. The wave would break at any second. Achilla's arms ached. Her fingers were on fire, her bones cried out in pain, but still she fought against impending obliteration. She'd heard of waves on other planets that were made of water. When she'd first heard that, she couldn't believe that much water could exist in one place. But then a trader had shown her a data slate with pics and a few short videos, and she was forced to accept that there were things in the universe that defied sense. After she'd seen the trader's proof of such waves, she'd been left thinking how forgiving water was compared to sand. When one of Krata's sand waves fell, they crushed everything in their path. Humans, plants, and animals caught in the collapse were buried under countless tons of the planet. With the wave about to crest at any moment, Achilla knew her only hope of survival was the possible safety of the rock outcropping she'd spotted. But now the blowing sand had become so dense she was guiding Daggerfly by memory alone. The world beyond half a dozen feet was hidden in darkness. The wave's rumble grew ever louder, filling her mind with its monstrous howl. Sand was everywhere. Even with her cloak's hood pulled tight, it snuck into every gap in her clothing, and her movements scraped and burned. Warm blood was seeping into her robes at her elbows where the sand had rubbed the skin raw. The sand skimmer rocked, jumped, and almost tipped over, but Achilla fought against her encroaching demise with every last bit of strength. The bottom of Daggerfly scraped against rock, and Achilla banked hard to her right. The little craft's side smacked into the rock she'd spotted and ground along their length. Using rudder and sail, she kept the skimmer pressed into the rocks until she reached the backside. As the craft was about to pass beyond the outcropping, Achilla threw her full weight to starboard and tipped Daggerfly over. The world exploded as the wave broke over her and the rocks. With her final seconds of conscious awareness, she pulled Daggerfly over on top of herself and mashed herself into the rocks in hope that Hion Terra was smiling on her this day. And like so many others she'd heard of, Her clan only ever thanked the Emperor of Man or praised him. They never asked anything of him. The reasons for this were many and deep-rooted in the culture of Kreta's many clans, but the most base explanation was that they considered it arrogant beyond comprehension to ask anything of God. "Thank you," Achilla prayed as the world around her crumbled. As the gargantuan wall of sand fell, she whispered only thanks for the time she'd been granted. The notion to ask for anything whatsoever was the last thing on her mind. There was sand in her mouth, in her ears, crusted into clumps around her eyes, and had become part of the scabs on her arms and face. The first thought she had as consciousness returned was a question. How am I still alive? As the question took shape and was considered, she realized the only path for air to travel to her lungs was a needle-thin hole into her left nostril. The amount of air she drew with each breath was so minimal that she was astounded she'd been able to breathe at all. In the future, she would look back at this point many times and remind herself of two things. First, that the will of God was unknowable, and second, that the human body was capable of things beyond imagination. The third thought Achilla had was to wonder how long she'd been unconscious, and when had it happened. She remembered the wave breaking, the world going dark, but nothing more. She was a little hungry, but not so much that would indicate she'd been unconscious for more than a few hours. Dragging her arms out of the sand, Achilla found there was a pocket of air between her half-buried body and the floor of Daggerfly, which currently served as her ceiling. How much sand was there between her and the sky? A few inches? Or feet? Had she awoken under a new dune? Was there so much desert between her and freedom that she'd only rejoin the waking world to experience her death firsthand? No, she told herself. The will of God, while unknowable, was kind and just. Hiantera would not have saved her only for her to watch herself die. He spared me for a reason. The grin that crept into her lips pulled at the dried blood clinging to her face. She knew she would have to dig herself out, but her hands were gripped by fear. There were bone-deep aches, too, yes, but more than that were tendrils of worry inching their way towards her heart, where they would soon drag her into a pit of anxiety. Achilla pushed against Daggerfly. If there was little enough sand above her, then the skiff would move, and maybe, just maybe, she would learn there was far less sand above her than she feared. The moment she tensed her muscles, she knew, without a doubt, that there was so much sand between her and freedom that digging was not an option. The wave that had become a dune that was to be her grave was massive and unmoving. She wanted to scream. She wanted to cry. For a moment, she considered slamming her head into the underside of Daggerfly to knock herself unconscious and let death come. But a voice beneath all the childish whining reminded her that she'd been saved for a reason. She closed her eyes and thought, there is a way out of this. Chapter 3. 30 years before Achilla was born. Chief Apothecary Malakad shook his head in desperate frustration. His brother was dying, and everything he tried to stop it had failed. Sayuld's wounds refused to close. He convulsed in agony, and when he was able to speak, his words were a string of nonsense. All this from a single grenade? Malakad almost never felt the sting of an emotional response, even when faced with a wounded brother. But this was different. He'd been the one to find Sayuld, select him for aspirant training, and guide him through the process of becoming a neophyte, and, finally, a full battle brother of the lighthouse. Malakad had been there since Sayuld was nothing but a strong-willed desert mouse, all the way to the day he donned his power armor for the first time. It was Malakad who handed Sayuld his helmet on that day, and Malakad who locked him in an embrace when Sayuld returned from his first mission. Now, everything the chief apothecary tried to heal his brother was failing. A hand settled on Malakad's shoulder. The fingers tightened. The grip said everything Malakad needed to hear and exactly what he didn't want to. No. Malakad pulled away from Chapter Master Savalkin's hand. This is the third day, Malakad. You've used more than half our reserves of blood, and our Medicae supplies are dwindling by the hour. At this rate, we'll have nothing left and still have lost Sayuld. Malakad spun to face Savalkin with only a hand's width between them. Even in full apothecary armor, he was a half-head shorter than his commander. I can't let him go without doing anything. Savalkin drew a slow breath. A gentle smile pulled at the edges of his lips and his eyes softened. You've done everything you could for Sayuld. I'm told you haven't left his side for the past 3 days. Haven't even slept. I'm fine, but he's... The words refused to form. To say what he was trying to stop would be to make it real. I can't lose another brother. We can't lose another one. This sickness is killing us. We'll find a way. The sun was setting and the wind was a gentle breeze. On a slab of exposed rock, Sayuld's body lay in pieces. The lighthouse brothers watched from 100 yards away as sandhawks swirled overhead, then began to descend. They landed, one by one, and pecked at the pieces of Sayuld. Malakad forced his breast to remain even, but even still one would catch from time to time. Seeing his brother, his best friend for the past 50 years, be put to rest was a new sort of pain. It had been his choice that Sayuld was chosen, his guiding hand that saw the youth become a brother, and his skill that had failed him in his hour of need. As the hawks tore at Sayuld's dismembered limbs, the apothecary's thoughts turned to his gene seed, that collection of genetic information carried by all lighthouse battle brothers, the very seed that had failed Sayuld. The answer was there, in the tissue and cells. But what am I looking for? Malakad wondered. The sun dipped below distant dunes, and the sandhawks continued to feast. In the morning, there would be nothing left but Sayuld's bones and a stain of blood on the rocks. And if the winds picked up, even that would be hidden under a new layer of sand. If not in the night, then soon, and all traces of Sayuld would vanish. He would exist only as a memory in the minds of his brothers for as long as they held him there. 2 years after the scene of the sandhawks feasting on Sayuld, Malakad was still trying to solve the mystery of his brother's death. Yes, a cultist-thrown grenade had exploded near his feet, but that was not what killed him. It had been the catalyst to a series of failures, nothing more. Sayuld died because his organs refused to cooperate. His laramens failed to clot his blood. The Susan should have kicked in and put him into a state where his body all but shut down, but that hadn't happened. His eyes refused to focus and continually dilated and contracted, proof of the oculobe's failure. The few times that Sayuld managed to form words during his final days, they were gibberish. At least, that had seemed to be the case at the time. Malakad had been over the recordings of the days he'd tried to save his brother time and again. In search of a clue, he'd watched himself fail 1,000 times. But there was one thing he discovered in all those watchings. Sayuld had been making more sense than he thought, and the realization was far more disturbing than his previous misconception. Sayuld's memories had become muddled. days and years blending into each other, his entire life a melted pool of wax that he dipped his hand into and pulled from. In his mind, years had collapsed into days, seconds were stretched into decades. When the chief apothecary understood this and checked his prodigious records, he came to the only conclusion that made sense. Sayod's omophagia had begun to process his own flesh. The organ known as the remembrancer was calling to mind Sayod's life out of order as his body ate itself. His final days must have been horrific beyond imagination, Malakad realized. If there was a spark of him buried under all that horror, he must have wanted death more desperately than anything. And I kept him alive for days beyond when he might have otherwise left. The thought that he had added and sustained his brother's misery drove a barbed blade into Malakad's gut. He slammed his fist into the stone floor where he sat with his legs folded and lines spidered out from the divot. I will find an answer to this, Malakad said aloud to himself. He pulled his hand away from the floor, flexed his fingers, and restarted the video of his failed operation. There were more hints in there, more clues, and he would find them. The survival of the Lighthouse brothers depended on it. Chapter 4. Fear clawed at the edges of Acella's mind. Ever since she regained consciousness, dread was trying its damnedest to root out every last shred of hope. This is where you die, it said. This is your tomb. Your blood and bones will never be found. The hawks will never taste your flesh. Your clan will forget your name. You'll become lost to the desert and erased from all memory. Accept it. It was a battle, a fight more real than real, and one she was losing. Barely past her 12th year, she'd gone into the desert alone, thinking she was strong enough to brave whatever she faced. She'd found the cave and the Shalon all on her own, filled 2 satchels, and almost escaped the wave of sand. But almost hadn't been good enough, and now she was trapped. If only the desert hadn't risen up against her. No, she thought, that way of thinking helps nothing. What happened, happened, and now it's up to me to do something. Or nothing. The second option was always right there. Settle into the sand and wait for death. How much air did she have left? As the question formed, she heard a gentle pouring. Sand was sliding into her limited space. The cavity the capsized daggerfly created was eroding with every passing second. Acella held her breath to try and pinpoint where the sand was coming in. Maybe if she could locate the source, she could move a limb to slow it, or, better yet, stop it. With her lungs full, she waited, but the sound had stopped. The only thing to hear was the thump of her heart. She let the air out, slow and steady, and as she did, the pouring returned. With every exhale, more sand was let in. How many breaths do I have left? How many more until there's no room left to breathe? Her mind raced. There had to be a way out of this. One of Mother Alila's favorite things to say, and she had so many little sayings, was that every problem has a solution. The only true problem we ever face is a lack of knowledge. Acella went through the things she had. Her goggles were still on her head. She was still wearing her robes and boots. Her vest was still on. She'd lost her right glove, but the left was there. Her thoughts went to what tools she had brought with her. There was a hand trowel, a flame stick, and a lumen rod. Light wasn't what she needed. No, she thought, not light, but maybe fire. The Shalon she'd collected was still in her satchels, and at least one was still slung over her shoulder. True, she was half buried, but with a little movement she'd be able to get to it. The only problem was that much movement would encourage even more sand into her diminishing space. If her every breath was letting sand in, how much more would wrestling a bag from her shoulder bring? The plan she'd formulated was the only thing that made sense. There was no way to dig herself out of her soon-to-be grave, so she would use the Shalon to blast her way out. The underside of Daggerfly was made from woven layers of plasteel and trifiber, a composite that the clans of Kreta crafted from 3 different metals. 2 were found on Kreta, and the 3rd came from one of the planet's 2 moons. Together, the metals formed a semi-rigid substance that could be bent into various shapes, yet was strong enough that a mere paper-thin sheet could stop most handheld projectiles. The Kreta clans used trifiber in the creation of their sand skimmers' hulls, allowing them to skate over the planet's surface without being ripped to pieces. Marcella wondered if Daggerfly would be strong enough to stop a Shalon blast. Kreta's #1 export was the ammunition the clans made from Shalon. The powder that could only be found on this one planet was one of the most potent dry propellants on this side of the galaxy. A tiny pinch of Shalon was enough for a single round of ammunition, and a round made with Shalon had twice the punch of a normal round. An entire satchel could level an entire clan's cave system. Marcella decided she'd rather die in a single explosion than from a gradual loss of air. Let me go to Heon Terra in a fiery blaze rather than crawl to him out of breath. It took some wiggling to get her satchel off her shoulder, and far more sand filled the space under Daggerfly, but she eventually got access to the bag full of powdered explosive. Every child of Kreta grew up around Shalon and knew its dangers and power. By the time Marcella was 6, she knew how to make small bombs and various incendiary devices. In fact, it was a clan's children that made all the fireworks for Alid Shabbat, Kreta's end-of-year celebration where the skies were filled with exploding colors. Using a few of the tools and parts she had stashed in Daggerfly's compartments, Marcella fashioned a small bomb. She made it as big as she dared, while remaining confident the hull of her skimmer would still protect her. Getting the bomb into place meant even more sand rushed in around her face. She snaked her arm past the side of Daggerfly and shoved her explosive device as close to the hull's center as she could manage. She kept the back end of the fuse between her teeth so as not to lose track of it, and once the bomb was in place, she cut the excess off. She figured this would be a one-time thing. If this failed, she would probably be dead, or there'd be so much sand around her that she would only have a few moments of life before the end came. Marcella closed her eyes, said a prayer, and lit the fuse. Chapter 5. Malakad watched with horror as Brother Lemeshko's vital signs shuddered again. He was being attacked, and there was nothing Malakad could do. He was on the other side of the city with Savolkin and 7 other battle brothers forming the west claw of the pincer attack, while Amonte's team created the other.
This can't be happening. Not again.
Malakad's attention flickered between the other 18 of his brother's signs, what was happening in front of him, and back to Lemeshko. Malakad switched Vox channels to Amonte's team and barked,
"Someone assist Brother Lemeshko!"
"We can't," answered Amonte, his voice awash with the sounds of battle.
"We're pinned down by a trio of heavy stubbers. These bastards are dug in deep."
Lemeshko's vital signs were climbing from yellow to orange. His breathing was slowing, his vision was flickering, and only one of his lungs was functioning at full capacity. At least both of his hearts were still working, but they were pumping too much blood. Malakad had been reading signs like this for the past 300 years and knew what they were telling him. Lemeshko was dying. But what pained him more than his inability to stop his brother's demise was that it was happening the same way as before. A trio of human cultists, wielding ragged metal wrapped in strips of leather that were more junk than actual weapons, rushed Malakad. They screamed praise to unclean idols and shouted their undying devotion to things of filth. The names that fell from their mouths made Malakad's gut twist.
Die in the name of the one true God!
Malakad leapt from cover and drew his wide, flat blade. A little shy of the length of a sword, but a bit too long to be called a large knife. Malakad's favored weapon was a 3.5-foot blade with a core of tri-fiber. The blade was as wide as Malakad's hand was long, and had crushed as many enemies of the Imperium as it had cleaved limbs. With a handle long enough to be held in 2 hands, it could cut as well as crush. In the hands of Malakad, it was a terrifying piece of destruction. The lighthouse's chief apothecary swung his blade in an upward diagonal sweep that split the first raving lunatic from left hip to right shoulder. The maniac took 2 full steps before falling apart, leaving his insides spilling to the floor. The good doctor continued his swing and gave the blade a quarter twist that landed the flat of it against the next attacker's head. There was a squelching crunch as ear was mashed into skull and bone was shattered. The man sucked in a wet scream that stopped short as Malakad slammed his fist into his mouth. The third cultist managed to reach Malakad and slashed his junk metal against the apothecary's armor where it failed to even scratch the paint. Zavalkin stepped to his brother's side, grabbed the heretic by the neck, and squeezed. The man's neck was dry grass in the hand of the lighthouse leader.
We push on. Close the pincer.
Zavalkin chopped through 2 more wild-eyed assailants with his chainsword. Malakad checked the monitor mounted on the articulating arm that was part of his armor and saw Lemeshko was about in the same condition as before, only now with less blood.
Faster!
The apothecary shouted as he took the lead. If they could cut through the city and meet up with the Monty's team, maybe he could still save his brother. Then, on the heels of that hope, came the memory of Sayuld.
No.
Malakad pushed the thought away. He wouldn't let the same thing happen to Lemeshko. The sandhawks were landing on the stones where the pieces of Lemeshko's body lay. Malakad was empty. He was numb. He was numb. A human might feel loss, or sadness, or anger in his place, but the apothecary's only feeling was confusion. Confusion tinged with concern for the rest of his brothers. What was happening to them? Later that night, there was a knock on Malakad's door. The apothecary had been so lost in thought he'd missed the approaching footsteps, but when he turned, he felt better about having not heard his visitor. Kabaz was one of the largest of the lighthouse's brothers, and a bit of an oddity in that he only ever wore his power armor on missions. Any time he was back on Kreta, he wore light shorts and could be found in the training halls taking on anyone that felt like learning a new way to be humiliated. Kabaz was a master grappler whose preferred weapons were his left and right hands. The hulking brother was so used to moving about unarmored that he learned how to move in near silence on his bare feet.
Brother.
Malakad set aside the book he'd been reading, a tome on the growth of genes.
What do you think?
Kabaz scanned the apothecary's room. There were books, scrolls, data slates, x-rays, and papers scattered on every surface.
The answer is in the genes. Something is happening. The bodies accept the start of the process, but after some years they start to reject it. What happened to Sayuld is exactly what happened to Lemeshko.
And Rusalgo before Sayuld. Malakad nodded.
I thought it was a fluke with Rusalgo, something unique to him. His path had been more challenging than most.
I recall. Kabaz drew a slow breath.
But when it happened with Sayuld, when his body began to reject his gene seed, I knew something was wrong. I hoped against hope that I'd found the issue. I thought I had. At least.
The apothecary held his words for a long time. It was almost a minute before he spoke again.
At least, that's what I chose to believe. I thought the problem was in our candidate selection, that we'd started to grow soft and that we needed to find... He shook his head. Someone like Lomeshko. Yes.
Malakad thought back to the day they discovered the youth, a brutal lad that had managed to survive in the desert for an entire month without the aid of anyone. He'd lived through multiple sandstorms, caught sandhawks and ate them raw. He'd even cut 2 fingers from his left hand and would have eaten them too if not for the intervention of the Lighthouse brothers monitoring him. Malakad had returned the youth's fingers to his hand and soon after began the process of turning him into an Adeptus Astartes. But now he was dead. His gene seed had been rejected, his organs rotted.
Have you ever met with the clans?
Kabaz crossed his arms and leaned against the frame of Malakad's door.
Not in any meaningful way, no. Why do you ask? I think you should. It would prove interesting if nothing else. I don't need any more interesting in my life, brother. I need answers.
Kabaz smiled and half turned to go.
Some of the best answers to life's problems are both profound and interesting. Meet with one of the clans. They have a prophecy I think you should hear.
Chapter 6. There were muffled voices. Achilla's head was throbbing. There was a ringing in her ears that waxed and waned, and her muscles kept spasming. Was she still in the sand buried under Daggerfly? She ran her thoughts back, trying to piece together what had happened after she'd lit the fuse. There was a bright light as she sparked the flame stick, the rushing of the fuse burning, then nothing. Until now. The voices came again and she processed a lack of concern in their tones. Where was she? Her limbs refused to cooperate. Nothing moved. Even her eyes were locked shut. The only thing she could do was point her awareness at different senses, at least the few that were responding. Her body was a buzz of nerves, and when she tried to locate her arms and legs, she only felt a disorganized swirl of sensation. She could feel that she still had a body, but its size and shape was unclear. Where she ended and the world began was no longer defined by a clear border of skin. She tried to open her eyes again, and once more the effort was rejected. The pair of voices outside were still too quiet to discern who the speakers were. Their low conversation paused, and a third voice arrived. This one she knew right away. Mother Alila's tone was calm, yet firm. There was a depth to her voice. Whenever she spoke, Achella imagined a sandstorm in the distance, on the verge of unleashing its awesome power across the land. It happened from time to time, when someone crossed a line and the clan's matriarch had to put them in their place. Usually it happened with a boy that was still finding his role in the clan. Achella had seen boys, a full head taller than Alila, cower from her after one of her verbal assaults. When the storm of Alila broke, it showed no mercy. The two voices that were not Alila seemed to be in disagreement, and Alila was trying to mediate. Then, something happened, and Achella could hear their voices better than if the trio were right next to her. One moment their words were lost in the folds of a thick curtain, and the next they were as clear as a rain-washed sky. "I do trust your judgment," Zanya, Achella's mother, said. "You know I do, but this is my baby we're talking about." Zanya was concerned for her girl, worried about something. It wasn't clear what she was bothered by, but Achilla knew her mother was being asked to agree to something she didn't like. "She's no baby." Mother Alila looked toward the door that Achilla was behind. "She found enough Shalon to feed our clan for a month alone, and almost died in the process. Almost, but she didn't." Achilla wondered who the third person was, and she pointed her consciousness that way a moment before they spoke. Her aunt, Honak, took a half step closer to her sister. "Does it have to be now? She only turned 12 2 months back." "Yes." Mother Alila pushed her hands out of her robe's long sleeves and crossed her arms. Every member of Clan Sinosh knew that when Alila made that gesture, she was closing up, but your time to make a point was running out, and when she spoke again, that would be the end of the discussion. Zonya and Honak, seeing their time to change Alila's mind was coming to a close, stumbled over each other to speak first. At least that's what Achilla could sense. It was a knowing that went beyond sight and sound, and as that knowledge dawned, she mentally jerked and all went silent. At least until her mother spoke. Her voice, once again muffled, met Achilla's ears after passing through the door. How had they been so clear? As the question arose, she noticed her mind once again slipping the bonds of her known senses. It was a gradual thing that was watched, herself becoming an observer of a thing she had absolutely no control over. She was reminded of a time she'd seen her mother in their kitchen turn, her elbow knocking over a pitcher of water. Achilla had been 7 at the time, and the scene played out in slow detail. The pitcher began to slide off the counter's edge. Each drop of flung water that caught the light of the room's lumens twinkled. Realization of what she'd done developed across Zonya's face while her husband, going over a few samples of that day's ammunition production, turned to see what happened. Achilla noticed she was free to move and think in real time as everything else moved slower than the fall of dust. The world around her was stuck in honey while she remained unconstrained. 2 questions arose. First, how is this happening? And second, what if the pitcher didn't fall? Achilla blinked. Her mother gasped as her elbow bumped the pitcher, and Achilla's father looked up, his attention drawn to the sound. "Sounded like it fell," Amalek said, a look of minor suspicion in his eyes. "Felt like it did. I guess I got lucky." Zonya stared at the pitcher for a moment, a lack of understanding and confusion written into her face. It wasn't luck, Achilla knew, but wasn't sure what it had been. At the time, she didn't know what to think about what happened. Had a daydream and reality gotten mixed up? Had her senses failed to report the truth of reality to her mind? Had some force beyond the known laws of physics played a trick on her family? Was it a test from God? She would bounce from one idea to the next for the following week until the memory began to fade, and would only return here and there. Never once did she seriously think it was her that had any impact in what had happened. The incident with the pitcher was the first time Achilla began to wonder what else about the world didn't she understand. That was when she began to pay more attention to talk of the divine, the emperor of man, and the immaterial. And yet, in all her thinking of these things, she always thought of them as separate from her. The stories she heard Mother Alila tell about Hion Terra protecting those that believed in him were the sort of things that happened to other people. During the next few years, 2 more things, similar to what took place with her mother in the pitcher of water, happened. Both showed Achilla that the world was far more complicated than it seemed. The second time was when her father was showing her how to shoot. They were out on the surface of the desert, a short ways from the entrance to their clan's caves, and Amalek was setting up targets for them to shoot when his pistol slipped from his hand. For whatever reason, the hammer had been primed, and when the gun hit the ground, the barrel was pointed straight back at him. Just like with the picture, Acella saw it all happen in slow motion. The gun fired. The bullet flew towards her father's chest. Then, Acella winced and the shot missed him. After that, Acella became convinced she'd played some role in what she'd seen. The third time it happened was when Acella saved Mother Alila's life. Chapter 7. Sand churned beneath the lighthouse Rhino's repulsor field. Held aloft by anti-grav plates, the transport sagged a few inches as Malakad stepped into it. The pilot clicked his Vox and Malakad told him he was ready. Take off as soon as you're good. The pilot closed the Rhino's door and the heavy machine shot off across the desert, a wake of sand following where it went. Sir, Tanik said over the internal Vox system, would you mind if I joined you?
You're here now, aren't you?
Malakad lay back on the bench along the wall. He found he thought better when his eyes were closed and he was fully relaxed. Oftentimes, when he didn't know how to proceed in a medical situation, he would lay down, sometimes right there in the operating room, and think. Yes, sir. The Vox clicked off and the pair rode in silence for the next few minutes. Malakad ran his thoughts back to what Kabaz had told him about visiting one of the Kreta's clans, about this prophecy of theirs. The lighthouse apothecary knew the clans were superstitious, had all kinds of beliefs, and had been living on Kreta for centuries, long before any Adeptus Astartes' armored feet walked across the sand. The clans called Kreta home. They were more advanced than they seemed at first look, but they were highly secretive. There were a few beliefs that all Kretians shared, but each clan had its own specific ways of living. The nomadic lighthouses had chosen Kreta to be their home after their leader, Raivi al-Ofera, met with a rogue trader in Hapstance United, a clandestine trade hub located in an asteroid belt. Tanik clicked his Vox, said, Sir, Malakad, deep in thought, sighed. Apologies, but when I asked if I could join you, I meant...
I knew what you meant.
Right. Of course, sir. The Vox clicked, cutting Tanik's awkward swallow off. The boy had been a bit of a contentious pick. He'd shown promise as a recruit. His willpower and ability to withstand inclement conditions had been exceptional, but his interpersonal skills were questionable at best. He was a bit of a loner, more likely to make an odd remark than actually add anything of substance or clear value to a conversation.
You want to come with me when I visit the clan?
Tanik's response came so fast he almost cut the apothecary off before he'd finished. Yes, sir, I do, sir, very much, sir. Despite himself, a slight grin pulled at the edge of Malakad's helmeted face. Tanik amused him.
If I say you can, you have to promise me not to say anything strange. Please, do your best to keep your thoughts to yourself. I'm going to learn about this prophecy of theirs. Nothing more.
I will. Tanik's words were rushed in an effort to get them out before the apothecary changed his mind. I do. I promise. The trip took another 2 hours. When the Rhino rumbled to a stop, Malakad brought his mind to full attention from the place of rest he'd drifted to. Sleep for him was a fitful thing, and a true night's rest was something of a rarity for him. Most weeks there was only a day or two where he got a full 4 hours of sleep, and those were always dream-filled these days. Ever since the death of Sayld, he dreamt of rotting flesh, of a slow creeping death dragging everything it touched into dark oblivion, of a plague that scoured the land. He saw cells bloat with cancer as they multiplied, Growing at such a rate, the bodies they defiled warped and malformed into grotesque lumps that eventually turned into diseased pools. Many nights he woke in a sweat, both hearts hammering, his jaws shuddering as a chill slithered down his spine. His dreams always threatened the same thing, the end of the lighthouses, the end of his brothers. There was a knock on the Rhino's crew door, and the Vox clicked alive. "We've arrived, sir." Malakad grunted a silent huff of amusement. Tanak was the only brother that insisted on calling him Sir, even after he told him many times he didn't care for the title. He told his younger battle brother to use his name or call him Doc. He was fond of the Terran moniker, but still the boy said Sir.
"Arrived where?"
Malakad opened the Rhino's side door and stepped into the day's bright sun. It was a blistering midsummer day, and the difference in temperature was more drastic than Malakad had expected. He liked it cold. Used to working in temperatures cool enough to cloud the breath when he operated, Malakad was unused to the heat of Kratos' sun. Whiffs of sand were dragged across the desert floor, then faded into the sea of tan. A small dust devil swirled to life, then was gone a moment later. The sky was a near-perfect, clear blue with only the smallest threads of clouds on the far eastern horizon.
"Clan Sinash."
Tanak pointed at a rock outcropping that was little more than a hill with a thin fissure splitting its face. Malakad shook his head.
"Enlighten me. That's not a name I've heard before. I thought we were going to Clan Yinash."
"That had been the plan, yes, but Kabaz instructed me to take you to Clan Sinash.
He said this would be better."
"Why didn't he tell me?" Malakad mag-locked his helm to his leg and glanced over at the younger Astartes. His eyes narrowed a touch, more from the glare of the sun than any real emotion. He was only a hint confused. This had been Kabaz's idea after all, and if the veteran thought this clan was the better one to visit, then so be it.
It doesn't matter."
Malakad waved his previous question away as Tanak struggled to form an answer.
"Are they expecting us?"
"I don't believe so, sir."
"Fine."
Malakad nodded toward the hill.
"Let's go."
Chapter 8. The door opened. Achella's eyes were still held shut, and her hearing was muffled again. "You incredible daring girl." Mother Alila was smiling. That much was clear. "You really are something incredible. I wonder if you know that." Achella wanted to respond, but she couldn't get her mouth to move. Try as she did, words refused to form. Mother Alila was talking again. A sudden change took place. Achella tried to pinpoint when it happened, but the moment was long gone. One moment she'd been hearing Mother Alila's voice through fabric, and the next her words were as clear as her own thoughts, just as had happened before. "Is what I'm hoping for, but we'll see how long it takes for you to heal." "What?" Achella asked inside her head. She sensed surprise, almost to the point of fear, from Mother Alila. "Achella?" "Yes?" Mother Alila laughed, a beautiful sound of flowing water and rising flower flies. "By Hion Terra, Achella, how long have you been able to do this?" "Only now. I heard you talking to my mom and aunt." "A moment ago, when we were outside in the hall?" "Yes." "What did you hear?" "I'm not sure. You want me to do something. My mother and aunt don't want me to, but they're going to agree with you." Mother Alila smiled. "Yes, that's true." Achella could feel Alila about to start down a new path, maybe to tell her what had been talked about in the hall, but she changed course at the last moment. "Do you recall the time you saved my life?" "Yes." "Do you know how you did that?" "No." "Tell me what you do remember." Instead of continuing to speak into Mother Alila's mind, Achella summoned the memory of that day and played it Achella and her father had been in Daggerfly, while Mother Alila and Shiante, Alila's second command, had been in another craft. With them were another half-dozen, split into pairs and all riding in sand skimmers. The group had been in the desert hunting for Shalon for 3 days. The stores were dwindling and Clan Sinash had decided to resupply as much as they could in short order. Usually only teams of 2 or 4 went out. A party so large was rare. Mother Alila almost never went on Shalon hunts, but her sense for finding the precious substance was second to none, and so the need outweighed the risk. The group was headed back to Clan Sinash after having found a huge supply of Shalon. The best times to hunt were right after a sandstorm, when Kreta's catastrophic winds changed the landscape and revealed new hiding places where the powder had been buried. Each sand skimmer was laden with bags stuffed full of Shalon. Each cured satchel of sandhawk skin had been filled to bursting. The deposit of Shalon that Clan Sinash had found, thanks to Mother Alila, had been massive. They could have filled another 100 bags, but had never expected to find so much and failed to bring enough. As it was, they had plenty to refill their stores and would have more left over. The fleet of sand skimmers flew over the desert, heading back home, when Alila's hit a spur of rock. The sand skimmer banked hard, almost tipping, but Shiante fought and kept the craft upright, at least for a moment. She'd overcompensated and caused the skimmer to roll to the other side. Achella and her father were a few lengths behind Alila's lead skimmer. Achella, at the front of Daggerfly, reached out, shock and horror breaking her face as she saw Alila and Shiante grab hold of the craft's sides. The skimmer rocked again, then back, and a bag of Shalon was thrown free. It exploded on the desert floor, throwing a plume of sand into the air. Shiante threw herself over the rest of the bags to keep them from falling free, but in doing so the boat lost balance and tipped. It ground along its side, spilling Shiante, Mother Alila, and the bags of Shalon. A second later, there was an explosion so large the rest of the fleet of skimmers were thrown. One explosion set off another, a chain reaction of skiffs detonating, each one sending 100-foot geyser of sand into the sky. Achella's eyes grew wide. Her mouth fell open. This was it. This was where she died, where her father died, how Mother Alila and Shiante and all the others died. Clan Sinash would wither. The people would be forced to merge with another clan, and Sinash would become a memory, its people so much sand lost in the winds of time. So many lives and fates thrown to chaos because of a small rock that hadn't been seen until it was too late. The skiff 3 ahead of Daggerfly erupted. The pilot and passenger turned to mist. Then the next. A flame lashed out and licked the craft right in front of Daggerfly, and the bags of Shalon it carried went up. No, Achella thought. It was both plea and command, a cry for help to the God of mankind, praise be his name always and forever. She saw him, or at least how she imagined him, a golden figure made of purest light, perfect in form, flawless in every way. She looked on him, and at once thanked him for the life she'd been granted, while, at the same time, asked if he might see fit for her not to join his side quite so soon. All in the span of time it took for a thought to form, faster than the blink of an eye, quicker than the beat of a daggerfly's wing. She asked for his help and promised him her life, a thing she'd done already every day of her life, but now there was newfound depth to her promise. In an instant, she saw what her life would become if she survived, how the many great things she was destined to fulfill would never come to pass if she died. Before then, her promise to him had only looked into the future by a day, maybe a week, a year at most, At 10 years old, her hopes and dreams had been simple things, until the vision of her future flashed through her mind. Then she wanted to live, wanted her clan to survive, her father and mother and Alila to see another day. She never wanted anything so bad. And yet, paradoxically, she was okay if this was where he decided her path was to end. Somehow she both wanted to live, yet was at peace with death. Two things, so opposed, she felt in equal measure at the same time. The explosion in front of her was reversed, slow to start, then it gathered speed. The contents of the towers of sand, still growing from the point of the explosions, were drawn back to the desert floor. Shalon bags tumbled into the skiffs they'd fallen from. The clouds of red mist were gathered back together, reforming the bodies of pilot and passenger until they too were sitting back in their skiff. The same thing happened to the others. The whole scene wound back. The fleet of sand skimmers were skating over the desert. Shayante, piloting the skiff with Mother Alila, turned the lead craft to avoid a small spur of rock. Achella gasped, then smiled and breathed easy, even as her heart thumped a little faster. Mother Alila looked back at the girl riding with her father and met her eyes. Chapter 9. The cave system of Clan Sinash was far more elaborate and grand than anything Malakad had imagined. He'd pictured dingy tunnels, cut small and narrow for the humans that he would struggle to fit through. He'd assumed he would have to walk hunched over or smack his head on a ceiling of rough-hewn rock. But the tunnels, at their narrowest, were wide enough for 3 humans to walk abreast, and tall enough, in more places than not, for the Astartes to wear his helmet and stand tall. As it was, he kept his helmet mag-locked to his right thigh, and only clipped a wall once as he was led deeper into the clan's tunnel systems by a trio of young women. The 3 women had bowed low when the 2 giants arrived. They seemed less surprised that the Astartes were there than they were of seeing them in person. Malakad had the instant realization that the clan had been expecting them, despite what Tannic had thought. As Malakad wove through the tunnels, minding his speed so as not to step on the heels of the trio, he felt a growing sense of meaning. There was no singular thing he could have pointed to, but instead it was a collection of countless small things. It was the way the women spoke to each other, how they looked each other in the eyes and made small hand movements that Malakad felt certain was part of their conversation. It was the sigils of metal embedded into the stone above every door. As they wandered through the halls, deeper into the cave system, Malakad saw the faces of other Sinashians. As soon as they laid eyes on the apothecary or Tannic, they drew their hands together, wove their fingers, made a series of signs, and bowed their heads. Even the children, some barely old enough to walk, worked their hands in the same gestures. Malakad also picked up on the scent of smoke, a fragrant scent that, thanks to his omniphagia, he could tell was a mixture of a few different desert plants and flowers along with a thing or two he was unfamiliar with. There was murmuring coming from places in the tunnels. Behind doors and thick curtains, people were praying and reciting passages of the Castus Visus, a book of holy writings that every clan on Creta followed in one way or another. The trio of women reached a large doorway, big enough for the pair of Astartes to pass through with ease. All the previous doors had been big enough to admit them, but these were different in that they seemed built specifically for the brothers' larger frames. One woman stood to one side of the door, the other opposite her, and the third between the two. As one, they pulled their hoods back. "Welcome to Clan Sinash," said the one in the middle. Malakad was long past the point of finding beauty in a female's face, or any face for that matter, at least in terms that might lead to lust or longing. Yet he still knew when a thing, even a human female, possessed the trait. Each one of the three, while clearly from the same line of people, were pretty in a different way.
Mother Alila will see you now.
The woman, not much past the point of being a girl, stepped aside and motioned for the brothers to enter the darkness. The room was without light. As soon as Malakad and Tanik had entered the space, the door behind them was pulled close. Malakad saw the outline of an older woman sitting on a small mat with her legs crossed.
"This day was a long time coming,"
the woman said, her voice a slow rumble, dunes of sand shifting in the night. She lit a fire in front of her. The room was enormous, and Malakad wondered how it had felt so close until the fire was lit. Maybe it was only because his attention had been on the sitting woman and not on the room. In a flash, he wondered what else he missed as he and Tanik were led through the halls. He saw fragments of things his eyes had picked up on, but his conscious mind had glossed over at the time. There had been writings on the robes of the trio in the same script as the sigils above the doors. The thick curtains lining the room's walls had the same writing from top to bottom. And now, on the woman's hands, Malakad saw the same script tattooed.
"Please, sit."
Mother Alila motioned to the other side of the fire.
"I suppose a part of me knew it would be our clan you would visit, but another part of me didn't dare hope."
For the first time, she looked up and met the apothecary's eyes.
"I've dreamt of this day for the past 50 years, ever since I was a girl."
"How could you possibly know we would come? The suggestion that I visit you was only presented to me a couple days ago."
"Have you ever spent a day in the desert?"
"I've been living on Kreta for longer than you've been alive."
Mother Alila dipped her head, a smirk pulling at her lips.
"In a sense, yes, certainly."
Malakad's eyes narrowed a hint. Most emotions came and went, never lingering long enough to develop beyond simple recognition. But the way Alila had dismissed his response as though he were a naive boy stabbed him with a stitch of anger.
"What I have to say will take some time, so I hope you have nothing pressing."
"Talk."
"I'll begin with a question."
She looked from Malakad to Tanik, then back.
"What are you?"
"I am Brother Malakad, Chief Apoth—"
Mother Alila raised a hand and shook her head.
"No, sorry."
"Where do you find this insolence?"
Tanik leaned forward, his words coming fast.
"Are all your people this way? Do you not understand what sits before you? We are Adeptus Astartes. We were born in the image of God. We were made to be his sword and fist, to protect the likes of you from the taint of darkness. We were made to battle things your simple minds have no ability to grasp."
Malakad put a hand on his brother, his own anger fast fading. Tanik had said much of what was on his own mind, yet Mother Alila's reaction surprised him far more than Tanik's outburst. She sat calm, almost amused, never once showing even a hint of fear. Either brother could have killed her before she had a chance to move. Yet she sat, unfazed.
"My apologies."
Malakad paused, unsure of how to address the woman. He almost used her name without her title, but that felt wrong. She was the clan's mother, and that meant something, just as he was the lighthouse's chief apothecary.
"Please go on, Mother."
The word almost caught in his throat. It took an effort to say, but once free of his lips, he knew it had been the correct thing.
"Let me try another way," said Alila. "You are not your body, nor am I this body. Would it surprise you much to learn that my clan, of all the people of Kreta, have memories we've been sharing for the past 15,000 years? We have ways of communicating that transcend time. We're ever in conversation with our past, and," she paused, "sometimes our future selves talk to us as well. Just as we speak with our pasts, so our futures speak to us.
I do not understand.
As she'd begun to speak, Malakad got the sense Alila was referring to things of a psychic nature, dealings with the warp. But as she had continued, he began to see it wasn't that. What she was saying dealt with something he had no knowledge of. I knew this day would come because I saw it. When I asked you if you had ever spent time in the desert, I meant alone, in quiet communion with it. Each girl of Sanash spends a week alone in the desert with only a single skin of water. Many of us have visions. We speak with our distant selves, past and future. We become women during that week. It is our rite of passage. During my week, many years ago, I lost track of time. I ended up spending an additional 9 days in the desert. My clan found me, face down in the sand. No one knew how I managed to survive, but the things I saw, she smiled, they have all come to pass. Every single one, including this day, even this very moment.
And what else have you seen?
That you're dying. Malakad and Tannik shared a look, unsure of who she was referring to. There are those among your brothers that have a disease. You've been looking for a cure, but you're running out of time.
What are you talking about?
Malakad leaned forward, his worry growing. He knew what he was about to hear. Tell me about Lemeshko, said Mother Alila. Chapter 10. Mother Alila brushed hair out of Achella's face. The girl saw the action play out from a place beyond herself. She saw her clan leader's act of compassion from somewhere outside of her body. Am I dying? Oh, no, not in the least. Your body was hurt, quite bad, but we found you. You lit a bag of Shalon, didn't you? Yes, I was stuck. The sand was coming in. I didn't know what else to do. Well, you certainly got the sand off of you, but you nearly killed yourself in the process. How much Shalon did you use? 2 fists. Achella felt Mother Alila draw a quick breath. I know how much that is. Of course you do. I thought Daggerfly would be strong enough, and I didn't know how much sand was above me. Not enough for 2 fists. From what I was told, half of 1 would have been plenty. I wasn't that deep then? Shayanti and Gravine found you. They said the crater you made was so big it was hard to say how deep you were before. But from the looks of things, no, I don't think you needed much. But you're here, alive, so that doesn't matter now. Alive. Achella repeated the word, rolled it through her head as she wondered in what way this was alive. She was speaking directly into the mind of Mother Alila, a thing she'd never been able to do before, and had lost all those abilities she'd previously had. Her senses failed every time she tried to pick up on what they were telling her. Your body was ruined. You were on the verge of death for a week. Healers from Clan Uchia, Shakeen, and Makil came and worked on you. If not for their diligence, we would have lost you. As soon as Alila said the names of the 3 clans, a series of ideas in the hidden corners of Achella's consciousness began to take shape. Shards of a mirror, free-floating in the void of space, all facing the wrong way, started to turn and reveal a scene Achella had known all her life, but had never once seen herself a part of. Imagined it? Yes, of course, every Sanasian girl had. You see it? Mother Alila was smiling. I can't be. More fragments of the mirror spun together, and more, each one filling with Achella and placing her in the scene of her clan's ancient prophecy. The story of Domine Lum, the Lady of Light. Why not? It's just a story. I mean, I know it's true, I believe it, but it can't be me. It has to be someone. Not me.
Mother Alila was quiet for a time. She and Achella watched the prophecy play out in Achella's mind. The tale of the girl who followed her heart, listening to a voice that she learned to hear since she was old enough to think for herself. Sometimes it told her to do things she didn't understand, or that went against what her parents or others had asked of her. Not going into the desert alone was one such thing. When she was buried under Daggerfly, wondering if she would live, she'd thought that she would never listen to that voice again. Yet, even then, she knew that if she lived another day, she'd be unable to ignore it.
Everything in the story has happened to you, Achella. And you know what else?
Achella saw the story in her mind. In the tale passed down for 100 generations, this was the part where, as Marafia lay in darkness, 2 holy messengers of light came to see her. Too damaged to meet them after her trial in the desert, she knit her ruined body back together. Wounds that should have taken months to heal were cured in moments. Shattered bones reformed. Her muscles and the sinew that connected them to her frame grew back. Achella drew a halting breath, then coughed.
By Hian Terra, it's true,
Mother Alila said, her words heard by ears. There was a knock on the doorway's frame, and Achella knew that particular cadence was unique to Chianti. Had she known that before? Had she ever noticed how every person had a specific way of being that bled into every single thing they did? Maybe, but never with such clarity as now.
Mother Alila, a transport pulled up and they're here. The Astartes you said would come today.
Thank you, Alila said over her shoulder.
I'll be going now, Achella. I need to meet these men. They've come to hear about you without knowing it. They'll want to talk to you. Oh, all right.
Her mouth, being used for the first time in days, was wooden, slow. Forming audible words was such a labor compared to speaking mind to mind. Achella projected the next thing she said directly to Mother Alila. At least, she tried to, but she couldn't find the path she'd followed before. There was too much noise. Her senses were working again. Her nose was full of smells from the cave, incense, smoke, rock, dust. Her ears picked up on distant footsteps, the rhythmic pattern of Mother Alila's and her own, breathing, the soft rustle of the doorway curtain's gentle movements, the physical sensation of her body in bed. Her senses flooded her.
Why can't...
She started, the words coming out messy.
Why can't I think?
Mother Alila rested a hand on Achella's shoulder. She quoted from the Castus Visus.
From the depths of oblivion she came. Having gone and returned, new talents gathered within. Teachers she would need to awaken what now lay dormant.
Alila bent and kissed Achella on the forehead.
I imagine it's a lot to take in. Try to accept it. Let it happen. Don't fight it. I'll try. That's all I ask.
Mother Alila got up and went to the doorway and pulled the thick fabric aside.
I think they'll want to talk to you.
Who?
The lighthouses.
Chapter 11. Malakad drew a sharp breath. Next to him, Tanik's first heart thumped harder for a moment. The memory of their fallen brother still stung when his name came up. Lemeshko especially, because so much hope had been riding on him. The trials he'd gone through to be accepted as battle brother were more challenging than what any of the others had endured. But now he was gone. Dead. His body had rejected the process, just like Sayuld and Rosalgo before.
Lemeshko was a brother, was all Malakad said. Why do you ask about him? How do you even know that name?
I told you. I've seen things. My mother and her mother and 100 before have all been seers. Most of the women of Creta see things, some more than others. Those with the clearest vision become the leaders of their clans. My line has been leading Clan Sinash for the past 300 years. I suspect that will end with me.
You don't know? You haven't seen that?
Malakad almost tried to keep the amusement from his voice, but intentionally failed.
I see almost nothing concerning myself, only events surrounding me. I know I meet a man in the near future, but I don't know if we have children or not.
I was told there's a prophecy among your people and that I should meet with you.
The fine machinery of Malakad's armor hummed as he twisted into a more comfortable sitting position.
Tell me about it.
The story of Domine Lum, the Lady of Light.
Mother Alila turned her palms toward the flickering flames.
In the Castus Visus.
Alila paused to see if the name sparked any recognition in the men's faces. Malakad motioned for her to go on.
It's our book of scripture.
As soon as the words left her mouth, the tension in the air grew.
Why did Kabaz want me to come here? Malakad wondered. What's going on?
Sensing the Astartes' unease, Mother Alila continued,
Fear not. We follow the Emperor of mankind. We worship the one true God of man. There is no other than Hiantera. We are loyal without question.
Malakad ran his thoughts back to all the things he'd seen and heard in the tunnels. The sigils sewn into clothing, marks in the walls and doorways, the murmurings of prayer. He put himself back in time and recalled how he'd felt. The taint of chaos was a thing he and his brothers could practically smell. It was a feeling that went deeper than bones and was known through and through one's being. It left one's soul feeling tired and abused, worn out and sick, sad and hurt. It was a thing in the air, a rot of static and unease. He tried to recall if he'd noticed any of that as he and Tanik were led by the three women through the tunnels. No. If anything, there'd been the opposite. The signs and sigils, while unfamiliar to him, were clean and good. They'd been crafted by hands guided by Hiantera. No agents of chaos made things of such beauty and with such care. The realization washed over Malakad, cool water in a hot desert. His breathing came easier, his mind tingled, his being, his soul was refreshed. These were good people, devoted through and through. Malakad could see it now. This woman had spent her life guiding her clan along the path of righteousness.
Go on. Tell me this prophecy, this story about the Lady of Light.
Generations ago, how many, no one knows, there were women that came to Creta to share the word of God. We were a nomadic people then, living much as we do now, but the tribes warred with each other. The prophecy stated that great beings would come from the stars and call Creta their home. They would live here for many years in isolation, doing as they saw fit, protecting Creta from unseen forces that threatened the very fabric of reality. With the protectors here, the clans would cease their petty conflicts. They would see the path laid by the great warriors and assist them in what small way they could.
Malakad and Tanik nodded. This was all true, and indeed had already come to pass. Similar prophecies were common on many planets, spread, more often than not, by the Missionaria Galaxia, the arm of the ecclesiarchy tasked with finding worlds ripe for reintegration into the Imperium. The lighthouses had come to Creta for their own reasons, however. Even though the prophecy had come to fruition, there'd been no contact between the ecclesiarchy and the lighthouses, at least not that Malakad was aware of.
As time went on, something would happen with the warriors. An illness would arise and start killing them. It said that if left unchecked, the warriors would fade from existence.
You dare! Malakad's blood rose. You suggest my brothers would all die? What are you saying, woman? That every Astartes will perish?
Alila shook her head. No, not at all. Only you and your brothers. The lighthouses would lose their light, and the houses crumble.
This is heresy,
Tanik muttered under his breath. I asked you about Lemeshko. That's a name that came to me in a dream. Am I saying it right? Malakad dipped his chin. And he's gone now.
You saw this in a dream?
I did, yes. And I've seen others go the same way, yourself included. How did he die? Was it in battle or...
No. It's as you said, his light went out. Speaking in more practical terms, his body failed him. I've been trying... I don't know what's happening, but I've been looking for a cure for 100 years. I thought it was a thing isolated to Lemeshko's gene seed, the one passed down to him. But I've begun to suspect we all carry the same plague.
The air stiffened as Tanik realized Malakad was sharing something he'd never heard before.
I know of nothing else to call it.
A plague of darkness, come to put out the light. Mother Alila's voice became monotone as she recited a passage of the Castus Visus. Unto the darkness the path began. A lifespan before she of flame would come. Her footsteps into the void mark the way. Her path followed. Redemption returns. Pain recedes back into night. Morning breaks, and with it comes a vision of a brighter future.
This means nothing to me.
No, I should suspect not. How long ago did you first notice the plague?
Resalgo.
Malakad reached his armored hand into the flames to adjust a log.
A brother that died. He thought for a moment. It'll be going on 70 years now.
About the average life of a human. Something happened back then that started this. But now the one who walks the path of light is here. I'm certain of it now. You coming to our clan proves it.
Who?
Malakad leaned forward.
You?
Mother Alila laughed in surprise at the suggestion. Throne, no. Come with me, and I'll introduce you to her. Chapter 12. As soon as Mother Alila had gone from her room, Achella tried to relocate the sense, that sixth beyond the others, that had allowed her to speak with her mind. It was there, at the very edge of her awareness, a gossamer strand that twisted and bent in the darkness of her mind, catching the light and showing her half glimpses. It was there at the border between wakefulness and sleep, the in-between space where physical reality and what her clan called Sumal met. Am I seeing the border? She wondered. Was that possible? She tried to think if she'd ever heard of such a thing. Mother Alila spoke of dreams and visions, but this was different. The more she tried to get a better look at that silver thread that sometimes widened to a ribbon, the more it shrank. Only when she ignored it, looked the other way, did it come. Soon enough, she decided she couldn't do it. Every time she tried to ignore it long enough to allow it to grow, she found herself wanting to look again. She was too eager, too impatient, and so she let her thoughts drift elsewhere and followed where they went. She found herself waking to the sound of heavy footsteps. There were 2 of them. No one in Clan Sinosh walked like that. No one even could if they tried. They were the sounds of boots big with soles large enough to cover the entirety of Achella's chest. The sound of the Astartes' footsteps was the first thing Achella would remember about the day she met them. The first voice to speak inside the room was the familiar one of Mother Alila. Here. A child? Came a voice too different from anything Achella had ever heard to be Sinashian. Malakad, what is...
I don't know,
said a second. His voice was even more strange than the first. How were they the same thing? She wanted to see them, wanted so bad she poured every ounce of strength into her body. She willed herself to move, for her eyes to open. A soft beep came from somewhere. The ribbon of silver turned and caught the light. In its reflection, she saw a man with a face carved from dark amber. His jaw was a rigid line, his eyes set deep under heavy black brows. His thick hair was the color of a cloudless night, pure black, speckled with touches of white.
You brought us to see a girl? I thought you said the prophecy had to do with a woman, the Lady of Light.
Acella wanted to speak, but every time she thought of something to say, it caught in her throat. The presence of the two men, especially the one with the hair of night, was overwhelming. She could feel them. The room was too small, and she got the impression that even being out in the open desert with them would feel much the same. There was a hum to the air about them, a pressure, an energy, a feeling of things snapping together. Time with them near moved with precision. Instead of each new moment rolling from one to the next, sand tumbling through an hourglass, this now became this now. Moments clicked from one to the next. Most every girl I've ever known has become a woman, Alila said. Was she joking with them? Acella's insides lurched. The beep she'd heard a moment before sounded again.
She's trying to move.
Malakad, she's... The other one started.
What happened to her?
Malakad asked.
Her body is a ruin.
Before Alila could answer, he added,
She's fighting though. My sensors are picking up an increase in the heart rate. Her brain is active. She can hear us, that's for sure. Little Mouse is a fighter.
She's always been that way. She's been venturing into the desert alone since about the time she could walk. She's given her parents quite a time. The other one spoke then. Her footsteps into the void marked the way. Her path followed. Redemption returns.
What's that, Tanak?
The passage from the book. Tanak turned his attention from Acella to Mother Alila. Isn't that what you said? Exactly that, word for word. Impressive memory. Acella wanted to talk so bad, but her mouth refused to move. Can she speak, or is she too wounded? Tanak asked.
I see no reason that would stop her from speaking, said Malakad. Her body is a mess, but the bones and muscles of her jaw and mouth are in working order.
We shared a few words before I met with you. Mother Alila sat on the edge of the bed and ran the tips of her fingers over the girl's forehead. Acella? There's nothing to say. No words. There were tears in her eyes. Men but whimper in the presence of angels.
Another passage from your book?
Yes, Mother Alila said. I'm going to leave you alone to talk. No, please don't go. Acella tried reaching for Alila, but her arm and hand remained in bed.
It's fine, Malakad said. Stay here. Tell me, girl, why are we here? Are you the Lady of Light your clan's prophecy speaks of? Do you know what will cure my brothers and I?
I'm not the Lady of Light. I'm just Acella. I don't know anything about it.
Well, there you have it, Malakad scoffed. Kabaz must be having a real laugh right about now.
You asked what happened to her? She went into the desert alone and a storm struck. A sand wave broke on her. She was buried.
And you followed a trekking beacon to rescue her, And you'll have me believe that beacon is the light. These prophecies are all born of the same absurd hopes and hung on the weakest of hooks.
There was no beacon. An edge had crept into Alila's voice. She lit 2 handfuls of Shalon using her skiff as a shield. Malakad grunted. Tanak sucked a breath.
You're serious, said Malakad.
I am.
Why did you do that, girl? Weren't you afraid of dying?
No, I knew Hion Terra was watching me, and if it was my time to die, then I would die. I wasn't afraid.
I don't see how this girl could possibly hold the cure.
It isn't a thing to see, said Mother Alila, unsure of where her words were leading her. She spoke from a place beyond herself. It happened now and then, and always resulted in a turning point in the lives of those around her. It's a thing that has to be felt. Hold her hand.
I don't see what this would... Tenek, what are you doing?
The younger Astartes stepped up next to the bed where the girl lay and reached out to take her tiny hand into his. A single finger of his was almost the width of her entire hand. He knelt next to the bed, and behind him Malakad's sensors were beeping again.
Girl, don't try to move. Let your body rest, Malakad said.
Tenek unlocked his gauntlet and set it on the floor next to his knee. He pulled the girl's broken, burn-ruined hand into his own. The moment her skin, charred as it was, met his palm, a surge of electricity and fire traveled up his arm. It flared in his elbow, melting away pains and aches he'd had so long he'd forgot he'd been ignoring them. The fire continued up to his shoulder, blasting away years of hurt. His bruised and micro-torn muscles were made whole. Then, in a flash, he felt it through his entire body. He blinked, drew a sharp breath. His vision flashed. He fell to his side, and the next thing he knew, he was on the floor looking up at Malakad.
What happened?
The apothecary knelt and offered a hand to his brother.
I felt it.
What? What did you feel, brother?
She can cure us.
Chapter 13. Malakad instructed Tenek to sit with Achella while he talked with Mother Alila and the girl's parents. The Astartes and the 3 members of Clan Sinash wove their way out of the tunnels up to the planet's surface. Once in the light of day, the quartet climbed their way up the massive rocks sitting above the tunnel system below the sand. The smallest of the rocks rose 300 feet. They were lumpen things rounded smooth from thousands of years of sandstorms. It was possible that the great heap of gargantuan boulders had been the core of a mountain, back when the now desert planet had been lush with green and blue. But thinking about lengths of time that vast made most minds reel. There was a flattened place on the highest of the stones, a few hundred feet above the desert floor. Malakad could have climbed to the top in a small fraction of the time it took the humans, but he let them lead the way. This was their home. There was a large chest of tri-fiber set into a crevice and bolted to the stones. It showed signs of being battered and beaten. Every edge was scraped and dented from the furious storms that ravaged Kreta on a near daily basis. Malakad scanned the horizon for signs of a storm. They always began as dark clouds that marked the churning sand. If one could be seen, it meant it was no more than an hour away. And if the smell of citrus and charcoal was on the wind, then it could arrive in half that time. This is where we come for all major changes in our lives. Mother Alila sat next to the chest, unlocked it, and began taking blankets and woven bundles of dried plants out. She passed the blankets to Alamek, then he and Zanya spread them out. Come, sit. Alila gestured to the blankets. This is where our clan has weddings, where babies born below the surface see the sky for the first time, and where our dead are laid to rest. Malakad's armor creaked as he sat on his heels. His armor was not designed to allow for the cross-legged posture the humans were in.
Your clan buries the dead in the sky?
We travel to the Emperor's side on the wings of sandhawks,
said Zanya.
The same as us,
Malakad thought, and he wondered who adopted the practice from whom.
We've come to talk of Achella, the girl whom, I believe, is the one prophesied of in the Castus Visus, the scripture brought to us 4,000 years past by women carrying the living word of God. It was they who first showed the people of Kreta the path of light and our one chance of redemption. It is thanks to their guidance that our people stepped back from the brink of utter annihilation. Without their aid, we would have torn ourselves apart. It was they that told us of what was to come, and now that day is here."
Malakad had the impression that the more she spoke, the less it was the words were coming from Mother Alila. There was an otherworldliness to the sound of her voice. The things she was saying were coming from a different time, spoken by someone that walked the dunes of Creta long before even he was born. When she spoke again, his impression was replaced by certainty.
"Et sumal bien lima yono, from parents, neither high or low, from among the masses one will come. She of light, born with fire, burning across the land. She of light, in her wake, made of truth, will the mighty tread. A spark of the divine, a flicker of pure, an ember of the one true flame. Those of power beyond comprehension, brought low by unfolding darkness, will turn to her for guidance and aid, and only her flame will reveal the path. Divinity in the palm of youth, a seed of promise set into the dead desert, guarded by those that mark the way for others, their fires fading, the shadows reaching for the remnants of what brightness remains. The Lady of Light comes at dusk."
As Mother Alila spoke, her eyes fogged over and tears ran down her cheeks. Her hands, moving of their own accord, lit a bundle of the dried plants and began drawing patterns. The smoke hung in the air in shapes of the sigils Malakad had seen in the clan's tunnels and embroidered into their clothing. They smelled of cinnamot, fresh broken pine needles, and spring water. Mother Alila's voice became her own again. She turned to Achella's parents.
"Your daughter holds the cure for our protectors. Do you willingly allow her to go?"
Malakad almost interrupted Alila.
Does she expect us to adopt this child? What are we supposed to do with a broken girl?
He thought back to the moment Tannic held Achella's hand. The apothecary's Medicae Auspex had shown signs that something had happened. That much was undeniable. The younger Astartes' hearts pumped harder, then calmed. His blood flowed more steady. His breathing drew easier into his trio of lungs. The effect would have been similar if Malakad were to administer a sedative and calming agent. There were other things the lighthouse's chief apothecary noticed too, things his auspex and autosenses failed to detect. The sort of things only someone with decades of medical experience would notice. There'd been an overall shift in Tannic, a change in his whole being. For the moment the girl's small hand rested in Tannic's massive one, his health was restored.
"More than willingly," said Amalek, "with gratitude."
There were tears in the mother's eyes, and it took her a moment before she gathered herself and nodded.
"Yes, I think a part of me always knew my girl would leave sooner than later. We never could keep her at home anyways."
Malakad's lips parted. He was about to protest, to say it wasn't his choice. He would need to talk to his chapter master, Savalkan. A girl? He tried to think if there'd ever been a female of any age within a lighthouse sanctuary. He drew a blank. If there had been, he was unaware of the occasion.
"Master Malakad."
Mother Alila waved a hand before her, dismissing the sigils of smoke.
"What say you of taking Achella into your protection so that she might, in time, find the cure you seek?"
For possibly the first time in his life, Malakad was at a loss for words. He'd been swept up into this whole situation because Kabaz suggested he meet with a clan to hear about a prophecy, nothing more. He placed his hand on the ground, steadying himself. This was absurd in the extreme. He'd seen Xenos armies and slain heretics by the thousands. He'd fought demons of chaos twice while keeping his sanity. The same could not be said of the guardsmen there that day.
How did I get here? Malakad wondered. What in throne am I supposed to do?
Chapter 14. 5 years later. Ralcon sat, cross-legged on the mat, his skin cool. Acella was covered in sweat as she lunged at him again, diving for his neck. He caught her in midair. His arm was a striking python, his hand the maw that caught her waist. He held her aloft for a moment, then thrust her away. She flew through the air, landed on her feet, tumbled, rolled, and sprang back for another attack. The hulking Astartes licked the tip of his finger and turned the page of his book he was reading. The neck again. His eyes remained on the page.
I don't know what else to try.
Do it again. I won't stop you. Acella took a half step forward, then held still. It was a trick. It had to be. He was planning something. He'd trip her, spin her around, knock her over, throw her back, repel her attack as he'd done dozens of times before. Really, come on, grab my neck. She closed the gap and latched herself onto his back. With him seated and her standing, she was able to wrap her arms around his throat. She adjusted her arms like he'd shown her, with the front of his neck nestled into the crook of her elbow. Good. Now what?
I squeeze,
she said, and did at the same time. She grunted as she poured every ounce of strength into her arms. They strained against a post of solid granite, a stump of steel wood, a slab of marble. If anything gave way to her efforts, it was his skin, shifting ever so slightly over the muscle beneath. Ralcon faked a cough. Hem. Acella let go and fell back to the mats, her arms splayed.
You were faking.
Yes.
Did you even feel me?
Of course, I'm not numb.
But you weren't choking.
No.
Why do I even try?
Because you're not training to beat me. You're training to beat those like yourself, other humans. An able-bodied Astartes will never lose to a human in one-on-one combat. Without some weapon or psychic ability, a human, and most other races as well, stand no chance against us. That was his plan in our creation. Acella had begun nodding as Ralcon talked. She knew everything he was saying, had known it since she was old enough to hear and listen to words.
I feel useless.
Ralcon opened his mouth to speak, to remind her why she was there, but he decided she'd heard that enough and went a different route. He moved so fast that Acella thought she'd drifted to sleep for a moment. One instant he was sitting, the next he was on his feet. You're not useless. Ralcon whistled, a sharp crack. There was a beat, then a training servitor lumbered its way from a side room onto the mats. More machine than man, the thing had thin pads woven into its arms, legs, torso, and head. It was little more than a living punching bag, able to move and change position, but after years of brutal Astartes abuse and repeated repairs, it was less adroit than a first-year guardsman. Its movements were slow and labored. A tether of cords and wires that provided it with power and fluids ran from a mount in its upper back to the ceiling. Acella groaned.
I've beaten that thing up already.
Oh, I know, but I'm going to make it a little more challenging.
How does fighting this junk help me?
A smirk tugged at the edge of Ralcon's mouth. Were you this strong-willed before we took you in? Acella felt pressure to cower, to curl into herself as though she'd been chided. But the question was fair. She stood a little taller and lifted her brows in defiance of her cowardly impulse.
Yes.
I figured as much. Acella fought back a smile. Go ahead and smile. That's a thing you should be proud of. It's a good thing, as long as it doesn't get you hurt. Acella nodded. Ralcon went to the servitor and spun its back to him. He peeled open a panel of skin and knelt to better see his work. There came clicking sounds. Wires were rerouted and twisted. The panel was put back into place and Ralcon stood. All right, let's see how that goes.
What'd you do to it?
Ralcon headed to a console on the far wall of the cavernous gym and keyed in a string of commands. Made a few tweaks. You'll see soon enough. With one hand held over the console, he looked back at Acella, winked, and said, Get ready. The servitor lurched into motion, its limbs flailing and its head shaking. It had become a dancer struck by lightning. Achella had sparred with this servitor before and had always been somewhat slow, its telegraphed movements belying all subtlety. Achella jumped to the side, just avoiding a swing. The servitor was a jumble of frantic motion, and she shot a kick into the side of the thing's knee when an opening presented itself. Ralkan was back on the mats, watching Achella and the servitor circle each other. Sometimes your opponents will do things you never could have expected or anticipated. The servitor fell to the ground and went limp, a puppet whose strings had been cut. Achella froze, her sweat-slick body tense, her hands raised in the pugilist stance she'd been taught by Ralkan and Kabaz, but had since tweaked to work better for her much smaller, human form. Her lungs filled and emptied with air pumped in from the desert above and filtered. She looked over at Ralkan, his hands dipping.
"Is that it?"
Her words were cut short as the servitor sprung to its feet and spun a sweeping kick meant to take Achella's legs out from under her. She jumped back, caught the thing's arm, and landed a punch to its side. A chime sounded. "Very nice," Ralkan smiled. "If it had a liver, that would have dropped it for sure." The thing crumpled, doing its dead puppet thing again. But this time Achella leapt onto its back and started ripping cords from its back. The servitor spasmed in an attempt to throw its assailant free, but Achella had her leg secured around its waist. She ripped out a bundle of wires, then tore free a tube that started spraying a milky fluid marbled with streaks of oily browns that smelled of bone and oil. The servitor jerked, flopped against the mats, and tried to roll free. It threw its full weight into every motion. An arm swung around its back and slammed into Achella's upper arm. She grunted, and her legs lost their hold on the servitor's waist for a moment. That was all it needed to buck her off. She rolled backwards and launched herself to her feet. As she returned to standing, the training servitor was almost on top of her. Its extreme proximity startled her, almost forcing her off balance. But a quick leg movement and she was steady. She threw a trio of punches, a right jab, a low left uppercut aimed for the body, followed by a right hook meant for the thing's head. But head had fallen back, with the rest of the body, all the way to the mats. The servitor skittered away from her in a mechanical crab walk, and she sprinted after it. Once more, she was surprised by its next action. Instead of slowing to get back to its feet, it simply launched itself into the air. Achella wondered how it managed to do so from its position hunched near the floor, but that hardly mattered. It was arcing through the air, its hands reaching for her face. She quarter-turned and fired a kick into its torso, stopping it in midair. The jolt that traveled up her leg and into her hip shook her to the core. The servitor had to weigh twice what she did, and stopping its mass with her kick rattled her teeth. Ralkan watched with wild amusement. She wasn't learning as fast as he'd been hoping she might. She'd had the right idea when she was on its back, tearing cords from the servitor's harness. But it seemed she'd forgotten what had been working and was falling back into the pattern of combat drills. Did she expect it to do the same? It was a machine. It couldn't think. It was only capable of doing what had been programmed into it. "Enough! Cease operation!" Ralkan bellowed. The servitor froze in mid-action. Then it went slack. Its arms hung at its side, its chin drooped to its chest. Achella was panting. She bent at the waist, put her hands on her knees, then fell to sitting. The servitor stood a few feet from her, now immobile. "Stay here." Ralkan headed to the door. "I'll be back shortly." Achella knew that tone. Ralkan wasn't happy. Chapter 15. Savalkin was sitting in the chapter's main room. In the center was a large, circular table where he and his brothers shared meals, talked, and went over plans for upcoming missions, and could be found, if not in the training halls or in their personal chambers, meditating. It was rare that he ever felt anything that even approached nervousness, but as he waited, something akin to that human emotion was trying to worm its way into his otherwise clear thinking. He often wondered about the teachings in the Castus Visus. Was it wise to follow the book of Scripture? So much of what the lighthouses did and believed was rooted in the book. True, the Castus Visus
was only the top layer of soil, while the Codex Astartes and the Litany of Imperium dogma beneath was the bedrock into which the lighthouses were grounded. What made him question the validity of the Castus Visus was that he knew its origin, having been charged with protecting the woman that wrote much of it. He'd even offered a suggestion for a passage, Calum 13:5. Until that time, which such things as those unseen, unheard, and undreamt shall come to pass, believe. Even after all senses fail, believe. The door to the room swung open and Malakad entered carrying a bundle in his arms that Savalkin's autosenses told him was living. A half-second after the knowledge registered, he knew his brother held a girl.
That's her. She's so... I expected her to be older. I said the same, but she'll grow.
Malakad pushed a flap of cloth away from the girl's face. He cradled her in the crook of his left arm, her weight so insignificant for his power armor-aided body that he might have been carrying nothing at all.
She's hurt. I don't think she would have survived another week if I hadn't found her. I need to take her to our medihall. I'll walk with you.
The chair's legs scraped on the floor and Savalkin joined his brother's side. He led the way, crossing to the room's farthest wall and opening the heavy dark wood door with its brass ring handle. The door swung open with a dull thud, and the brothers' boots echoed down the hall.
You saw enough to be convinced then?
Savalkin glanced over at the girl, swaddled in cloth.
No.
Malakad let his words hang in the air for a moment before adding,
Tannik said he felt something, and I trust him.
Savalkin considered voxing the younger brother to ask what it was he'd felt, then reminded himself to be patient. That virtue, so common for a lighthouse Astartes in most cases, was being tested in the extreme these days. Each lighthouse had the same fear lingering in the back of their mind. Who would be struck next by the sickness that had taken Sayuld? No, Savalkin told himself, not fear. This is so much more insidious. The foundation on which fear grows is doubt, that foulest of all mental ailments that attacks every best laid plan, every known fact, all knowledge, and strips bare the shining soul. Once doubt writhes its way into a heart, it gives birth to a host of diseases, each a plague itself. Those spawn in turn feed the growing doubt, and thus the cycle continues.
She's going to give us hope.
Malakad's sudden words cut into his chapter master's spiraling thoughts.
Not hope.
Savalkin stopped and looked at the girl's face. It was a mess. The skin was charred, her hands and neck, and what little he could see of her chest were much the same. The only skin he could see that still looked halfway healthy was at the very edges of her face, near where ear and jaw met along her hairline.
Hope is another name for fear, brother. If the prophecy is true, she'll find our redemption, but not hope. We're Astartes. We do not hope.
Malakad was about to speak, about to agree that they didn't fear. But at that moment in the hall, with doubt laying its foulest of seeds in the core of his being, he wondered if that was always true. Lighthouses came and went to the Media Hall to see the girl. Malakad and his team of servitors worked non-stop for a week. The first time the apothecary found a moment of sleep for a couple of hours was during the 5th day. It was his mind that needed the break. His body could have continued, but he was mentally exhausted beyond anything he'd been through besides a few battles. The most challenging thing about working on the girl was her size. Everything was so small compared to his brothers. Much of the work she needed he was forced to delegate to servitors with limbs and digits far more nimble than his own fingers. At one point, during the reconstruction of her face around the eyes,
Even SA-27 needed an upgrade. The servitor had a third arm with 9 needle-fine finger-like appendages used for reweaving sinew and delicate fiber, but even these were too blunt to be of use. Malakad voxed a Monty, and the weaponsmith had come to the apothecary's aid. In 2 hours, he remade SA-27's third arm, making it capable of doing the work Malakad needed. The girl's most frequent visitor was Tannik. The youngest lighthouse would have sat by the girl's side unmoving if Malakad would have permitted it. Instead, he stood guard at the door to the medihall, informing his brothers that came by to see the girl of her progress. After Tannik, Ralkan and Kabaz were Achella's most frequent visitors. They came to see how things were going, to talk to Tannik, and give thanks to He Antera for finding her before it was too late. On one occasion, Kabaz stood in the corner of the medihall and read from the Castus Visus for an hour, picking passages at random. Even though there was no conscious order to the parts he read, each one was perfectly suited for the time. Such was often the case when one read from the book. The words found the time and place they were most needed. Kabaz read, "See not that your fire is thrown with nothing to catch it. Cast your light only where the kindling is ripe, dry, brittle, ready for the flame. Those that tread where the light glows brightest see the farthest. Where the shadows lay deepest, look, cast your light, and look." Chapter 16. 5 years later. Achella is 17. The stars twinkled above the rolling plains spread out before her. Trees dotted the hills that littered the land. One rose after another. Streams wove past the bases of many, and in the distance there was a river that could be heard as a soft warble. The night was still, aside from the occasional cry of a rodent becoming the dinner of some winged predator. A mile in the distance sat a small airfield with a trio of buildings lining one side of the single landing strip. Achella had been on Traskell for the past 3 weeks. In that time, she'd been allowed to sleep only a few hours each night. It seemed that just as she closed her eyes, Ralkan was telling her to wake up. "Achella, that's all you get. For the love of Throne, wake up!"
"Huh?"
Achella voxed to the lighthouse ship in orbit. The vox clicked. "What's that?" Ralkan sounded as though his mind had been on other things.
"Did I fall back asleep?"
The vox clicked again. There was some tapping. "No, not as far as I'm seeing. How are you holding up?"
"All right."
"Looks like your target will be landing in another couple hours." It was about time. Achella knew full well that she'd been dropped on the planet Moor to test her endurance, but it still seemed a little extreme to have her waiting for close to a month. It was all a test. During her years of training, she often found herself wondering how the tests she was made to endure helped the lighthouse's end goal. The thing that kept her going was the memory of that day on the sand when she saw the fleet of skimmers destroyed in a string of a reaction of Shalon explosions. That was the day she'd seen her future, at least a possible one. It was now up to her to realize it. The low-hanging clouds, whose undersides were lit by the small airport, were cut by an approaching aircraft. The night's stillness interrupted by the low hum of a single-prop engine. The plane dropped from the air and touched down on the landing strip. Achella watched through her binoculars as a pair of men departed the craft. One, clearly the pilot, stepped away from the plane and sparked a low stick, its glow casting his face in a wavering red light. The other, wearing a white lab coat over a smart suit, hurried to the largest of the 3 buildings. Achella clicked her vox line.
"I see him. I'm moving in."
"I'll be here." Ralkan voxed back. Her armor was a little stiff in places,
thanks to a few nights of rain and the concomitant mud. Ancella endured it all without comment, but now worried she might alert her target before she reached him. Her senses were on edge, and she reminded herself that as hunter, she was far more aware of the sounds she was making than anyone else would be. Even though her insertion on Traskell had been done so far in advance of Dr. June's arrival, and the chance of him suspecting her, or anyone else, was slim to none, she wasn't about to take any extra risks. She waded into one of the many streams and rinsed herself off, then continued on to the airfield. Besides the pilot, who was on his third low stick, there were 2 guards roaming the trio of buildings, at least when they weren't talking with each other, which, at present, they were. Ancella watched them for a few minutes and tried to gauge whether their conversation would be coming to an end anytime soon. She'd seen the pair over the past few weeks and grown to get a feel for them. She called the taller one, who was commonly lifting his cap to scratch his balding head, Lumps. The other, always a little red in the face, she called Sips, because of his habit of sneaking around behind a building and taking sips from a pocket flask. Sips and Lumps, the 2 goofs, were having another chat about Throne only knew what. From the look of things, it was going to be a long one. Lumps was getting animated, telling Sips' story. Sips kept nodding, widening his eyes and shaking his head. Ancella wished she could hear what they were saying. It looked like a good story. As she watched and tried to decide how to proceed, the door to the hut opened and Dr. June stepped out. He shared a few words with Lumps and Sips. They laughed. Then the doctor continued back to the plane. It was then that Ancella noticed the engine was still running. She'd never seen that kind of aircraft before and hadn't thought much of it when it landed. She had a distant thought that maybe it took a long time to cool down, but now realized her error and had far less time to act than she'd been expecting. The Vox clicked, and Ancella could almost hear the smile as Ralkin said, "Interesting. I thought he was going to stick around." For this mission, Ancella had only been given a combat knife, and not even an especially good one. A simple blade with a fine edge, but nothing any of the lighthouses would be caught dead carrying into battle against more fearsome enemies of the Imperium. She ran, quiet as she could, but thanks to the lighthouse's training and the diet they had her on, her body had grown so much over the past few years that she stomped more than she meant. Lumps and Sips looked up. She was on Lumps before he could move. She skewered his throat on her blade and kept on going, ramming the long knife into Sips's face. To her side, near the plane, Junes screamed in surprise. Ancella spun and saw the pilot running for the plane as the doctor hurried into the backseat and slammed the door. She threw her knife, thinking to stop the pilot in his tracks, but the blade went wide, sinking into the body of the plane as it began picking up speed. Her mission would only be a success if she killed Junes, and right then he was in an airplane headed away from her and soon to be in the sky. Chapter 17. There were words being spoken. A conversation was taking place between 2 of the Astartes that had come and gone over the past few days. Or weeks? Ancella knew she'd been in bed for quite some time, but had no way of knowing how long. On waking, she forgot where she was. Even though she recognized the voices as those of the lighthouses, she thought she was still in her clan's caves. It was the smell that told her otherwise. The smell of... what was that? There were things she could place, such as metal, oils, a fragrant scent that might have been food or incense, but there was another smell that she'd never encountered before. At first, she thought it was sweat, but that didn't quite fit. She knew that smell. It was common in her clan's caves. This was different, however. In time, she would come to learn the smell was that of the lighthouses, but at that moment, as she lay still in the medihall, she could only wonder at it.
You're awake.
That was the voice of the one that had been with her the most. A face swam into her view as her eyes focused and adjusted to the dim light. His skin was dark, much darker than her own, and his mid-length hair was pitch black with a smattering of white strands. He wore a close-cut beard, and his eyes were the blue of a hidden desert oasis.
My name is Malakad. Can you talk?
Yes.
Achella opened her eyes. They were stiff and pulled at the skin that felt brand new.
My face,
she started. She was going to say it hurt, but that wasn't quite right. What she was feeling was discomfort, but not to the point of pain. By even being around these men of extremes, she felt compelled to set aside minor concerns.
I rebuilt it. Your skin was gone. Your entire face had been peeled away. Do you remember what happened?
Yes. I detonated a handful of Shalon. I thought Daggerfly, my skiff, would protect me.
It did. Of course, I suppose it depends on what you mean by protect, but the Emperor, bless his name.
Bless his name,
Achella echoed.
Saw fit to spare your life.
There was a trio of quick, heavy thumps, boots on the cave floor. A second face appeared above her. This one's skin was light. His hair was short. The set of his jaw was hard as Malakad's, yet his soft brown eyes, almost golden amber, spoke of patience his brother lacked.
I'm going to go. This is Savalkin. He's our chapter master. I'm going to leave you to have a talk. If you need anything, I'll be down the hall. Thank you.
Savalkin clapped a hand on his brother's shoulder. When the apothecary had gone, Achella asked,
What do we need to talk about?
The edge of Savalkin's lip tugged upward. This girl lacked the typical awe he'd witnessed in most humans. That wasn't to say he detected anything close to dismissal, but rather she was more than able to talk to him. Where most human adults, men and women, were reduced to gibbering fools in the presence of an Astartes, this girl kept her wits. Maybe it was her age that lent to her lack of timidity. Fear, as often as not, was a learned thing.
Do you know where you are?
I'm in your...
She paused, not knowing what to guess. Their home? Their caves? Their ship in orbit? She'd always wondered where the lighthouses lived.
Are we in space?
She looked up and, for a moment, thought she would see a window that opened to a star-filled scene. Instead, she saw only shadows chased by the low flicker of golden lumens.
We are not in space. You're in the halls of the lighthouses. They're much like your own home. Living under the sands is the safest place on Kreta, even for us.
Mother Alila said you have towers above the sand.
She tried to recall exactly what the leader of Clan Sinosh had told her.
Maybe it was just one tower?
Yes, just one, and she's right. We do.
I've looked for it when I would go out by myself. They never liked that. Mother Alila, my parents, no one really. Gobo, he's a mechanic. He would laugh when I came back.
A voice in the back of her head told her to stop, to shut up.
That's part of why we've taken you in. Your clan's leader, Mother Alila, she believes you're the one spoken of in the Cassis Visis, Domine Lum, the Lady of Light.
Savalkin let his words hang for a moment, then asked,
What do you think?
Achella tried to shrug, but her entire upper body was stiff. Her skin was rigid and her muscles tired. Even moving her mouth to speak was a challenge, which was why she attempted the shrug instead.
I don't know.
How old are you?
Almost 13.
She closed her eyes. She wanted to get up, to move, to use her arms and legs. and at the same time she wanted to sleep. That smell she picked up earlier was stronger, and it both challenged her to be better, do more, and informed her that she would never, no matter what, be good enough. It was as uplifting as it was frustrating. Without giving it any consideration, she asked,
"How old are you?"
Sivulcan chuckled. You're quite the interesting creature. I've never spoken to a human like you.
"Is that good?"
Sivulcan considered her question for a moment, then said, I don't know. Interesting things could go so many ways, up and down, and all the places between. I was born 1,030 years ago. Achilla's eyes shot open. She forced her head to better look at the giant. Her mouth hung slack.
"You're more than 1,000 years old?"
she asked, the number making no sense to her. I am, yes. Saying it aloud made the lighthouse master realize just how old that was. At times, it seemed he could feel his age in his bones. The weight of all those years and countless battles fought hung heavy. Then, at others, he felt as fit as he had more than 6 centuries back. For a time, he'd thought the feeling was his imagination, but with the recent death of Lemeshko and other brothers reporting ailments, he'd begun to wonder how deep the darkness seeking into the lighthouses went. Was the ache he felt on quiet nights a thing of imagination or real?
"The other one, Malakad?"
Malakad, yes. He's the chief apothecary.
"He said we have things to talk about."
Sivulcan dipped his head. We need to talk about what we're going to do about you. Chapter 18. The plane was already 40 yards away when it began to pick up speed. Achilla burst into a sprint, and 6 steps in knew she'd made a mistake. She was pushing herself too hard on armor-powered legs she was still getting used to, power that she was continually underestimating. She stumbled, lost balance, and fell. Her vox clicked, and Ralkan drew a breath to speak, then killed the line.
"Get up,"
she told herself.
"You can't fail this."
She got back to her feet and set off after the plane, making sure to ease into her speed this time. Instead of trying to churn her legs, she began to bound, using a hard snap of her ankles to give each step an extra shot forward. Every bounding step became a lunging dive. It was a method of running she'd seen the lighthouses do, but had never been able to get right until now. All that practice, all those hours on the sand and on the mats, training and learning, had led to this. And to think, this was only one method of running. How many more were there? And beyond this, how many more ways to move, fight, and be were there? Achilla shook the thoughts aside and reached for the tail of the plane. It was just beyond her grasp, and the wheels bounced once as the nose lifted. Risking an extra burst of speed, Achilla pushed her armored legs and launched herself forward with 3 lunging steps. On the third, she caught the plane's tail right as it lifted into the sky. She clung to the tail with her left hand as the plane began to climb, the servos in her gauntlet straining to keep her grip. The additional weight hanging off the right backside was enough that the pilot had to compensate by banking hard to the left. The sudden jolt shook Achilla, and she came close to dropping. Already the plane was 100 feet into the air and climbing fast. A fall from here would be lethal. Hand over hand, she worked her way to the tail center. Then she dragged herself up and began scooting along the fuselage toward the cockpit. She looked up as she neared the glass and saw Junes staring up at her in horror. At that same moment, the pilot sent the aircraft into a dive. She lost hold, slipping from where she was straddling the plane's body. For a moment, she was airborne, touching only the sky. Time froze, and she saw herself falling. She would drop out of the air to her death. Her body would slam into the side of one of the hills, and armored or not. Such a fall would be her death. Her organs would collapse, her lungs would fill with her blood, her bones would crumple, and she would die. As she fell past the side of the plane, her hand shot out and grabbed the knife she'd thrown at June's. It was buried to the hilt in the plane's side and gave something to hang from. Before she could marvel at her mind's ability to process what it had acted on instinctively, she swung her legs to the landing gears and tore the knife free from the plane side. Secure under the plane, she began to thrust the blade upward again and again. The fifth stab brought a scream. She kept going, hunting for more sounds that would indicate she'd struck home. 12 strikes, 24. Soon, the underside of the plane took on the look of a can after a rough day at the range. More yelps, screams, howls, and pleas for her to stop came. Promises were made. Archella shoved the blade up again, twisting her shoulder into the upward strike and putting as much force into the blow as she could. The rent metal buckled, and her gauntleted hand tore through the plane's underside. Junes bellowed a final cry as Archella rammed the knife into his gut and through his back, rupturing his stomach and shattering his spine. She tried to grab the pilot, but he was beyond her reach. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" the pilot screamed over the hum of the engine. "That man was our only chance of survival. The virus is killing us. It's already taken the lives of tens of thousands. 1 million will be dead by the end of the week. Our streets are filled with the dead, and we have nowhere to put them. We can't dig graves fast enough. Dr. Junes was the only man that had any idea for a cure."
Your doctor was murdering innocent people to find your cure. Better he die here than be allowed to explore more sick fantasies.
"Those people volunteered their lives to save our entire population. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to save countless others. Our planet won't have a single human left if this disease wipes us out."
Archella tore at the plane's underside. She ripped away sheets of metal, cut with her blade, tore more, working her way toward the pilot.
"Please don't! I'll turn back and land. You can walk away. Don't do this!"
I have to.
"Why? How are you any better than Dr. Junes? You killed him."
He was the disease. I'm the cure.
She pulled another chunk of the plane away, and it went flying past in a rush of wind. She grabbed the pilot's right leg and pulled.
"Please!"
he screamed as his seatbelt bit into him.
"I'm begging you, don't do this!"
He began to weep. Just like the doctor, he made promises, offered anything and everything, but still Archella pulled. She wrenched her knife out of June's mess of a stomach and cut the pilot's harness, then dragged him out through the bottom of his plane. He was still begging as he fell. She climbed into the pilot's seat and clicked her vox.
Ralkin? I don't know how to fly a plane. I need to land this thing or I'm going to die.
Oh, that's no good, her watcher for this mission said.
Ralkin?
Yes?
Are you going to help me?
Oh. There was a pause. The vox clicked dead. Another few moments passed. The line clicked back live, and it sounded like Ralkin was chewing on something when he spoke again. No.
Right. If that whimpering moron of a pilot could fly this thing, then I should be able to figure it out,
Archella thought, and began pressing on pedals, pulling on the steering column, and turning dials to see what happened. She pushed on the controls, and the plane's nose dropped. A warning began to sound, and the plane dove. Chapter 19. There was a series of clicks, then the sound of a boulder turning over on the desert's ocean of sand. At first, Archella thought it was a small earthquake, but the third time it happened, she noticed it was coming from Savalkin.
You're making that noise.
What do you hear? There are a great many noises taking place right now. Some could be me, others are not. You'll have to be more specific.
There was a click, then 2 more. I thought it was this bed, or some machine in here, but they're coming from you.
Then I heard.
She wasn't quite sure how to put the sound to words.
It was quiet. I thought it was a storm outside, maybe.
We're much too far below the desert floor for you to be able to hear storms. Even I can't most of the time.
And you hear better than I do.
She'd grown up learning that the Astartes were powerful, strong beyond anything a human could ever manage, and possessed other abilities too. The way her clan talked about them made them sound closer to demigods than anything human. But here was one right now, sitting next to her, and he didn't look all that impressive. Sure, he was huge. His head was about the size of her entire torso. He could grab her by the waist and chuck her as easily as she could throw a rock. But besides being bigger, and thus obviously stronger than a human, he didn't look different, at least by appearances. It was the things beyond sight that told her he was, without question, so much more than just a big human. It began with his eyes. They were windows to so much more than his soul. In them, Acella saw the weight of a half-dozen lifetimes and the concomitant joys and sorrows held in such a vast span of time. The lines in his skin were subtle, the sort you would see in the face of a 30 or 40-year-old human, not someone more than 10 times that age. They splintered out from his eyes and vanished into the taut skin of his cheeks and temples. When he wasn't talking, his lips rested together. But beyond anything in his face, beyond anything the sense of sight might tell someone, there was a presence to him. Yes, and that smell, too. It was around this time that she pinned the smell to the lighthouse leader, but in short order would come to realize they all had a similar scent. The presence, though, that feeling that crushed and uplifted at once. There was a thing Acella wanted to say, a thing she could only see the vague outline of, but knew that once she began talking it would take shape. And yet, that outline was more than enough to give her a sense of the thing. She saw an admission of weakness, of confusion and worry, of admitting her humanness. While all true, she didn't like the idea of saying it aloud. Maybe it would go away if she...
My hearing is better than yours, yes.
Svalkan leaned back in the oversized wood chair.
What you heard was me talking over Vox. I'm able to speak low enough that you can't hear.
The girl tried to nod, then lay still and closed her eyes.
Tell me what you're thinking.
A flash of emotion shot across Acella's face before she could catch it. She opened her mouth to ask him how he knew she'd been thinking anything, but that struck her as the wrong thing to say. This was not a peer to contend with, or her parents who she could test herself against, or even Mother Alila who could be challenged even if it was a fool's errand. This was an Astartes, and she understood in an instant that contention would not be tolerated, and he was not to be tested or challenged. He hadn't asked what she was thinking as a friend might. He'd somehow known that there was a thing she wanted to say and demanded she speak. His words were a hand reaching into the darkness of her mind to find the single speck of light hidden within.
I was thinking, you don't smell like anyone I've ever met.
The Astartes master nodded. It was a slow and thoughtful movement. There was only consideration in his face, not a hint of annoyance or mirth. Talking to these living legends was going to take some getting used to.
I heard that once before, from a child that time too.
Svalkan raised his eyes to look at the wall above Acella's head and recited,
And yea, her soul, pure and full of light, will contain the truth. From the mouth of adolescence, the sound of the future will come.
You've read the Castus Visas?
Svalkan grinned.
I even helped write a few sections of it.
Machilla's mind stuttered. How? But no, that can't.
You wrote? I thought.
What did you learn from your clan? That it's divine wisdom? Yes? That it's the word of God?
Yes.
And how would Hera go about writing such a thing?
It was a question Achella had thought of in a distant sort of way, but never with deliberate, conscious intent.
I don't know. He's God, isn't he? I always thought he just made it.
I suppose he could do that if he wanted to. But in this case, he worked through his followers. Since he was struck down by Horus, his ability to affect the material world with his own hand has become greatly limited.
You mean he couldn't write a book?
Achella watched the Astartes' face.
I think that he works through us. Could he have written it himself? I don't doubt that for a moment. But,
Zavulcan grinned,
I hadn't meant to get caught up in this conversation with you.
He studied the girl's face for a span of 3 full breaths.
You're truly unlike any other human I've spoken to, which is saying something for someone as old as I am.
Wouldn't that be true of everyone you've ever talked to?
Achella tried to smile, but her face was too stiff. The lack of accompanying expression made her remark feel less playful and more sharp than she'd intended. Zavulcan huffed a single breath, the prelude to laughter.
I'll have Brother Malakad come and see to you. I'm sure he has something to help with your new skin. He grew that specifically for you.
My skin?
That's right. Around your face and arms, chest, all the way down to your knees. The blast you set off left you raw, almost down to the muscle in some places and beyond in others. It's a small wonder you survived.
The state of her skin had been mentioned a few times before, but only now did Achella really put what she had heard into context. She could feel what Zavulcan had told her. There was a difference between the front half and back of her body. Until that moment, she'd assumed it was only how the bed felt, that there was a softer sheet on her back and the one atop her was more stiff, or that it was the blanket. It hadn't crossed her mind that the difference was her. All at once, her mind snapped in line with her body and she could feel something was wrong, that she'd been changed and would never be the same again. The girl she'd been when she went out into the desert was not the same girl that was pulled from the site of the explosion she'd caused. She began to cry. She wanted to scream. Her body felt wrong. Only half of it was hers. The skin on her face, hands, the whole front half of her was different. She could feel it. It crawled. It was wrong and she wanted it off. Zavulcan held the girl down and called for Malakad by Vox. The apothecary was there a moment later and gave the girl a sedative.
This is going to take some getting used to,
the lighthouse master said. Malakad kept his eyes on his tiny patient and asked,
What are we doing, Zavulcan? Figuring it out as we go. One step into the darkness of the unknown at a time. Same as we've always done.
Chapter 20. 3 weeks later, Achella used her feet for the first time since she'd climbed into Daggerfly after finding the 2 satchels worth of Shalon. Malakad was in the room with her, as were 3 other lighthouses, Zavulcan, Amonte, and Ralkan. Amonte had made a pair of leg braces and a staff of tri-fiber that was as long as she was tall.
Lean your weight on that as you get used to using your legs again.
Your new skin is going to be what takes the longest to get used to. It's still integrating with your body, even now, and probably won't be fully yours for another few months.
Achella braced herself with the staff and pushed off the bed.
It took her a moment to find her balance as the room spun around her. She went to take her first step and fell, or would have if not for Svolkan appearing at her side to catch her. He'd been at least 6 feet from her, then had his hands on her shoulders, helping her regain her balance.
Take it slow.
Svolkan knelt and handed the staff back to Achella. The ground beneath her feet rolled, and her legs kept trembling. Try as she might to still them, they refused to calm. Again she tried to take a step, and again her knees gave out. Once more, Svolkan caught her under the arms.
You said she was ready for this,
the chapter master said to Svolkan.
She is. Doesn't quite seem like it.
Achella knew she could walk. What was stopping her was a lack of practice, not a lack of strength. She knew if she just had a little assistance, she could do it, but was too stubborn to say anything.
I can do this without their help,
she thought. Once more, she went to take a step and almost managed to slip from Svolkan's hands and fall again. Yet once again, he was there to keep her from crashing to the floor.
Well, I suppose she's not quite as ready as I thought.
Malakad shook his head and let his arms fall to his side. It seemed to the others in the room he was about to put the girl back into bed until Amonte spoke up.
I'd hoped her body was ready for this, but in the case it wasn't, I made those legs to compensate.
He waved for Svolkan to step aside.
She'll be fine. The legs will catch her.
The lighthouse chapter master stepped back. Achella wobbled on unsteady legs for a moment and looked as though she would fall again until there was a soft whir and the brace's actuators kicked in. The small servos pulled on cabling that held the framework rigid and prevented Achella from falling.
You could try and fall and they wouldn't let you.
Amonte grinned. Go on, try.
You want me to try and fall?
The lighthouse weaponsmith nodded.
Please, see if you can.
Svolkan motioned for her to do as she'd been told.
I'll catch you if his machine fails.
It won't.
We'll see. Malakad crossed his arms again. Achella decided she could go on about this in one of 2 ways. Start leaning over until she fell, or throw herself to the floor. She opted for the latter. If she was going to do as told, there was no reason to be shy about it. She lurched to her left, and her caged legs moved of their own accord and caught her, the machinery whirring to adjust to the sudden shift in balance. All but Amonte chuckled.
By the throne, I wasn't expecting you to do that. I'd figure you'd just try and tip over.
Achella's face flushed.
I thought about that, but wanted to see how good they were.
Well done, Brother Armorer.
Were they hard to make? Ralkan took a step closer to better see the contraption his battle brother had made.
Not so much, no. The basic idea is similar to the skeleton of our armor. The hardest thing was how small they are. My hands were no good for the fine work. I had to make some special tools and further augment SN54 and SB81. They're fast becoming my best tools for anything related to our tiny charge.
Achella had gone from taking slow, tentative steps to fully walking around the medihall.
After her second pass around her bed, she picked up her pace and jogged from one end of the room to the other.
Give her another few hours and I'll have her training on the mats, said Ralkan, grinning. Not until she's fully healed.
Svolkan watched the girl dash around the room with the 3 other Astartes. It was a little like seeing an aspirant fresh from the trials in the desert. Only those male youths were typically so worn down from their tests that the only time they smiled was when they were asleep. The chapter master turned his attention from Achella to Malakad.
You said it would be a few months before her new skin was truly hers. Is there anything we could do to speed that up?
Malakad shrugged.
I honestly don't have a clue. Everything about her is so small and strange. Strange how?
Well,
for one, she's a she. We've never had someone like her around us before. Besides that time on Flonan's mining platform, I've never done any Medicaid work on a female.
It can't be that different, can it? Ralkin was watching Achella scamper about the room and only half minding the apothecary.
It's different enough.
Savalkin drew a long breath.
There's nothing that would help her. Surely there's something.
There very well may be indeed. All I said was I don't know.
Amonte cleared his throat. A suggestion? What about giving her a bit of our blood? I'm happy to offer mine if we're a match.
Would that work?
Savalkin asked. The apothecary's eyes widened. I had considered it, but didn't do any tests. I suppose at the very least it would be informative. He went to a counter where vials spun in humming machines. Set amidst the various medical devices sat a microscope. Amonte had unlocked his gauntlet and moved to maglock it to his waist when Malakad said, "Keep your blood under your skin, brother. I have plenty of samples." It took him a few moments to get things ready, but after a little work he had 2 drops of blood on a glass tile. The drop of Achella's blood sat on the left of the tile, and Ralkin's was on the right. Malakad placed the tile into a gap in the microscope's base, then moved his eye to the viewport. He turned a dial, then another, adjusted his stance, and continued to make minute tweaks of the knobs. "Whose blood is that?" Ralkin asked. The apothecary ignored the question at first, still trying to find the best setting for what he wanted to see, then said, "Yours." Chapter 21. With his trained eyes, it was easy for Malakad to spot the difference between the 2 blood samples. Achella's, without getting into the weeds of Medicaid terminology, was clean, whereas Ralkin's cells were damaged. The blood of these Astartes had all the markings that Malakad had been watching, the hints of the sickness that grew in all of them, some more than others. Malakad moved the smallest amount of blood from Achella's droplet to that of Ralkin's, and the instant the 2 connected, they merged. The droplets were drawn to each other, and, following the bridge Malakad made, they joined. As 2 became one, the cells began to fight. Ralkin's diseased blood swarmed Achella's with such overwhelming force it almost looked as though there were 10 times as much of it on the tile. The apothecary continued to watch, his breath catching. He adjusted the microscope's knobs farther to be sure what he was seeing was actually happening and not a trick of light. The 2 droplets continued to battle, the very cells of Ralkin's utterly enveloping Achella's. The Astartes' blood choked the girls. The biosynthetic Laraman cells threatened to overwhelm and coagulate Achella's platelets and even seemed to, for a time. Malakad had expected that. It was the reason he dismissed the idea of giving the girl any of their transhuman blood. He'd feared it would solidify her, turn her into a statue, and stop her heart in an instant. It was what happened next that surprised him. Ralkin's blood overwhelmed Achella's and began to congeal. The cells started to burst, twisting, eating, and destroying every last part of the girl's blood. But it was how Achella's blood reacted that was so strange. Or maybe it would be better said that her blood failed to react. Instead of trying to fight what was happening, her cells may as well have surrendered without so much as feigning a defense. Never in all his years had Malakad seen such a thing. Even the weakest immune systems would attempt to fight an intruder. Even Sayuld's body, in his final hours, tried to stall his inevitable demise. One of the things that makes humans so resilient in the face of overwhelming odds is that our bodies defy our encroaching demise even after our minds have accepted it.
Why? The apothecary wondered. Why would this be happening?
As he considered what he was seeing, he knew he'd seen something similar before. No, not ever in blood, but on the battlefield. It was a tactic the lighthouses had used. It was a maneuver as old as war. Drop your defenses, totally, to make the enemy think they've gained the upper hand. Then, when they drop their guard, strike,
It was a ploy used in every field of battle, from the debate floor, the grappling mats, to the skies and seas, and battles in the void of space. The strategy could be, and historically had been, employed no matter the size of the competing forces, from a pair of individuals in duel to a battle of space-bound fleets with vessels numbering in the thousands, and even, it seemed, in blood. Malakad knew what came next, but when it happened, it was so much more spectacular than he could have imagined. Achella's blood retaliated with unbridled ferocity, and specks of light burst from every one of Ralkin's cells. The overwhelmed force of Achella's blood tore through every last remnant of the Astartes.
Impossible,
Malakad gasped. He let his right hand fall to the countertop. He gripped the edge of the metal so hard it began to bend. Zavalkin stepped next to his battle brother.
What's happening?
Nothing that makes any sense.
As he continued to watch, the two blots of blood began to separate again. Ralkin's blood pulled to the right-hand side of the tile and Achella's to the left, back to the places where Malakad had originally placed them. Ralkin's blood had flecks of light in it now. Malakad could think of no better way to describe what he was seeing. When the apothecary flicked his view to Achella's blood, he saw the same was true for hers. Somehow, Ralkin's blood had awakened something in Achella's. Light was such a poor word for what he was seeing. In fact, even saying that he saw anything was incorrect. There were flecks of reality that shimmered, the kind of motes of light you sometimes see when it's the dead of night and your eyes are closed. Those pinpricks of brightness that remind you this physical world is but a gossamer thin film pulled over the truth of existence. A hand dropped onto Malakad's shoulder and he started. He'd forgotten where he was, forgotten what he was doing. The scene he'd just witnessed had been enchanting in the extreme.
Talk to us, Malakad. Can our blood help her?
Malakad almost burst into laughter. He'd completely forgotten that that was what he'd been looking for.
I think more than us help her. He
stopped short, having almost said that she could cure them. He would have to be careful from here on out. He trusted his brothers with his life, but this went beyond them. It was proof beyond question that the prophecy was true. She was a beacon through and through. It was as the clan leader, Mother Alila, had said. Zavalkin's eyes twitched. It was a facial gesture so subtle that even those watching him could have missed it, but the apothecary had been studying his leader's face and caught it.
She's a tough little human, I'll give her that. What do you think, eh?
Malakad scanned for the girl, but her scampering had ceased and he failed to spot her at first until his ears picked out the sound of her breathing. He turned his attention to the sound and saw her sitting on Ralkin's shoulder. As much as this whole ordeal with their new charge was proving to annoy him, he found a smile creep onto his lips. Seeing the girl's pure joy was infectious. You see, Malakad was the sort of doctor that wants to always be right, the one that always has an answer. He took to the trade by way of proving himself better than his peers. You might think the Astartes are above such petty things like pride, but no man is without flaw. Malakad's hubris was the strange sort that would see him listen to others, follow their advice and suggestions if he thought there was even the smallest chance he might better himself from doing so. Such was the case when he listened to Kabaz about visiting a clan and listening to their prophecy. The lighthouse chief apothecary went to Clan Sinash because it was a thing he'd not done before, because they had information he lacked. Seeing the girl sitting on Ralkin's shoulder, he thought of what he'd just seen happen with the blood of the same two. More tests would need to be conducted, and with all his battle brothers' blood, was what happened to Ralkin's unique, or would the girl's blood do the same for all of them? Chapter 22. Achella had never flown a plane before, had never flown anything whatsoever, but she had enough wherewithal to know that what this one was doing was no good. She tried to think of what she'd seen pilots do and realized she'd never seen them do much of anything.
"Never again," she told herself in that moment. "From now on, I'll pay attention to everything that might help me in the future.
Yet even as the thought arose, she wondered how she would ever know what things would prove useful later on. No sense in trying to have that philosophical debate with herself now. She was in an airplane with its nose aimed down, and the earth was rising fast. She clicked her Vox open to Ralkin.
You're really not going to tell me what to do?
No. If you can't figure this out, then you deserve to die.
Right.
Acella clicked the Vox off. There was a way out of this. Of course there was. She strapped herself into the pilot's seat and started pulling on knobs and levers. There were pedals for her feet. She tried those and the plane moved a little. Then she pulled on the flight controls and the nose lifted along with her heart. She laughed. With a little more experimentation, she figured out the basics of how to control the small craft. Instead of trying to figure out how she was going to land back on the airstrip, she decided to head to a lake she knew from her recon work before the mission. A couple minutes later, after she'd spoken to him, she clicked the Vox back open to Ralkin.
I did it.
No, you're not dead. Good work.
Not yet, but I don't think I can land this.
That's gonna make that not dead yet thing I just said a bit of a challenge to keep up then.
I think you'd be a little upset if I died.
Maybe, but you'll still have plenty of warm blood left when I collect your body. Acella laughed. Ralkin's sense of humor, if that's what it could be called, always leaned toward the dark side of things. Instead of pressing him for an answer, Acella waited. If there was one thing she'd learned in her time with the lighthouses, it was that they couldn't stand the impatience so common to humans. You're heading northeast?
Towards the lake.
I would have suggested the field, the one in a valley northwest of where you're headed now.
Not the lake?
Think about it. She did, and after a moment of consideration, replied,
The water might drag me down, catch the underside of the plane and pull.
Correct. If you had another few hundred hours of flying time under your belt, I'd say go for it. But if you had that kind of experience, I'd wonder why you weren't landing on the airstrip.
This field, that'd be the one you marked red on the map?
Acella's memory was a spotty thing, but when it worked well. She saw the map in her mind as clear as if it were plastered on the glass in front of her. In the center of the map was the airstrip where she'd found Dr. June's. Above it, and a little to the right, was the lake she'd been planning to land in, and to the left of the lake was the field Ralkin reminded her of. It's all grass. As long as you don't plant the nose too hard, you ought to skim right along. You might lose your landing gear, but you should be fine.
Should be.
As long as you don't go up in flames, Malakat ought to be able to fix you up. Ahead, the open field had come into view, and Acella began to drop the plane down in preparation for her landing. Ralkin rushed from the transport, ripped the plane open, pulled Acella from the burning wreck, wrapped her into his arms, and turned his back to the wreckage moments before the flames gulped the fuel tank. There was a hiss, a gulp, then a throaty whoomp as the small aircraft was engulfed in fire. Acella was crying as she pushed out of Ralkin's protective embrace.
Why didn't you help me?
Oh now. Calm yourself, Mouse. You're safe.
I could have died.
Like when you nearly blew yourself up in the desert?
That's the only reason I didn't die.
Ralkin waved a finger in her face. You're forgetting that you were dying when we found you. Acella turned her back on the lighthouse and stomped her way to the transport. Once they were in the air, Tannic looked back and clicked his Vox line. I'm glad you made it, Acella.
Thank you, Tannic.
I wanted to give you some pointers on how to fly that thing, but Ralkin refused to let me.
I'm sure he did.
And here you are, safe and sound. Ralkin grinned. A little shaken, maybe some shock, but you'll be fine. Nothing that a few nights of good sleep and a warm meal won't fix. Just think, in a year, you'll look back and laugh about this. Acella huffed and crossed her arms. At least you didn't get any new scars from this accident, Tannic called back, speaking without the aid of his Vox this time.
At least not that you can see,
Acella thought, running a hand along the skin of her arm where her two halves met. Chapter 23. Ralkin reached up to where Acella sat on his left shoulder, grabbed her by the waist, and handed her over to Malakat's open arms. You're sure this won't do her any harm?
Am I sure? No.
Malakat set the girl back on the bed.
You said I have new skin?
Achella asked.
I want to see it.
She'd only been able to see a little of what her hands and arms looked like thus far, her stiff skin preventing her head from moving much. It was her face she wanted to see. She lifted her hand and ran her eyes along the length of her arm to a little above her elbow until her too stiff neck refused to allow sight any further.
Is there a mirror in here?
Not in here, but there's one in that closet in the hall where the servers keep some things.
Malakad pointed toward the meta hall's door. Come on, little mouse. Ralkin stepped up next to the girl and swooped her into a single arm that cradled her against his armored chest. Once the pair was out of the meta hall, Savalkin asked Amonte to leave them so he could share a word with the apothecary in private. Oh, of course, I have some things to work on anyways. As the lighthouse's armor was about to leave, he paused at the door and turned back. Savalkin, the chapter master eyed his battle brother. What sort of weapon do you think would suit her? Savalkin thought for a moment. The idea that the girl would need any weapon whatsoever had only crossed his mind in a cursory way. It had come and gone as quick as a fair breeze. Now that the question was posed and sat in front of him, he realized that the girl would indeed be better off with training. Of course, she couldn't be pushed as hard as even an aspirant, but they would find her limits and bring her right to the edge of them. As for a weapon, though, he was struggling to picture with any death-dealing tool.
Let's give that some time, Amonte. I'm sure you'll come up with something once we learn a little more about her.
Amonte bowed his head, said, Very good, and left. When their battle brother's echoing boots had faded into silence, Savalkin turned to Malakad.
You saw something in her blood. What was it? What happened?
The apothecary explained what Achella's blood had done to Ralkin's, how it allowed the Astartes' blood to overwhelm hers, to engulf and seemingly consume it, and how her blood hadn't even attempted a defense. Then it burst free and cleansed the tainted Astartes' blood.
How much of hers would you need to cure one of us?
Savalkin asked. Malakad shook his head.
I haven't a clue. I'll have to do more tests.
Savalkin nodded.
And our blood, will it help or harm her?
I believe a small amount, very little, might help her.
Good. Do it. And get to testing as soon as you can.
100 feet down the stone halls, Ralkin found the servitor closet Malakad had mentioned. When he opened it, he tried to recall if he'd ever been aware of it before. Before he could come up with a clear memory, Achella's voice drew his mind back to the present.
Let me see.
She squirmed to get free of his hold, and he set her on the ground. On the back of the closet door was a mirror twice her height. Ralkin wondered why the servitors had a mirror at all. What on Terra would they ever need to use it for? Achella stared at herself. The face that looked back was hers, but not. An unfamiliar mask had been pulled over a face she'd known her whole life. The skin was the wrong color, and the line of a scar ran from her forehead, past her ears, down her neck, and continued to just below her knees. Her lips quivered, tears began to well in her eyes. The skin on the front half of her entire body, from knees up, was a shade lighter than that of the rest. The Shalon blast she'd set off had scoured the front half of her body down to the muscle, and deeper in places. This new skin she wore turned her stomach. It was wrong, and now seeing it, she felt something inside of her twist and scream and crawl for release.
Is it what you thought?
Ralkin stepped into the mirror's reflection. Achella gritted her teeth, pursed her lips, and forced herself to answer.
No.
I think it works. I never knew what you looked like before, but...
Not like this.
Achella's mouth hung open, then she snapped it shut.
I'm sorry.
She hadn't meant to interrupt the Astartes, would never have dared do such a thing at any other point in her life.
It only happened because I'm so distracted. The skin, it isn't mine.
She touched herself on the arms and face with her fingertips, expecting the surface of her body to feel different somehow. But it was the same as it had always been. Besides the subtle scar that now separated her front and back halves, there was nothing to feel. The 2 shades of skin felt exactly the same.
You're already growing used to us, Ralkin smiled.
Will I always look like this?
Small? Short? A runt?
Acella narrowed her eyes and shot the towering figure behind her a sharp glare.
My skin! This new skin! Will it ever change and look like the rest of me?
Ralkin lifted a single shoulder. That's a question you're better off asking Malakad.
There came a couple of soft clicks, and Ralkin swooped the girl back into his arm, then set her on his left shoulder.
Speaking of which, he wants you back in the Medi-Hall, says you need to rest and that my blood will help you.
Help me how?
Another question you'll have to ask him.
Chapter 24. A year later. Acella is 13. Acella was in the Medi-Hall, back in the same bed she'd been in when she'd first awoken in the lighthouse's caverns. The sound of Malakad flipping a series of switches on a blood transfusion machine brought her to the present. The machine began to rumble with out-of-sync shutters, and the apothecary lay a hand atop the console, muttered a few words, and the machine's spirit within eased, the hum becoming smooth and steady.
How much more do I have to do this?
Acella's eyes wandered to the dozens of pinprick scars scattered over her arms and legs. Malakad, as usual, ignored her. She expected as much, but never stopped from trying to get him to talk. That first day she met him along with Ralkin, Amonte, and Savalkin was the only time he'd ever shown her anything that bordered on kindness.
Will it ever end?
She tried, but might as well have been talking to the desert. The apothecary moved to her bedside, checked the tubes running from her left arm and leg, gave one a tap, narrowed his eyes, looked closer, nodded, and returned to monitoring the transfusion machine. Acella rubbed her arm where the needle had been. The ointment Malakad had applied there no longer worked as well as it used to.
He never talks to me.
Ralkin adjusted his pants of heavy cloth and retied the thick cord holding them around his waist.
Who?
Malakad.
The nodes of Ralkin's black carapace caught the low light cast from amber lumens floating under the carved stone ceiling of the lighthouse training hall. Like the rest of the caverns, it was cut into the rock under the endless sands of Kratos Desert. He's like that.
Even with you?
All of us. He doesn't talk much.
Too busy thinking.
I need a break, Ralkin. I'm not like you. Every few days he's dragging me into the Medi-Hall to poke me with needles. Why does he need so much of my blood?
Ralkin shook his head. In truth, he didn't know. He'd caught a hint of an idea from a snatched word here and there, a thing said or a look shared between Savalkin, Malakad, or Kabaz. It seemed those were the only 3 of the lighthouses that knew anything. He'd brought the subject up to Amonte, but the weaponsmith, ever in his shop, bent over his workstation and continually tweaking weapons in armor or making new ones, was even more out of the loop than Ralkin. Let's get another round in. Ralkin slapped his shoulders and motioned for Acella to come at him. She tried, but 3 steps into her attack she fell. Her body gave out. Between the recently drawn blood and the constant training she'd given her all, pushing herself to the absolute limits of what a human could do. The lighthouses had only considered her differences in a cursory way. Savalkin was too busy with the day-to-day considerations of overseeing a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes to pay any mind to a human girl, even if she had the key to their survival. He trusted their apothecary would be watching her. Her training was left to Ralkin and Kabaz, more so the former, as the latter wanted an actual challenge on the mats. A girl that had only just broken 100 pounds in the last year was hardly worth considering an annoyance, let alone a worthy sparring partner. And thus, it was Ralkin who ended up as Acella's principal mentor and guardian. Ralkin, while possessing a good heart, was hardly the best person to care for a young girl. Even the most compassionate and mindful Astartes was a far cry from a mother. Before she'd even hit the mat, Ralkin was at her side. He caught her in one hand and guided her down. "Acella?" He tapped her face with a finger so big it almost covered her entire cheek. The girl was out cold. Her heart rate was elevated but steady and strong. Her breathing was coming in quick breaths, the pattern similar to someone that's just gone on a long run. Ralkin clicked his vox to Malakad's channel. "What?" Acella fell. She just collapsed.
All annoyance dropped from the apothecary, replaced by genuine worry. "You're in the training hall?" "Yes. What should I do?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. Don't touch her. Don't move her. Do nothing." Malakad waited for his battle brother to acknowledge him, then closed the link. Ralkin went to a sink carved right into one of the stone walls and pulled a towel from a rack, kept full by the servitors that worked day and night, cleaning every inch of the caverns. With the towel wetted down, he returned to Achella's side and began to wipe her brow, a thing he'd seen human doctors and nurses do in field hospitals to ease the suffering of their patients. Unsure of what the practice was actually meant to do, he mimed what he'd seen as best he could. His big hands made hard movements, making a blade of the girl's head for the whetstone of his rag. A few moments later, Malakad burst into the training hall with a trio of medi-servitors in tow. "Get away from her!" the apothecary waved. "What did I tell you?" Ralkin surged at the apothecary, and the brothers almost crashed into each other. "You said to do nothing. Not to touch her, not to move her. I heard you. Then why Because I thought I could ease her suffering, and that's far more important to me than listening to you." Malakad scoffed and placed the back of his armored hand to Ralkin's bare chest. "Move aside, I'll handle this." Ralkin stood firm, and Malakad lifted his eyes from Achella to meet that of her primary guardian. "What is she to you? Why do you continue to draw so much blood? Every few days she's in the medi-hall with you. She says you never speak." "You have your duties, and I have mine. Now step aside." Chapter 25. Ralkin led Achella to a part of the cave she'd never been to before. In the year she'd lived with the lighthouses, she'd explored some, but there were far more doors she'd never seen behind than those she had. Ralkin led the way from the living quarters, past the training hall, and kept on going beyond the medi-hall to a pair of large double doors. She'd seen the doors but had no idea what was behind them. Ralkin opened them, and on the other side was another hall, about the same size as the one they'd left. There were tapestries covering almost every inch of stone, making it feel close and warm. Between each tapestry was a single flickering lantern, casting soft yellow light from its alcove and onto the wall hangings opposite it. Achella was reminded of home. More tunnels than not in the Sinosh cave system had heavy curtains, long scrolls filled with writing, and wall-hung rugs. The practice of covering the stone was common to every clan across Kreta, and seeing the lighthouses did the same, at least in this hall, made Achella smile. "This is our hall of remembrance." Ralkin held still, the weight of memory falling over him. Achella turned and looked up at the towering Astartes. She'd never seen anything close to sadness come over any of the lighthouses, and that remained true. And yet, she sensed the importance this hall held for Ralkin.
"What do you remember?"
The flash of a smile crossed the lighthouse's face, the hint of a laugh that could never be shared with the human girl. The amount of history and meaning contained in every square inch of each tapestry was more than he could explain to her, even if he had 100 years to do so. "Far more than I can put into words. These tell the story of our chapter, how we came to Kreta. There are hundreds of years of meaning woven into each one."
"How old are you?"
Ralkin did smile then. "Not that old, only 261. Achella gasped, then looked up at him from under her brows with dropped chin.
"Only? You're almost 300 years old."
"Which is why I could never explain all this to you. I don't even know it all."
"Who does?"
Ralkin shook his head. "No one of us. To tell the whole story, you would need..." He drew a deep breath and thought for a moment. "Savalkan, Kabaz, Amonti," and after a moment he added, "Malakad too. Maybe if you had those four and an uninterrupted century, you'd have a good idea." He brushed the top of her head with a single finger. "Come on, little mouse. We have things to do." They continued down the long hall with the lighthouse's story until they came to a pair of huge wood doors. Ralkin pulled them open, revealing an even bigger hall. This one was 40 feet high, double that in width, and ran for as far as Achella could see both left and right. There was a repeated circular pattern lining both the walls and ceiling, while the ground was covered in a thin layer of sand. A long ways down to her left was a dark blip. Also coming from that direction was a hum that grew in volume as the dot got bigger. After a minute, Acella realized it was a vehicle heading their way.
How far does this go?
Acella looked to her right, then back left where the vehicle had begun to take on a clear shape of hard edges and blunt sides. I actually don't know. I don't know that anyone besides Amonte has ever bothered to venture them. Ralkin considered that for a moment. I suppose some of the servitors probably have.
Amonte? I never see him. I thought he was always in his workshop.
Usually, but sometimes he'll go on long walks and will be gone for days at a time.
Really?
Ralkin nodded and opened his mouth to talk, but the approaching vehicle's engine echoing through the enclosed space had grown so loud he would have had to yell to be heard. He pulled Acella in front of himself and cupped her ears with his huge hands, completely enveloping her head and muting the world for her. She giggled, wrapped her hands over his thick wrists, and lifted her feet from the ground. She swung herself side to side as the vehicle pulled up and stopped in front of the pair. Acella knew the machine was called a rhino from her studies. This particular style hovered a foot off the ground, held aloft by anti-grav plates. Inside, Acella saw a servitor plugged directly into the driver's station. Suspended from a harness, wires ran from its eye sockets into panels, and the stumps of its legs and arms were one with the rhino's controls. The sight of the thing turned her stomach. She'd seen a few servitors roaming the caves, cleaning, and others in the training halls that the lighthouses used for hand-to-hand combat training. Those still looked human, at least in terms of overall shape. If you looked closer than a glance, you would see their eyes were wrong, missing in some cases, replaced by a visor or sonic sensor that enabled the servitor with echolocation to determine its place.
That was a human?
Acella took Ralkin's hand and climbed into the rhino after him. The lighthouse gave her a questioning look, then followed her eyes to the servitor pilot. Oh, that? He looked at it a little closer. It had never crossed his mind to give the thought any consideration. I guess so, at one point in time.
Were all of them?
Every servitor? Acella nodded, trying not to look at the thing piloting the rhino. Try as she did to keep her eyes anywhere else, they inevitably fell back to the thing strapped in place. The servitor was a magnet, dragging her eyes ever back to its grotesque form. As far as I know, yes. Don't bother feeling bad for them. In fact, don't feel anything concerning them. All the bits that made them human are long gone. They're as much like you as this seat. Ralkin patted the wall-mounted bench. It dawned on Acella then that she had absolutely no idea where they were headed. In the year she'd spent living with the lighthouses, she'd only left their caves to visit the surface and get some sun, but had never gone anywhere else.
Where are we going?
Ah, I guess you would want to know that. Ralkin pulled his attention from the pilot servitor and met Acella's eyes. How would you like to see your home from space? Chapter 26. The shuttle trip from Krata's surface to its orbit, where a small cruiser sat, was as terrifying as it was exhilarating. Acella had been thrown back in Daggerfly when a gust of wind whipped across the desert and filled the skiff sail with a sudden squall. But the shuttle was so much more extreme, 1,000 times, no, 100,000 times stronger. So much force threw her into her chair she thought her bones would liquefy. She feared her transplanted skin would slide free of her body. Whether or not that was even possible didn't matter. It felt possible. Once they were in orbit and free of gravity's bond, Ralkin saw how scared the girl was and commented on how he probably could and should have done more to protect her during the trip. I knew it would be difficult, but I thought it'd toughen you up a bit, put some hair on. He tried to pull the words back in as he heard his mistake.
Put hair on what?
Your chest? Acella made a disgusted face.
What? Why would I want hair on my chest?
Her grimace deepened as she pulled the collar of her shirt out and looked down. You probably don't. It's a thing we say to boys sometimes.
Why do they want hair on their chests?
Ralkin sighed. I don't know. Please forget I said it. I spoke in error.
He let himself out of his harness and drifted across the compartment to where Acella was pressed deep into the foam that cradled her body. Acella widened her eyes.
"You're flying!"
Ralkin laughed. I'm not. We've left Krata's gravity. You can't feel it?
"Oh,"
she said, and thought she could. She noticed her shirt, where she'd tugged it, hadn't fallen back against her skin. Her arm hung in the air. It was a sensation unlike anything she'd... No, she had felt something like this before. Sometimes, when she lay in bed, when she was on the very edge of sleep, she lost all feeling of herself. Her body lost form and shape. She became a mote of consciousness adrift. Senses lost their typical shape and definition. Sounds came and went. The sheets of her bed were left unfelt, and scents were as much picked up by her nose as they were heard, felt, and even, in a way, seen. Being in space reminded her of that, only she was still very much aware of the shape of her body. An hour later, the shuttle docked onto Clara Abscondita, the lighthouse's cruiser. Ralkin snatched Acella out of the air when the ship's gravity kicked in. He'd been keeping an eye on her as she drifted about the shuttle, scooting from one side to the other and somersaulting front to back. All right, Mouse, come on. Let's head to the bridge.
"The what?"
she asked in reflex, then remembered the term from her books.
"Oh, that's where everything happens."
I don't know about everything, but it's where Vulcan spends most of his time when we're in transit. You could also call it the command center.
"How come it's called a bridge?"
To be quite honest, I have no idea. Possibly because it connects to the rest of the ship. The pair walked down a long, narrow hall, lined with candles and burning incense as soft choral music filled the spaces between their footsteps. The hall ended at an intersection, and Ralkin slid open a cover protecting a conical mouthpiece. From a hidden alcove next to it, he pulled a little whistle and trilled a simple melody.
"What was that?"
Ralkin returned the whistle and shut the cover.
A way to get around so we don't have to walk the rest of the way.
A few minutes later, a cart, pulled by a single large wheel, came trundling down the wide hallway.
We used to have horses, Ralkin said.
"What's a horse?"
Oh, they're big four-legged things, animals. These wheels Monty invented replaced them. The wheels don't require food, take up far less space, and are both quieter and faster than the horses. They don't smell either.
"I smell oil and machinery."
Acella touched the wheel that was 3 times as tall as her.
Ralkin grinned. Okay, fair enough. I smell that too, but those aren't the smells I was talking about.
"You mean gross smells?"
Acella grinned. Ralkin nodded.
"Poop?"
Acella lifted her brows. She always felt so silly when she made those kind of jokes.
All right, come on.
Ralkin lifted his charge into the seat and sat next to her. He tapped a data slate situated on the inner wall of the cart, and the wheel hummed to life. The ride took them down one hall after another, some as wide as city streets, others so narrow Acella could reach out and touch the wall as they passed. During their trip, they saw a handful of servitors cleaning, always cleaning, but no humans or other lighthouses. The wheel rounded another corner and pulled into a room big enough that Acella was unable to see the far side. The wheel slowed to a stop right in front of a wide door on the far wall. There were more doors like the first, each as big as the last. Without even realizing she was doing it until the process was well underway, Acella scanned the door to see how it moved, how she could get through it, and how she might close it. At a glance, she could see that it was powered, and the chance she could even budge it was almost zero. It was also too wide to hang from hinges and instead was mounted on a series of rollers at its top. These ran along a smooth steel rail that was as thick as Ralkin's arms.
Sometimes we open all of these at once. Ralkin pointed to where the far side of the room was lost in shadow. But one will be plenty for now. Sit here.
He pointed to the ground a few feet from the center of the sliding door.
Close your eyes.
In the years she'd lived with the lighthouses, she'd learned to comply the moment they instructed her to do anything whatsoever. With Ralkin it was easy. She only ever wanted to make him proud of her. More than she'd ever wanted her parents to think well of her, she wanted the lighthouses to, not respect or even admire, but be pleased with her. The last thing she wanted was to be a burden, and so she did all she could to follow what they said without question. With her eyes shut, the quiet hum of the room and the sound of distant music were pushed aside by a low rumble.
The door,
Acella thought,
moving left to right. Is this another test?
She wondered if she would be forced to fight servitors. How many? For a split second, she felt the pang of anger rise in her gut. She thought Ralkin had taken her into orbit to see her home from space. Wasn't this supposed to be a break from all the training and Malakad's constant drawing of blood?
No,
she told herself.
You made that up. Ralkin never said that. But he asked if I wanted to see my home from space. True, he did, but he never said that's what was going to happen.
She pushed the thoughts away and steadied her mind. The rumbling grew softer as the door moved farther away. Instead of letting her mind be clouded with fear of the unknown, Acella calmed her breathing and readied herself for whatever was about to happen. If she was going to have to face training servitors, she would be ready. Maybe it would be Ralkin, or maybe it would be something she had never seen before. The rumbling ceased, replaced by silence and cold. A chill wall fell into Acella, and she bit back a shiver, only making it all the harder to keep still.
Accept it,
she told herself.
Breathe into it.
Are you ready?
Acella nodded.
Yes.
Go on then. Open your eyes.
Chapter 27. It was hard to know what she was looking at. A vast emptiness. Endless black covered her vision, although there were specks in that space, little pinpricks, some larger than others, but all tiny. They reminded her of stars, and in the middle of her view, sitting at the very center in that speckled expanse of nothing, was an orb of tan, brown and dark gray. There were splotches of slow-moving white that almost looked like clouds. She moved to stand, but her balance was all wrong. Where was up? What was down? Yes, there was gravity to tell her where down was, but it felt all wrong. Down was back. Gravity was distorted. She was looking down. She had to be looking into some huge empty thing at what was that? She waved her arms, trying to get a better grasp on where she was in space. That's right, she was in space. Had the gravity been shut off? No, her clothes still hung on her as they would normally. She was disoriented beyond anything her senses could help her overcome. Ralkin stepped up next to her and took hold of her arm.
Do you know what that is?
His utterance of that simple question linked back with what he'd asked her some hours before. How would you like to see your home from space? Her breath caught. Her legs went limp, and if not for Ralkin holding her, she would have fallen.
I've done this a few times, he smiled. The reaction is almost always the same. Only the ones that live on more advanced worlds know what their homes look like from this far away. Everyone else might think they know until they see it.
It's so big.
Think you could spot your clan's home or ours?
Acella took a step closer to the window, as if that could possibly help her see better. She was about to take another step when she lost her balance again. For a moment, she'd gotten the idea that the window was gone, and with another couple steps, she would fall into the abyss of space. She fell to her knees and reached trembling arms out to steady herself.
And take it slow there, little mouse. No need to rush things. You have a long road ahead of you.
A year later, and the memory of her first sight of Kreta from orbit played through her mind's eye. She was exhausted. Her muscles ached. Little spasms shot up her arms and legs. It always happened after days like the one that was coming to an end. Days where Ralkin pushed her past the point she thought she could go again and again. They'd spent the morning running across the desert, doing 5 3-mile laps around the base of the lighthouse's rock formation. Then they climbed to the top of the rocks and back down twice. Once they were warmed up, Acella far more than Ralkin, they went to the training halls. Acella rinsed off in the showers lining the wall. The first time she'd gone to shower and saw that there was no barrier for privacy, she asked if that could be changed. Ralkin's genuine confusion reminded her how different these men were from their human roots. Back in her clan's caves, privacy was respected, but here, with the Astartes, it was a distant thought. With the sweat and sand rinsed off, she and Ralkin sparred for the next 2 hours, going from striking pad work through the various throws and trips they were working on. Ralkin and Kabaz would demonstrate the move, then Acella would try it out on the smaller servitors that had been made especially for her. The ones the Astartes trained with were much too big for her, being more akin to orcs or certain species of Xenos. After training for a couple of hours, they would eat. Ralkin always made a point to get the girl to eat more than she was used to. Of all the things they did, it was the eating she disliked the most. She hated how it made her feel, how full and slow she was after stuffing her face. Ralkin told her it would get easier as time went on, but after a year it was still the most difficult part of her days. Once the meal was finished, they would walk, and Ralkin would talk. He would teach her things about the Imperium of mankind, tell her stories of battles he and his brothers had been in, and, sometimes, take her to visit Amante. She liked the weaponsmith. She liked most all of the lighthouses, but Amante was one of her favorites. He was so unlike his brothers in manner. He acted like a kindly grandfather with her, happy to set her on his knee and tell her what he was working on. He was the only one that did such, and it seemed to bother Ralkin a great deal, which was likely why their visits to see him were so infrequent.
"You don't like how he treats me, do you?"
Acella said one day during an after-meal walk. They'd been talking about the sword Ralkin used, made for him by Amante. Ralkin was quiet for a couple dozen paces, and she knew he was considering his answer, going over options much in the way a commander considers various ways to attack an enemy. "No," Ralkin said, going for the most straightforward and simple answer as usual. "He's too familiar with you. Knowing how to be around you has been hard for me. It still is. When Zavalkin tasked me with training you, I had initially thought it would be much like guiding a new brother through the process of becoming one of us. But I fast found you are not like one of us in far more ways than meets the eye. I still struggle with that."
"How am I different?"
"Do you remember how timid you were to shower in the training hall?" Acella nodded. "That's one example. No boy has ever given that a second thought. Also, I don't know how to say this without sounding cruel."
"Just say it."
"You're physically weaker than any boy I've ever taught." Ralkin stopped and turned to look Acella in the eye. "Not of mine, though. You're one of the most strong-willed individuals I've ever met. If I give you a task, you'll do it until you physically can't with hardly a word of complaint."
"Only the eating."
Ralkin grinned and began walking again. "Yes, you certainly dislike the eating."
"What else?"
"Many things are hard to put to words. You're more fragile than a male, but not weak. I'm used to it now, but when we first began training, Malakad told me I was going too hard on you. You were getting bruised and I was damaging your skeletal structure. Micro fractures, I think he said. Something about the density of your bones being different than a male. Also, the amount of muscle you have." Acella looked at her arms and ran a hand over her bare stomach. She was wearing a snug wrap around the top half of her chest and shorts, the typical garb she trained in. Even though she'd only been training for a year with the lighthouses, she'd gained 20 pounds and almost all of that was in muscle.
"What about it?"
"A male your age would have put on twice, maybe 3 times what you have in the same time, and even with a less aggressive diet than what you're on, which is why we've started to change it."
"I noticed that. You're not making me eat so much, just more mulka."
"That's to help with your bones and muscles. Helps with rejuvenation, too."
"So why did you change my diet? Or start to?"
"Because after a year I've begun to see that you won't be an anvil like we are. I should have seen it sooner, but I suppose I was too set in my ways."
"You're an anvil?"
"That's how we lighthouses see ourselves, yes, hence the name of our chapter.
A lighthouse is situated on rocks, and the waves crash against it again and again. We drop into battle and become that rock, an unbreakable beacon for our allies to crush the foes into.
But you fight too.
Ralkin smiled. Oh yes. Yes, we do.
So then what am I? You said I'm not going to be an anvil like you. What will I be then?
We're going to hone you into a razor's edge. You'll be the sword to our shield. Chapter 28. Acella is 17. The modified heavy bag swung back and the chains holding it creaked. Acella took a half step forward and fired off a trio of rocketing jabs. The stick came flying in from the left, right into the place she'd stepped, but she was ready for it this time. Ralkin had tried the same thing a moment earlier and cracked her arm. The welt was fading, but the memory was still bright, and her left hand, planted next to the side of her face in her boxer stance, lashed out, trapping the stick. She spun on the lighthouse, a smile lighting her face. Ralkin chuckled. Good. I've got others 2 or 3 times with that move before they learned.
I usually only need to be shown something once, especially if it hurts.
Acella released the training stick. How do you feel? Ralkin looked her up and down and tapped his own chest with his free hand, indicating she should take a moment to listen to her body.
Good.
Acella ran a mental diagnostic. Her breathing was even, steady, calm. There was a minor sweat on her skin, but that was to be expected after 4 hours in the training hall. She knew she should be exhausted, that her heart should be pounding in her chest, that she should be gasping for air. The pace that Ralkin had been pushing had bordered on insane, at least for a typical human. Her pulse was relaxed, and every breath filled her lungs with cool air that kept her body's temperature low enough that she could have gone for another 6 hours before she started to slow down. Ralkin tapped the stick on the ground, a cane in the hands of a master calling attention. A servitor carrying a basket made of woven sangal roots hobbled over to the pair. Here. Ralkin took one of the bottles from the basket and tossed it to Acella. A grimace dared the edge of Acella's lips, but she ignored it. Seeing such base impulses arise from the edge of her mind and come creeping at her way was as easy as picking targets in an open field. Her years with the lighthouses had taught her how to spot emotions and decide what to do with them long before they became a threat to clear thinking. The bottle contained a drink the lighthouses called mulka. In concert with her training regimen, mulka helped bone growth and density as well as muscle repair. Over the past 5 years, Acella had grown from a small girl into a woman unlike any that had ever walked the world of Creta, or most others. During her life with the lighthouses, there had been nights she lay awake with tears in her eyes as her bones ached. Her skin was bruised purple and brown more often than not. Her muscles burned, and every waking moment was filled with pain during those initial years. Walking was agony, and Malakad refused to give her anything to ease the hurt. She'd begged him, multiple times, for something to help lessen the pain. The 3rd time she'd asked him, he told her that if she asked again, he'd ask Ralkin to go even harder on her in training. She wondered if that was even possible and decided not to find out. That threat had been enough for that to be the last time she asked anything of the lighthouse's chief apothecary. Before then, she'd had the notion that Malakad wasn't a fan of her, and that encounter had stamped and sealed the question. Ever since, she did her best to avoid him, only visiting him in the Medicae hall when she was ordered to do so to have blood drawn or had a question only he could answer. Acella downed half the bottle of mulka and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She worked her jaw, trying to get the last of the taste out. She cast about for her water and found it sitting on a bench along one of the stone walls. How about some mat work? Ralkin's brows lifted a hint.
All right.
Finish that and we'll do a few rounds. Acella drained the last of the mulka and knew it would be another hour before she left the gym. The door to Acella's room was 6 inches of steel tree, a wood so dense it sank in water. The doors had been imported from Traskell, where water was common, unlike Kreta, the same planet where Achella had killed Dr. Junes a year back. She threw her sweat-soaked robes into a basket where a cleaning servitor would come and collect them later. She smirked at that. She almost never saw them, but could see the results of their work everywhere. Her bed wore clean sheets. The polished stone floor, cool on her bare feet, shimmered in the low light cast from lumens scattered about the room. Her room was simple. Besides a bed and desk, there was a small chest at the foot of her bed, and next to that stood a simple bookshelf with more empty space than books. On the back of her door there was a mirror, and she turned to check the new bruises she'd received from Ralkin while sparring. She drew 2 fingers over her bare stomach, sporting a welt. She grinned. It had been a good attack. Ralkin was incredible with those training sticks, and he'd parried Achella's lunge with a deft twist of his wrist, then slapped her in the stomach. What astounded her more than his ability to dodge her every attack was that she knew it was only ever playing with her. If he were to really go all out, she would be overwhelmed in an instant. She'd watched Ralkin and Kabaz train together a few times, and it was as terrifying as it was incredible and exhilarating. They were storms of pure brutality crashing into each other at speeds so fast it was hard to follow. Her arms, legs, neck, and torso were littered with fast-fading bruises. Even the darkest of them would be long gone by the time she woke in the morning. She was exhausted, and the idea of sleep was a too big anchor dragging the dinghy of her thoughts into darkness. But she wasn't ready for bed just yet. Or, rather, despite being ready, there was one last thing she wanted to do for the day. As she dug the small book from under her pillow, she thought of the lighthouse's ability to go for days without sleep and almost envied them. Years ago she might have, but emotions were less strong now. They lost their strength with every passing day, fading ever deeper into the recesses of her personality. Members of her clan had called her brooding when she still lived there, but she'd never seen herself that way. She liked to keep to herself, keep her thoughts in her head where she could study them. The book was a collection of observations, tenets, songs, poems, and passages on how to live one's life. Not orders so much as logically sound advice written by hundreds of collaborators. She drew her hand across the book's face, the tips of her fingers brushing the debossed letters. The leather-bound tome was divided by 3 wide ribbons of black silk. Achella followed the first of the 3 with the tips of her fingers and opened the book. She spent the next hour reading, and finally set the castus visus aside when she could no longer process the words. She'd been awake for the past 16 hours and had spent much of that time in the gym training with Ralkin. The sound of distant booted footsteps in the stone hall outside caught her ears. There was a slowing to the pattern that told her the owner was headed to her door. She had a moment to question how it was she knew that. There had only been realization. Malakad is coming to talk to me. The eyes of the face in the mirror widened. She wondered, at which point did I know it was Malakad? Before her thoughts could wander further into contemplation, the anticipated knock came. Malakad. Achella pulled her door open. Ralkin said I should see you. The lighthouse's chief apothecary's eyes darted over Achella's body, paused on the welt, and continued to scan. Then, more to himself than to her, he added, You seem fine. I am. Was that annoyance she heard in Malakad's voice? Surprise? Every time he checked on one of her injuries, she was given the impression he wanted a different result than what happened. She asked herself if she actually thought he wished ill of her, and decided that wasn't it. Malakad's feelings toward her were complicated. Malakad nodded, and for a moment it looked like he was about to say more, his jaw tensed in preparation of forming words, but he only worked his lips together and turned away. Achella was about to close her door when Malakad looked back over his shoulder. Brother Amonti would like to see you.
Thank you.
Malakad said nothing and continued down the carved stone hall, his armored feet once more echoing through the halls. Outside, some dozens of feet above their heads, the sand was moving. A storm was brewing. Chapter 29. Amonte spent most all his waking hours in the armory, repairing the chapter's weapons, modifying them in ways to produce ever more efficient death, and drafting up new means of delivering punishment to the enemies of the Holy Emperor of Mankind, blessed be his name forever and always. Achilla thumped the side of her fist against the wood-lined stone frame of Amonte's door. As she waited for the weaponsmith to look up from his work, she swatted the tan, gold-edged tabard hanging between her legs on a length of woven sagal roots. The small, fast-growing desert shrub appeared in the shade of rock outcroppings and was harvested for its many uses. One moment. Amonte's back was turned to Achilla, and he jabbed a finger at the ceiling hewn from rock. The cleanliness, the order, of Amonte's workroom always astounded Achilla. There was a place for each and every tool, fastener, and part. If an item wasn't in use, it was in its home. Each time she visited him, she was reminded of the mechanics that worked on the sandskimmers back in the Sinash clan caves. Their workstations were as different from Amonte's as possible. Each bay had spare parts and dirty rags strewn all about. More tools were on the floor than in their chests. When they were done for the day, and they put their things away, if they even did, they scooped their things up and dumped them in a great heap. A couple of the mechanics were better than others, but most couldn't have cared less about keeping their things in good order. It had always amazed Achilla to see them treat their things with such poor care, then later complain about how they would have to buy a new tool because the one they had was broken or had gone missing. Amonte wiped his hands off on a large rag, gave his work table a quick wipe, and spread the cloth over what he'd been working on to hide it. He spun on his stool, the metal creaking under his weight.
Malekith said you wanted to see me?
Yes, I've been working on a weapon for you. Achilla felt the murmurings of surprise at that, even felt the very human emotion that would lift her eyebrows to show the feeling, but laid over those feelings and impulses was a cloud of calm. Her eyes remained still, and the surprise faded as fast as it had come. In its wake, she saw only the raw facts and was left with a question.
What sort of weapon?
The edges of Amonte's lips twitched, hinting at a smile. Ralkin showed me the report of your first mission. He picked up a data slate from his workstation and tapped it. Something about... He continued to tap the slate. A doctor? I was just looking at it. He shrugged and dropped the device back on the table. No reason to read a report when I have you right here, huh?
Achilla smiled. She liked Amonte.
He was always so cheerful, and his workshop felt more warm to her than the other spaces in the lighthouse's caves. Where every other of the lighthouse's rooms she'd seen was clean to the point of sterile, Amonte's was unique with its wood-paneled walls. Gun and weapon parts were strewn across multiple tables, every part on a white cloth and in order. There were bolters, las guns, stubbers, and things Achilla didn't know the names of in various states of repair. Some were little more than a handle and a barrel, others were exquisite specimens. These later examples were mounted on the wall. A small multi-limbed servitor clambered around the room, sweeping unseen dust and further ordering parts that already seemed as tidy as possible. Achilla watched the little thing move about until Amonte spoke again. Achilla?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes?
How was your first mission?
It was all right, I guess. I liked the planet.
That was not what he'd expected her to first mention. Yes. And how about your task? The killing of the doctor. How did you feel about that? Achilla continued to watch the cleaning servitor go about its work.
Okay.
Amonte reached forward and lifted the girl's chin so that she would face him. She fought back, resisting the gesture, not wanting to meet his eyes. Feeling her discomfort, he pulled his hand away. I saw that Ralkin only gave you a knife. That might have been a little unwise. I told him that was far too much to trust you with. I think he's pushing you too hard. They keep on acting like you're a new recruit, a boy to be turned into one of us.
Can't I be?
No.
But then it wouldn't hurt so much,
she said, more to herself than to him. What's that? What wouldn't hurt?
Everything.
She sat, without even knowing she was doing it. She was utterly exhausted. She could sleep for a week and it wouldn't help. Maybe a month-long coma would do it, but her body wasn't meant to endure the pace Ralkin and the others were pushing. Combined with Malakad's constant blood drawing, she was ever in a state of pain and half-conscious wakefulness. God Emperor alive, what are they doing to you? Amonte slid off his chair and took a knee next to her. He cupped the side of her face, and this time she did meet his gaze. Sit tight. She wanted to say okay, but why bother? She only wanted to tip over and fall asleep. It was the tone that woke her more than the words being spoken. There was an intensity to the conversation she'd never heard among the lighthouses before. When a couple of humans argue, the common emotion is anger, often combined with frustration. The only thing present here was controlled disappointment on one side and an unwillingness to comply on the other. They were outside of Amonte's room, a short ways into the hall.
You have no say in the matter,
said Malakad. This is insanity. You're going to kill her. What you and Ralkin are doing will destroy her.
And you know this how? Since when did you become so proficient in the ways of body that you will know when and how someone will be doomed? If you are such a master in the workings of the flesh, maybe I should have consulted you about Sayul and Lemeshko.
That's not what I mean. Don't twist my words. No, I am not an apothecary. I know very little of that world, but it doesn't take one of your talents to see that the girl is so tired she passed out on the floor of my workshop.
Did she really? Because she's listening to us right at this moment. If she's as tired as you say, shouldn't she be unconscious right at this moment?
There was a pause in the conversation, and Achella imagined both lighthouses looking through the wall at her. It was Amonte that spoke first.
That she's awake now changes nothing of what I've been saying. You can't push her this hard. She's not like us and never will be.
I am doing only what Sivalkan has asked of me, and I have to assume Ralkin is in the same position. You said yourself that you know very little of my world, so let me concern myself with our young charge's well-being.
Hearing Malakad say well-being filled Achella with frustration and anger. How could he talk about being concerned about her at all when he never spoke to her beyond a few words here and there, always drawing her blood without any mention of why? Ralkin was better in that he at least talked to her and was kind, but he did push a pace that Achella thought would break her. There had been nights when she could barely crawl into bed and fell into such a deep sleep so fast she didn't remember her dreams, which, for her, was as strange as anything. She had always been a vivid dreamer and could recall enough of them to talk for hours. But that all changed when her training with the lighthouses had begun. Achella clawed herself up off the floor. Everything hurt. Every part of her body ached. Her bones burned. Her muscles were liquid. And yet, she still had the strength of will to get to her feet. Her hands searched for purchase on a smooth wood wall, and she slipped. The sound of her falling brought both lighthouses into the room in a flash.
You see, not just awake, but up and about.
Malakad motioned to the girl and cast a smile to Amonte.
Go easy on her. Why? I think Ralkin should push her even harder.
Chapter 30. Achella fought back tears and looked to Amonte, hoping he would say something to change the apothecary's mind. Footsteps echoed down the hall, and the two Astartes turned as their brother, Ralkin, joined them. "What is it?" he asked Amonte.
"I've been telling Malakad that between the two of you, Achella is going to collapse from exhaustion. You might kill her."
Ralkin huffed and eyed the girl leaning into the door for support. She'd kept her thoughts to herself while the others talked about her. She saw no use in speaking up. It didn't matter what she wanted. "I've been trying to break her for the past few years."
"Break her?" Amonte shot back. "What kind of sick game are you playing? I thought it was our duty to protect her."
"Let me finish. Maybe break is the wrong word. I've been trying to find the end to her well of will. Every time I think I've reached the end of all she can give, she finds a new reserve to draw from. No, not break. I misspoke. I'm not trying to break her. I'm trying to find where she stops, and I can't do it. I don't mean simple exhaustion. I push her to that point every day, past it even. I've made her collapse on the mats mid-training. I call servitors to take her back to her room, they bathe her, and by the next day she's ready for more. He shook his head and held his hand out toward the girl. I don't know if she quits. The same is true of her blood. The more Elkin pushes her, the stronger she becomes, through and through.
What about rest? What about recuperation? She needs time to gather herself. Yes, Achilla thought. Listen to Brother Amati. Even though she was not one of them, and never would be, she couldn't help but think of the lighthouses as her family. A strange, brutal, harsh kind of family, but a family all the same.
She can rest when she needs it.
What about another mission to mix things up? Amati offered. I've seen a number of requests recently. Systems not that far needing help with all manner of problems. Surely there's something you could have her do.
Ralkin and Malakad shared a quick look. It's not a terrible idea. Put her back out in the field. She did kill that doctor with just a knife.
I flew that plane too, said Achilla, speaking up for the first time, and landed it.
Ralkin's face scrunched up. He narrowed his eyes. Skepticism poured from his visage. Landed is being quite generous. I don't even know if I can call what you did flying. You guided the thing down into a field where it caught on fire.
I'm not dead.
Achilla pushed herself off the frame of Amanti's workshop door.
I can do another mission.
Ralkin was nodding. All right. I think that could be good.
Hold on. Amanti lifted a finger. I almost forgot the whole reason I wanted to see you.
He ducked past Achilla into his room and grabbed a canvas bundle.
After Ralkin told me about your last mission, with the knife, I thought maybe you'd like this. If not, I can make something else. A bolter would never work for you, but there are all sorts of other weapons you could use. I put this together because it seemed to fit your style. I've seen how you fight, how you spar with Ralkin and break the servitor dummies. You like to pick your shots, time your strikes to land blows that disable to kill. You're selective. I think this weapon is a good fit for that style.
He handed the bundle over to her. She held it for a moment, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say or do. It was one of the only things the lighthouses had ever given her beyond those things she needed to survive. Her copy of the Castus Visus was the only other gift she'd been given. But this, a weapon, was different.
Go on, then, Amanti said. Open it up.
She sat on the floor and undid the twine holding the canvas in place. Under the folds of material was an item of sweeping hard edges. Was it a sword? A melee weapon of some sort? A firearm seemed unlikely, but maybe Amanti had come up with something he thought would work well for her. But it was neither sword nor gun inside the canvas.
A bow!
Achilla pulled the weapon free and held it to the light.
It's an ancient weapon, but one that can pack more of a punch than many firearms in the right hands.
Interesting. Ralkin stepped closer for a better look at Amanti's gift. Care to try it out?
Yes,
Achilla beamed. All thought of how tired she'd been was pushed aside in a moment of joy.
And look at that, Malakad said. She's no longer on the verge of exhaustion. I've never seen the like before.
Hearing the apothecary speak reminded Achilla of a question she'd asked him a few times and had never once gotten an answer to. When he drew her blood, it was only the two of them. He could ignore her every word and there was nothing she could do. But with Ralkin and Amanti present, she doubted he would be able to keep silent.
I have a question,
she said.
2, actually.
All right, go on then. Ralkin crossed his arms.
Why did I need this new skin?
She looked down at her arms and touched her face where the darker skin was grafted into the lighter of her back half.
I thought I was cured before you took me in. Mother Alila said something about it, that I had healed myself.
Malakad worked his jaw and his eyes narrowed. He saw what she was doing.
I've asked you the same thing at least 10 times, and you never answer me. Why not?
The other 2 lighthouses turned to regard their brother. Well, pressed Ralkin, how about you stop ignoring her?
You did heal yourself from the brink of death. Or something healed you. I don't know if it was you, your people, or something else. But when I first saw you, it was clear you'd been on the edge of death and somehow crawled back. I have no explanation for it, but even still, you needed help. The skin I replaced,
Some of your muscle, too, had been destroyed by the explosion you set off. An entire layer of you was ruined, from your face to your knees, exactly where your new skin sits. If I hadn't acted, you would have died. Of that I am certain." "Good?" asked Ralkin.
"Yes,"
Achella nodded, although now she wanted to know why Malakat hadn't said anything sooner. Why had that been so hard to answer? "And your other question?"
"Can I pick my next mission?"
Chapter 31. Savalkin looked up from the reports he'd been going over as Kabaz walked into his office.
"If you ever found a way to hold your breath and still your hearts, you'd be as silent as a spirit."
A grin spread over Kabaz's face, which, for the huge Astartes, was about as close as he came to laughing.
"What's so amusing about that? Do you not recall how you once said something quite different?"
Savalkin set the report aside, steepled his fingers, and rested his chin into the crook of his thumbs. He ran his memory back. He tried to pinpoint a time when the two of them walking down a hall, Kabaz's feet crashing with every step.
"I said something about you never being forgotten due to how loud you walked."
Kabaz nodded. Savalkin leaned back into his chair.
"And ever since, you've been the most quiet of us. Did my words really dig that deep? There are many things I would be glad to be remembered for, even more that I would be all right with, but I never would have counted being loud among them. Yes, your words that day struck a chord, and that's part of why I'm here. I had not intended for our conversation to take the path it has, but how can these things ever be planned?"
"What are you talking about? Speak plain, brother. Sit, please, and tell me what's on your mind."
"I think better when I can move."
Kabaz took 3 steps toward the door, looked back, and asked,
"May I?"
"A matter for privacy, then." "All right, go on." The lighthouse chapter master waved his hand. He liked to leave his office door open in case any of his brothers wanted to talk to him. The only time he ever closed it was if he truly needed to be left alone. In this way, his brothers knew to come back later. Once the door was open again, they were free to enter.
"Before you showed me what you did, I never would have considered how powerful words can be. But now, I can't stop thinking about it. I have the feeling you're going to propose an idea."
"No," Kabaz shook his head.
"Propose is too simple. I want to encourage you as strongly as I can that you tell the entire chapter what you told me. Show them what I saw. We talked about this."
"I know." Kabaz was more agitated than Savalkin had ever seen. He began to pace, forgetting himself and stomping across the floor the way he used to walk in ages past.
"I know what I said and what I thought, but the truth would break their minds. But I no longer believe that to be the case. I know my brothers. They're too resilient for that. It would crush some of them. Yes, it would test us as a chapter in a way we've never been tried before. Indeed. But it would not break us."
Savalkin was quiet for a long while. He too had been thinking of their conversation in the garden, especially one of the last things his brother had said about rot and what is to be done with it. Without thinking much about what he was doing, he got up from his desk and walked to his bookshelf. His copy of the Castus Visas sat there along with a great many other books he'd collected over his years of life.
"I think you were right about how rot is to be handled. Not snuck up on, but cut or burned out."
He motioned to his left arm.
"Maybe I should cut this off, have it replaced, but something tells me that it wouldn't solve anything. The sickness would show itself somewhere else. It isn't in my arm. It's in me. I fear it's in all of us because of my choice to keep this secret for so long. Sir, a question. Go on. How does the girl play into this? Yes. I suppose that too would be best shared among us all. I am seeing the air of trying to do this all on my own, not talking about this with the rest of you. I don't know what clouded my thinking.
If Ravi were still with us, he never would have made these mistakes. I was never destined to be the leader he was. Sir. Right, yes, of course. Malakad sends me reports on Achella's progress every time he takes a blood sample, and there's one thing that's plain. The more she's pushed, the stronger she becomes. Her blood, I mean. Do you know what happened when Malakad mixed her blood with Ralkan's? Kabaz shook his head. No, of course not. I told Malakad not to tell anyone. What kind of brotherhood is this that I've created? Since when do brothers hide every piece of vital information from each other? Zavalkan waved the thoughts away and went back to his desk. Ralkan's blood overwhelmed Achella's. It tried to consume it, wipe it out, destroy it. And hers did nothing to stop that. Nothing at all. Then after a short time, once Ralkan's had taken over, hers fought back, bursting out and cleansing his blood from the inside. Her blood can cure us then, your arm, that could be healed with her blood? Maybe. Zavalka nodded. Maybe. Malakad has tried larger doses, and after a certain point, her blood stops winning. In very small amounts it does fine, but it's nowhere near effective enough to cure us, at least not yet. As I said earlier, there's a correlation between how hard Ralkan pushes her in training and how strong her blood is. But if we told her this, Zavalkan shook his head, that's one thing I'm certain we need to be careful about sharing. I do not doubt she would give her life if she thought it would save us. Surely you've seen how she throws herself into everything she does, the way she pushes herself. If only every recruit we found had as much drive as her. Most of the men we find are the most strong-headed, driven, and competitive out of 1,000. But that girl doesn't seem to have any quit in her. I've seen her train until her body simply gave out and she fell asleep mid-punch. Get up after a short nap and do it again. I've questioned if she really could be a spark of the divine, but no longer. It only makes sense that Hiantera would pay some of his children a little more attention than others, said Kabaz. Why not her? Why not indeed? I see it as a test for us. I don't know if this is all his plan, part of machinations beyond the scope of my imagination, or simply how the river of our lives has been set to flow. Maybe I'll never know, and that's all right. What if she isn't the cure? What do you mean? As you were speaking just now, an idea came to me. Using her blood to cure us seems too simple. Raise a girl, push her to train as hard as possible, and use her strengthened blood to fight our ills? Maybe we're going about this all backwards. Go on. We're leading her right now, guiding her life. But maybe it ought to be the other way around, said Kabaz. Chapter 32. Ralkan led Achella through another hall she'd never been down before, and she wondered how many more there were she didn't know about. In her years living with the lighthouses, she'd spent most of her time in her room resting, training, or eating. With the amount of work Ralkan put on her, there was almost no time for exploring, and what free time she did get, she usually spent resting or reading from the Castus Visus. What you'll see in this room might be a little unsettling for you.
What is it?
Where we receive messages calling for help. Do you remember what I taught you about astropaths?
Yes, that they open their minds to the warp.
That's right, said Ralkan as the pair reached a single door surrounded by bits of parchment stuck to the walls with red wax seals.
For protection?
Achella looked from one strip of paper to the next. Each had a prayer or verse written on it. Ralkan nodded. Theirs and ours. He pushed the door open and a gust of chill air spilled out, colder than a desert night. Stay close to me while we're in here. Hold something.
Okay.
Achella grabbed a fold of fabric at the edge of Ralkan's pants. There was warmth rolling off him,
It was the first time she noticed it with such clarity. She'd been far closer to him when they sparred or he showed her various holds and chokes, but warmth was expected in the midst of training. This was different. There was no reason for waves of heat to be rolling from him. There was more to what she was feeling from him than simple heat, though. There was a moisture to what she felt, the kind of warmth that comes from age and depth. As they walked into the room, Achella was reminded of the day she spent on Traskell, waiting for Dr. Junes. Laying in the grass, she'd been closer to the earth, wet grass, damp soil than ever before. Not understanding why the warmth coming from Ralkin would remind her of that, she brushed the thought away. An easy thing to do when the room the lighthouse had led her to offered so much to look at. The room was wide with a large window overlooking a gallery below. The window reminded Achella of one aboard Clara Abscondita, where she'd seen Creta from space. There was a shimmer to this window that told her it was different than that one on the lighthouse's cruiser. There was some kind of protective feel to it, and she scanned the edges, looking for what was causing the window to move.
"You won't see what's causing that," Ralkin said. "Not with your eyes. Look."
He put a hand in the center of her back and guided her closer. Achella noticed a railing set a foot from the window, and Ralkin stopped before they reached it. The window curved down below their feet, up above their heads, and 50 feet to either side. On the other side of the window was a deep circular space. Lying back in chairs were 3 figures, each facing a monolith at the center of the space. Blue waves of energy rolled from the towering black stone. Smoke that crackled with electric surges drifted from the 10-foot obelisk. She looked closer and saw the dark rock was covered in vines, roots, leaves, moss, fungi, a whole forest of small plants that grew and died over and over, a whole cycle of life that happened in the span of time it took to process the thought. She blinked, looked again, and tried to focus her eyes, but it was too hard. She was looking at a thing that shouldn't be. Nothing should grow that fast, die and grow again. What should have taken days or years was happening in moments. Vines crawled up the side of the stone, new leaves bursting from the stems even as others were dying only for new growth to take their place. The electric-filled fog that fell from the monolith was drawn into each of the 3.
"Those are the astropaths?"
"Yes." Ralkin pulled the girl a few inches back from the railing. "Don't get too close. It'll burn."
"But it's so cold in here."
"It won't burn like fire does. It'll burn your soul."
"Are we safe?"
she asked, taking another step back.
"For a little while, yes. Savalkin wanted you to see what this looked like. Now you know how the messages reach us."
"I don't, though. I see them."
She pointed to the trio.
"But how do they talk to you? How do they tell you what they see?"
"Look at the window, but don't focus on it. Look at it and through it at the same time. It might help if you imagine that what's on the other side isn't in that room, but scenes that are continually shifting." Achella tried to do what Ralkin told her, but the life cycle taking place on the stone was too distracting. She took another few steps back and sat on the ground. She was surprised to find it warm, at least compared to the air. From this angle on the ground, she could look at the window and not see the stone or the astropaths. She changed her focal point forward and back, and there were times that the shimmer seemed to take form the way clouds will sometimes look like other things, or how oil atop water can do the same. Then it happened. The scenes jumped into view. Instead of looking through the window or past it, like Ralkin had suggested, she was looking into it. There were scenes playing, hundreds, thousands, each a desperate plea for help. She saw a massive city, a collection of countless structures jumbled together that brushed the clouds. There was a battlefield with soldiers dying in swaths, green skins hacking through them. The guardsmen were wheat to the rampaging bulldozer of the orc tide. Another scene crackled to view, a pair of boys huddled in a corner, crying, begging the Emperor to save them from But they were gone, replaced by a family sitting around a table. They too were praying to the Emperor. They were asking for a way off their planet, a means to escape the horrible life of servitude they'd been dragged into. Another came then, and another. They flashed by almost too fast to process.
That,
Achella pointed, assuming Ralkan could see what she did.
right there.
The planet was covered in swamps, and there were buildings set on stilt legs. People fished. A boy drew up his line, and his lips quavered as he drew his catch in close. The fish was pale and sick, its body rotted and falling apart. Achella only had to think what else there was to see, and the image shifted. She saw a woman begging for help. Her prayers were directed to the Emperor and any that would listen, and there were entities that were drawing closer to answering her. Things foul and rotten, monstrous beings that dripped mucus and spat clouds of flies that would fill a world in a massive exhalation. The planet was infected. Achella could see the cause, a single orb of putrid green. That, whatever it was the source of the planet's ills. Why had this place stood out to her? Why, of all the things she'd seen, was this the one she knew needed answering? "What do you see?" Ralkan asked.
The planet is dying.
She looked deeper and saw the orb was carried by a pathetic being, a misshapen thing that might have once been called a man. Now it crawled on all fours, its skin sagging, its jaw hung loose. There was a gaping hole where a nose once sat. Where it went, a trail of filth followed. Achella was slumped against a cold stone wall. She blinked a few times. A hallway stretched left and right, and in front of her were legs. She followed them up to a waist, then had to turn her head to the side to see the face. "How are you feeling?" Ralkan offered her a hand.
What happened?
"You found your next mission." Chapter 33. Savalkan paced the war room. His left arm burned, but he ignored it. Kabaz stood against the far wall, his arms crossed. Seated at the table was Ralkan, Amonti, Malakad, Tanik, and 3 other senior lighthouse brothers. Dion, 5th Squad's sergeant and an expert marksman. Paulo, captain, and the most tactically minded of all the lighthouses. And Ervato, the oldest of the brothers after Savalkan and the chapter's historian. The lighthouse chapter master had called a meeting, and since greeting the gathered brothers had only said he had something important to share. That was half an hour ago, and since then he'd tried to start talking, but as soon as he came close, he shut his mouth, shook his head, and began walking again. The brothers had begun to look at each other, seeking answers to what this was all about in the eyes of each other. Most of the looks fell to Kabaz, who ignored them all and kept his focus on Savalkan. A minute back, Tanik had come close to speaking, but Kabaz shot him a look so devastating in its severity that the younger brother could only press his lips tight and nod once in acknowledgement. The nightmare storm of thought assaulting Savalkan gave no respite. After telling Kabaz the burden had gotten easier to carry, and he knew sharing the secret of the chapter's history was the right thing to do, and yet it was proving the most difficult thing he'd ever attempted. What was he supposed to say? How was he meant to tell his brothers that some of them carried the genes of Mortarion, while others were the kin of Gulliman? He'd imagined the way they might respond, over and over. The one thought that continued to haunt him was the image of a fissure forming and cracking so wide that the lighthouses turned on each other. "Sir," Kabaz had approached the lighthouse master without a sound and leaned in so that his words stayed close. "I can only imagine what you're thinking. Correct. A suggestion, if I may." Savalkan's hearts were racing. His left arm was on fire. His whole body ached. "Go on then. Bring the entire chapter together. Tell them all at once."
There were 108 lighthouses, a small chapter to be sure, but without the aid of the Imperium and operating on the fringes as they did, it was a small miracle that they'd managed to grow beyond the initial 50 at all. Viable genes pulled from mature seeds were rare, and for every one brother that lived beyond his 40th year as a lighthouse, another 5 never saw a day past 30. This was how they lived, always wondering who would live and who would be the next to fall victim to the awful sickness that plagued them.
I don't know how to do this, Savalkin said. He looked around the room at his gathered brothers, catching the eyes of most and scanning the faces of all. Ever since you all became lighthouses, you've looked to me for answers. You expect me to know where we'll go and what we'll do next, and I'd like to think, for the most part, I've done all right. But there's a thing I haven't shared with any of you, at least not until recently. I told Kabaz of this thing, and I thought that was good enough. I thought he and I could share this burden, and we could carry it without you needing to share in the weight of it. But he's convinced me that this won't work. He and I can't do it without you. We are a chapter divided. You think we are one thing, but that is not the whole truth of it. Most of you believe we share the blood of Gulaman. Other of you might have your own ideas, but there's not one of you that suspects the truth. I know why only 1 in 7 of us lives. I know why Sayul, Lomeshko, and all the others have died. I know why we've seen more of our brothers carried into the sky by sandhawks than die on the field of battle. I know what Melikad looks for in our blood, the hidden rot that is destroying us. Zavalkin's hearts were racing. A cold sweat coated him. Nausea churned in his gut. His brothers waited. Malakad was watching his every movement. He must hate me, Zavalkin thought. Thousands of hours spent looking for what I knew all along. Fully, he started, and the words caught. Fully half of us, he began again, are the sons of Mortarion. And the other half comes from Gulaman. We were never meant to be a chapter. We shouldn't be here at all. He explained what he'd told Kabaz about Call's experiment to see how Primaris Marines made from different lines would work together. He saw his brothers looking from one to another. The question on all their minds was the same. Who belonged to what line? The tension in the room grew. There was a hum in the air. The threat of an all-out massacre loomed. Hands moved to blade hilts and bolter handles. Eyes darted from one brother to another. Savalkin watched, knowing that the wrong word would set the entire chapter on fire, the flames of which would burn until nothing was left. The moment stretched on and on. Seconds became a minute, then 2. The tension grew. Eyes still darted from one brother to another. Malakad's jaw was clenched tight. Turmoil racked his every passing moment. Amonte thought of the 7 weapons he had on him and how he could use them to inflict the most damage. Tannic's finger hovered over his bolt pistol's trigger. Ralkan, hand wrapped around the sword at his side, moved his gaze from one brother to the next. Finally, a voice broke the stifling air. It matters not who my father is, said Kabaz. I fight for the one true God of mankind. My blood may run foul. I may be a son of Mortarion or Gulaman, but it matters not. My allegiance is to He on Terra, and I will fight for him until my dying breath. He made the sign of the Aquila over his chest, showing that he would not be using his hands to fight his brothers. There was a pause. Then Zavalkin did the same. A half-second later, Amonte followed, then Ralkan. Malakad and Tannic were next.
Diane, Ervato, Paulo, and the rest let go of their weapons and snapped their hands to their chests in the sign of the Aquila. Chapter 34. The planet was Osilgo. It reminded Achella of old Creta during its death. She knew how Creta had once been from the stories her people told and the images woven into the tapestries they hung on their walls. Much like Creta had, Osilgo was dying. The forests were rotted, rain fell night and day with the rare pause coming every few weeks. The world was drowning, being suffocated.
"There's nowhere good to land," Tanik voxed to Ralkin and Achilla. "I knew that before we launched, but I kind of thought the scan might have been wrong. I figured there'd be somewhere I could put down, anywhere, at least a small patch of land, a pad, something, but there really isn't anywhere. I'm still looking, using my eyes, reading the scans, but..."
"It's fine, Tanik. Head back up and we'll take it from here," Ralkin voxed back to the pilot.
"You sure? I can do another few sweeps of the area. I should keep looking. I'll keep looking. You might need a fast evac or some backup. If I'm back up in orbit, it's going to take..."
"It's fine, Tanik. Let us out over one of the larger homes."
"All right."
The transport swooped in low, engines flaring, and the surrounding swamp water was blown in all directions. A number of people had come out of their homes to watch what was happening. They covered their faces with crossed arms and looked through the gap at the approaching transport. Achella followed Ralph into the transport's rear. The hatch lowered, and a world of green and browns spread out before her. Ralkin gave her a single nod before stepping out of the back, and a moment later she followed. The ground rushed up to meet her, and a shot of fear punched her in the gut. She'd done plenty of training in the power armor given to her by Amonte, but had never gone on a mission with it. She knew it was capable of protecting her from an even higher drop, but that knowledge did little to quell the fear of turning her to mush on impact. Ralkin landed on one of the wood walkways that connected the city on stilts with such force the ground buckled. His left foot even broke through, and he had to pull it free. He spun his attention to Achilla as she landed a few feet from him with a small fraction of the impact. He grinned inside his helmet. It was impossible for him to miss the battle implications such a soft landing offered. He imagined Tanik flying over a stronghold and the girl jumping out of the back at the exact right moment to land without a sound, almost on top of a target. A thing no lighthouse Astartes could manage and be quiet about. Well, maybe Kabaz could. The people watching the pair stayed close to their doors and the edges of buildings, places they could slip behind and hide if the two strangers came too close. "You should probably try talking to them," Ralkin said.
"Me?"
"This is your mission. You saw the decrepit one. Besides, I'm not good with this sort of thing."
"Okay,"
Achella said, and set off for the first person she spotted. The couple held each other. The man had his arm shielding the woman, and she looked around his shoulder at the approaching girl. Ralkin watched from where he'd landed. He was a statue. The only movement he made were his eyes scanning, his helmet's lenses adjusted at the speed of thought as he watched Achella's every movement. She had truly grown into a woman all her own. The confidence she exuded was enough to demand attention from any that set eyes on her. It was a presence that stated, "I am here, and because of that, you will pay attention." As she reached the fearful couple, he focused his hearing to that spot, filtering out the sound of constant falling rain.
"My name is Achella. I am under the protection of the lighthouse Astartes and have come to your world to rid it of this plague."
The pair looked at her in mute shock, either unable to understand what she was saying or failing to comprehend what her words meant.
"Do you understand me? Do you speak Logothic?" Yes," the woman said. "We understand you, but..."
"What you said makes no sense," the man added.
"Your names?"
"Philo." The man bowed his head.
"Reum. How long has it been like this?"
"Our world?"
Achella paused, then took a half step closer to the pair, staring the male in the eyes.
"Yes, your world.
I am here to find what ails it and cut it out. I'll not be slowed in this. I'll not be stopped. Do you see him standing back there?" She waited for the pair to look past her at Ralkin. They swallowed and nodded. "Do you know what he is?" Another pair of nods. "Then you know what he can do. I am not your enemy. I'm a friend. Now, please, do yourselves, all your friends and family, and me a favor and answer my questions or direct me to someone that can."
You should talk to Sheat," Philo said, "our town mayor."
"Very good. Take me to him."
The room was overwarm and humid. Smoke filled the space, and every surface that could hold a trinket, totem, or talisman did so. They hung from the walls by the dozens. They dangled from the ceiling. They lined the outside of the home. They were everywhere. Acella had seen the other home sporting similar tokens of protection as she followed Philo and Reum to the mayor's home. Acella had seen the other home sporting similar tokens of protection as she followed Philo and Reum to the mayor's home. But the amount the mayor had dwarfed the others by a factor of 10 to 1. Sheat was a thin man that managed to look overweight. It was how he moved, languid, that implied far more mass than was actually there. It took a few minutes of reassuring to convince the mayor that he wasn't in any kind of trouble, and once Acella had said all the right things, he calmed down a little. This was the one thing about interacting with humans that Ralkin and all his brothers hated the most. The awe got old. It was understandable, but it was such a nuisance.
"Please, sit. Make yourself comfortable."
Sheat waved to the chairs set in a semicircle facing a small raised platform where he took his seat. His eyes still darted to Ralkin every few moments as though he expected the Astartes to snatch him away. Why did everyone have such a guilty conscience? Ralkin wondered. What were they doing that they expected punishment? Or maybe it's something they aren't doing. Acella and Ralkin remained standing.
"I don't have time to get comfortable," said Acella. "This need not be a long conversation. I have 2 questions. How long has this been happening, and where is the decrepit one?"
The rain has been falling for the last year. Before that it was common, but not like this. And the what? The decrepit one? I don't know what that means."
"A foul creature. It goes about on all 4s, lurks in the waters, climbs trees, and it carries what I believe to be the source of your world's illness."
From the moment she'd seen the image of the world on the glass window back in the bowels of the lighthouse's caves, Acella had been set loose on an unaware prey. She was the predator, the huntress, and now that she was on Osilgo, she could almost sense that the decrepit one knew its time was running short. There, at the edge of conscious awareness, it scuttled and hid, looking for new and darker places to remain out of sight.
I know nothing about any foul creatures, unless you mean the fish we catch. Only 1 in 10 is safe to eat. The rest are sick and rotten. The flesh falls from the bones.
"I'm not looking for fish."
Sheat spread his hands.
You should try the Goini twins, 15 miles north of here. They live on their own. They hunt and track. That's what their family has done for the past..."
He waved a hand indicating ages past.
God Emperor only knows. Ever since there was Goini on Osilgo, they've been hunting and tracking. If anyone knows anything about a creature like you're describing, it'll be them.
Chapter 35. Tannic pulled the ship in fast, braking hard, engine wash sending the water flaring in all directions. He set the transport on hold and went to the back ramp where he threw 2 lines down. Ralkin and Acella locked the clips into their armor, and once they'd both given Tannic a thumbs up, were pulled skyward. 15 miles north. Ralkin unclipped the line even as it was still being reeled in. Tannic hopped back into the pilot seat. His black carapace linked with the transport's machine spirit, and the two became one in a single spine-tingling instant. A cool buzz washed over his brain as the link was finished.
"Locked in. I'm going in 5, 4...
Acella threw her back into a chair and locked in while Ralkin remained standing and grabbed hold of rails on either side of the cabin's upper edge. 2, 1. The transport rocketed forward. Tannic, like the rest of the lighthouses, like most every Astartes, lived on the extreme edge. Where a human pilot would ease into top speed, Tannic bent the machine's spirit to his will and forced it to put everything into forward propulsion in a single mighty punch. 15 miles was crossed in half a minute. Any normal human riding in the transport would have lost consciousness and woken to cracked bones. The same would have been true for Achella, not for her training in armor. As it was, she grinned when Tannic gunned the engines.
Scan's picking up a small stilt home 50 yards to port.
Bring us round and open the hatch. Ralkan, already standing, walked to the rear of the transport. Behind him, Achella released the armor lock and followed. How are you doing? Ralkan asked. Achella nodded. Her jaw was set. Her eyes scanned the edge of the rear hatch, ready for it to open. In her mind, she'd answered. Mouse, you didn't say anything. She lifted her eyes to meet the impassive gaze of his helmet's lenses.
Oh, I'm good.
You feel it, huh?
What?
The hunt. The drive to find your target. Find the source of this planet's rot and cut it out.
Yes.
He grinned inside of his helmet. Good. The hatch fell open. Tannic dropped low, and the pair stepped out. The only difference between the Goini twins, at least that Achella could see, was their eyes. Mikkel's were sunken and dark, where Tavi's were bright and darted about. Also, they sounded quite different from each other. When the twins saw who was at their door, they stood, slack-jawed, in stunned silence for a solid half-minute. They'd heard of Astartes, or Space Marines, and had seen pics, even a few vids, but seeing one in person defied all sense. There was so much that bombarded their senses that the only thing to do was stand and stare as their minds tried to catch up with what their eyes were telling them. Seeing the lighthouse there, in person, was a little like seeing an incredible view in nature. No picture or video could ever capture the power, majesty, and overwhelming sense of severity Ralkan exuded.
The mayor back in town told us you might be able to help us,
Achella said. Once the twins had picked their wits up off the floor and placed them back into their skulls, they made drinks with trembling hands at the stove. They shared hushed words, all of which Ralkan, but not Achella, could hear with ease. They were terrified and suspected they were being visited because of some wrong they'd done. It took another half-hour to convince them such was not the case. Most of the talking was done by Achella. The twins couldn't handle direct conversation with Ralkan, at least not at first. It got a little better as the conversation went on.
Oh, yeah, we knew it. The tranquil de hombre.
Mikkel's voice was a smooth drawl. Tavi spat.
Where it goes, the rot fellows, eh? Rain falls harder, the fish die, we chase him off. Him, it.
He looked over at his brother, and they both spread their palms.
Who knows, eh? It's a horrible thing. We've tried to hunt it, shoot it, but nothing works. I know we've hit it. I've seen the strike, the splash of black blood, seen it jerk, but it keeps going.
Ralkan stepped up next to Achella. That's why we're here. The twins licked their lips, sucked on their teeth, narrowed their eyes. Yes, maybe. Mikkel chewed the inside of his lower lip. That you can get it, I mean. Will you show us where you've seen it? The Goini twins weren't sure if their boat would stay afloat with Ralkan in it and almost asked him to stay behind. If I sink it, I'll get it back out of the water. It's too deep. You'll drop right to the bottom in your armor. Then I'll use one of the trees to climb back out. You first, then. Mikkel stepped off the long, slim craft, back onto the home's wraparound dock. Ralkan stepped into the boat, and while it did drop almost half into the water, it was afloat. He spread his arms. Good enough for you?
Stay in the middle. Too much weight front or back, and it'll be no good.
Tavi hopped in and scooted to the rear of the boat, where he set about starting the motor. An hour later, they were still cruising along the sick water, slipping past huge trees with boughs that wove into each other. The rain fell without end, but much of the water was caught on the far above leaves and ran down the trees' trunks, turning each tree into a strange waterfall.
You're like him, eh?
Tavi pulled his eyes from Michela and nodded toward Ralkan.
What do you mean?
Your armor. It looks like his, but smaller to fit you. I know you're a girl, but maybe you'll get big like him, huh? Do they do that? I never heard it, making a lady a warrior. But what do I know, eh?
You seem to be confused, Ralkan said over his shoulder.
Oh no, sorry, I mean no disrespect.
Tavi waved one hand, the other tight on the motor's handle. And now, you don't even know what you're apologizing for. If you have a question, don't slink around and be a worm about it. Ask. Tavi's jaw tensed, and for a moment he thought the conversation would fade, that he could forget all this, sweep it under the rug, and get back to motoring without the distraction of talk. Ralkan turned a little bit farther around to eye the twin at the back of the boat. I said ask.
It wasn't well thought out. I see you. I've heard of your kind, but now I see you. All I've seen are men, only men like you, but maybe there are women too, huh? I'm only asking.
It's fine to ask, but you're not really asking anything. You're just talking. I think you want us to fill in the blanks for you.
He does that. Says a lot of...
Mikhail stopped short and lifted a hand. A second later, his brother let off the engine and the boat glided along the water another 50 yards before it stopped. The four looked around the space. It all looked the same as where they'd begun. Massive trees arose from the sick waters 100 feet into the sky. Most of them were diseased. Huge bulbous growths sagged from their trunks, and the bark was old skin hanging from sad bones. Now that they were paying attention, Ralkan and Achella could see that this spot looked worse off than anywhere else they'd been. While the entire planet was dying, this area was much further along the path of demise than anywhere else they'd seen.
You see it?
Tavi waved a hand at their surroundings.
How bad it is?
As if in response to his question, one of the huge tree-hung sacks split open and a mixture of sap and pus ran down the side of the tree, fouling the water further.
This is where it is, Mikhail whispered, slouching into the boat. We'll find Tranquil de Hombre here.
Chapter 36. Achella is 42. Rory and Zoellen. The Void Hauler let Ipswich Maze out a week from Norso's moon. The pair had spent most of that time in conversation. No, that would be unfair to both Rory and Zoellen. The latter talked, and the former listened. It was a position Rory wasn't used to. Back when he still had his crew, he'd been one of the biggest talkers. He talked to Zoellen some, but usually it was a question to clarify or a comment to keep her going. There'd been a couple of times that he thought, I could really be doing a better job of conversing. I could try and talk some more. But as it turned out, he enjoyed listening to her far too much to get in the way. At the moment, she was going on about how a cook she'd met confused the difference between boral and norral root. Boral was sweet and often shredded to be served as a dessert. Norral, on the other hand, was somewhat plain and either cut up, fried and salted, or mashed up. Both were common where the cook lived, but Zoellen had wanted norral with her sandwich, the plain one, and had gotten boral.
The look on my face, she grinned. It must have said everything that was on my mind and more. How could you be so stupid? This isn't what I ordered. What is this garbage? He looked up, all smiles, to see how I was enjoying the food, and his face melted. It looked like wax hit by a heat gun.
She laughed, her big full laugh, and covered her face as the memory played out. What'd you do?
What did I do?
Did you get the right thing? The norral root you wanted? The left edge of Zoellen's lips pulled up into that smile Rory had learned so well over the past week. It was the closest thing to a compliment or praise from Zoellen, and he found himself elated whenever he saw it.
"Good memory," she said. Then the smile dropped away. "Unless you just guessed. It was a 50-50 chance you'd be right."
Nope, I remembered. Boral is sweet. I remembered that because beautiful starts with B. And Norrel, that was easy. Norrel is nasty.
Zoellen chuckled. "I wouldn't say it's nasty. I like it quite a lot, actually."
Rory shrugged. I know. I gathered as much, but it was just how it stuck in my head. In the pause that followed, Von Peps drifted in between the two, and in a voice that was all its own, said,
"The moon is half an hour out. I recommend relocating to the cockpit."
The moon was an orb of browns and rust reds. Scanners showed that there was a physical shield surrounding the entire thing, held aloft on towering columns. Rory asked Zoellen if she'd ever seen anything like that in her travels, and she said she hadn't.
"How about you? You've been around this galaxy as much as I have."
"No, that's new."
"There's an opening just up ahead, between those two."
"I see it," Rory said and pulled Maze around to starboard. The support columns were much bigger than he'd first thought. From farther out, they'd look to be a few 100 feet tall. Following that guess, he'd assumed the mountains of junk covering the moon were small, the biggest ones a couple 100 feet at most. But as they crept in closer, he saw he was wrong by a factor of 10.
"That's the most scrap I've ever seen. I thought the trash fields on Java too were big, but this dwarfs that. It's actually not even close."
"All moon scrap arrives from Norso, the system's only inhabited planet." Rory pointed to a palm-sized orb in the distance.
"Oh, I'm sure that's a fun place to call home."
If there was one thing that annoyed Rory about Zoellen, it was a small piece of her worldview that popped up here and there when the subject of other people came up. From what he could tell, she'd spent her whole life pursuing goals that came to her the way dreams of a better life will come to others. The staggering difference between Zoellen and everyone else across the galaxy was that she had the means and ways to do exactly what she wanted. Somehow, this enormous blind spot existed in her otherwise exceptionally perceptive mind. To her, life was a series of goals that one need only point their mind at to reach. Never mind poverty, physical ailments, crippling depression, or a lack of knowledge. If you wanted a thing, all you had to do was reach for it. I wonder how many people live there. Rory increased the zoom on the vid feed, pulling the planet into closer view. Much like the moon, it was an orb of reds and browns, but with an added cloud layer of grays and blacks. Probably thousands of factories down there.
"No thanks."
Zoellen waved a dismissive hand at the planet, as simple as if she were offered Boral root instead of Norrel. Rory thought to ask how it was things seemed so simple to her, but decided now wasn't a good time to get into that conversation. "Do you see an opening in this dome?" Rory lifted himself out of his seat, casting his view over the moon below.
"You asking me or the flying head?"
"Either of you. I'm not picky," he chuckled.
"Yes, sir. Change approach to..."
Von Peps rattled out a series of coordinates and speed adjustments, and Rory followed. After another few minutes, he saw the space Von Peps was guiding him to. Lifting from the moon's shielding was an open arch. The doors were still sliding open even as Ipswich Maze made the final approach. "Did you do that?" Rory poked the skull floating a foot in front of him, right up next to the window.
"I requested it be done."
The landing went as smooth as could be asked for. Finding a clear spot to put down was the hardest thing, but after 15 minutes of flying around under the shield, Rory, with the help of Von Peps, spotted a clear place between the hills of junk. Even as they were landing, he could see more junk being added to piles in the distance by huge haulers, their bellies splitting open to dump more tons of debris. Within moments of their landing and exiting Ipswich Maze, a pair of servitors came rambling up to Rory, Zoellen, and Von Peps. Only the servo skull paid them anything more than a quick glance. Von Peps dropped down to the level of the two robots.
One was the height of a child and moved on a pair of treads, while the other was a land-bound squid moving on a quintet of finger-thin cable tentacles. The servo skull and the two bots beeped and booped at each other for a minute while Rory and Zoellen wandered the immediate area.
Did 8-0 give you anything to go off of?
Just a name. Oler Boislin. Rory looked for Von Peps and spotted the skull still chattering with the two bots. Hey, ask them if they know anything about Oler Boislin. Von Peps either didn't hear Rory or ignored him. Either way, it didn't respond. Rory headed over to the skull. Before it had taken on the personalities of his dead crew, he'd always thought of it as a belonging of his, a possession, a thing he owned. He had pants, a ship, a couple nice guns, and a servo skull. Yet, ever since the whole ordeal on the strange outpost, he'd begun to think of Von Peps almost as an individual. Almost. It wasn't there yet, and maybe it never would be, but it was more than a thing he owned. He tapped the top of the skull. Hey, what's so interesting? Von Peps snapped around, pincer arm and articulating cable mechadendrites looking for his attacker.
Oh, rattlesnake,
the skull said in a voice a lot like Georgie's.
I was making friends with these two.
Yeah? All right, that's nice. Have you asked them if they know anything about Oler Boislin?
Oler Boislin.
Von Peps may as well have listed two parts of a machine.
That does not sound like the name of anything that would be on this moon.
Ask? The skull chattered away in a series of beeps and boops. Rory wondered how much was being said that he couldn't hear. Were the sounds the conversation, or were they just a byproduct of the machinery whirring to allow the actual speech to pass between the two servitors and Von Peps? The truth was something of a mix between the two. The words, if they could be called that, were strings of code, lines of data that poured from one robot mind to the other via near-field communication relay. The amount of information that passed between all three of the machines in a single second was more than could be said with spoken words if 100 people talked non-stop for 1,000 years.
Yes,
Von Peps said. Yes? Yes what? They know where he is?
Yes.
All right, and?
How are things coming along?
Zoellen crossed her arms and cast a disdainful look over the surroundings.
How soon until we're on our way?
I only just found out that the guy I'm looking for is here. Give me a bit.
This air is awful for my lungs. I need a clean planet. Between the recycled stuff on your ship and this, I'm not sure which is worse.
Heat rose up the back of Rory's neck. He could feel his patience waning and his frustration growing. He wanted to tell her to complain somewhere else.
These two are headed to see him. They've been traveling for...
Sorry. Rory waved a hand and massaged his temples with the other. I don't really care about all that. Can you just tell me where he is?
Yes.
Rory waited a moment, thinking the skull would continue. But when he realized the thing wanted, or needed, prompting, he said, Okay, then where is he?
322 miles south-southwest.
Well, we're not going to walk. Come on, back to Maze. Halfway up the ramp into his ship, Rory asked Von Peps if its new friends wanted a ride.
Yes, they would very much appreciate that.
Come on then, let's go. Chapter 37. The thing the twins called Trachea d'Ombre might have been a human once, but was so deformed and sick that it was hard to say. It had an extra pair of sad arms that dangled from its side, and its distended belly dragged along whatever surface it scuttled over, leaving a black smear in its path. They first saw it slithering through the water, and in there it could almost have been called graceful. Achilla spotted it and thought it was a snake at first, but when she pointed it out, the twins told her that it was Trachea d'Ombre. What's it doing? Ralkin adjusted his lens's magnification level and watched the Trachea d'Ombre climb out of the water and up a tree where it started to dig or scratch at the bark.
This is what it does. It comes to a new area and spreads sickness.
Then it's time for that to stop. Ralkin lifted his bolter, steadied his aim, and fired 3 shots. Each landed, and a half-second after the rounds sank into the Tranquilla de Hombre's milky flesh, they exploded. The thing bloated, growing misshapen for a moment. Then its body reformed, and it looked the same as it had before Ralkin shot it.
I told you we've shot it. I don't think it even knows anything happened.
Mikael leaned against the idling engine and took a drink of water from a canteen. Chella had remained quiet ever since she'd seen the Tranquilla de Hombre swimming through the water. What had caught her eye at first was a small glow coming from the Tranquilla de Hombre. It wasn't until she looked closer that she saw it was coming from the creature the 4 of them were now watching. At first, she thought light was catching on a bit of metal, but then she remembered there was no sun to be seen. The closer she looked, the more she became convinced that whatever she was seeing was something that the others hadn't noticed. "Ralkin," she looked into his helmeted face. Still aiming down his bolter, he dipped his chin in response. "Do you see that?" "See what?" he asked, knowing she must mean something besides the Tranquilla de Hombre. "That glow. It kind of looks like it's coming from inside the Tranquilla de Hombre." The twins chuckled at her pronunciation of the phrase.
Tranquilla de Hombre,
Tavi said. Ralkin lifted a hand, shutting up the chatter. "It doesn't matter what it's called. Do either of you see what she's talking about?"
"Nope."
Tavi shook his head. "You?" Mikael leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. "No, nothing."
"A glow?"
He shook his head.
"I don't see it."
Achella knew then that she was going to have to take whatever it was she was seeing away from this place. She couldn't have said how she knew it, but it was as clear to her as anything had been. She wondered if maybe it had been a dream she'd had, although if it was, she couldn't recall when it had taken place. And anyways, she didn't think so. The feeling that was rising, overwhelming her, was less like a dream and more like an awakening. In an instant, she was reminded of the time in the desert when her life flashed before her eyes. She'd seen this moment then, but it wasn't until now, as she lived it, that she could see it clearly. "We need to catch it," she said.
Catch? Why would you want to get anywhere near it?
Tavi asked. "I have to," she said. Ralkin looked around at the rotting trees, the foul water, the constant falling rain. All of it spoke of a great sickness, and somehow the thing the twins called Tranquilla de Hombre was at the center of it. Now, his young charge, the person he was sworn to keep safe, wanted to come in direct contact with the source of an entire planet's ills. Ralkin voxed to orbit where Malakad was on board their cruiser. "We found something. That's vague. A couple of guys here call it Tranquilla de Hombre, and it seems to be the source of what's happening here. We found it. So kill it." I tried. I shot it 3 times. It didn't even flinch.
"You know you hit it?"
"I'm certain of it."
"But what do you need from me?"
"She wants to come in contact with it." Ralkin had only gotten the last word out when Malakad voxed back.
"No, absolutely not, under no circumstances."
His words trailed off as he remembered what had happened the last time he'd told Ralkin not to do something. It was in the training hall when she'd collapsed from exhaustion, and Malakad found Ralkin wiping her brow with a wet cloth.
"You're going to ignore me.
She says she has to do this."
"You indulge her too much."
Angela watched Ralkin sitting in the longboat. Even though he wasn't moving, she could tell the conversation he was having was somewhat tense. After having spent almost 5 years around the lighthouses, there were things she'd picked up on, like how fast the vox clicks came or the way the Astartes would change how they sat or stood. When things got heated between the brothers, they didn't like her to see.
And at that moment, Ralkin had turned a little to the side.
I don't think you understand her importance to the chapter. We can't risk her safety on these adventures of yours.
Mine? We're here because of her. She found the calls for help. If we need to capture this thing, the Tranquil de Hombre, then that's what I'm going to do.
Why are we talking if you've already made up your mind?
Because I want to know if you have any advice. Yes. Ralkin waited for Malakad to continue, and when he didn't, added, Okay then.
Don't let her come into contact with it.
Ralkin took the harpoon and tied a secure knot into the back end. He followed the line down to the coil sitting in the boat. How long is this? Mikhail pursed his lips, eyed his brother, said,
100 feet, maybe a little more. Assume 100 and you'll be good.
With a look, Ralkin could tell they were at least 200 feet from the tree where the Tranquil de Hombre was still digging into the side. It moved slow, dragging one limb into position, then the others. The two small deformed arms dangling from its left side pawed the air but served no useful function from what Ralkin could see. Move us in closer.
Engine or the oars?
Mikhail asked. You're the trappers. You know this thing better than us. What do you think? Does it scare? The twins shook their heads.
What are you doing with it anyways? You want to drag it back to our place? We don't want it anywhere near us.
Ralkin hadn't told the pair what he was planning. If they knew he intended to put the Tranquil de Hombre right on the boat with them, they would have turned around and headed back home right away. I'm still figuring that out, he said. It wasn't a lie, but it certainly felt like one. Acella had been watching the creature the whole time Ralkin got the harpoon set up, and during his short chat. There were times she could see the being as something different than what her eyes told her was there. When she let her senses open up, the world became a thing of beauty. The disease and rot became agents of change. What else is mold but new life? What is decay but a process of change? And what is a festering wound if not a new community? The Tranquil de Hombre was a source of change, nothing more and nothing less. Acella saw then that the only reason the people of Asilgo were scared of what was happening to their world was because of how it harmed the way of life they wanted to live. For Acella, time became slow. She watched the events that took place over the next few minutes through a pool of water. The Goini twins moved the boat closer to the tree where the Tranquil de Hombre was latched. Long strings of sludge dripped from the tree where the Tranquil de Hombre dug. It was the tree's sap, rushing to fight the infection taking hold of it, but the rot spreading from the Tranquil de Hombre was too powerful, and the sap turned black. Ralkin threw the harpoon, the barbed tip glistening, the line of rope uncoiling from the boat's bed. His throw was spot on, and the harpoon impaled the creature to the tree. One of the twins asked what they were going to do then, while, at the same time, Ralkin turned and asked Acella the very same thing. It's not going anywhere, little mouse. You said you wanted to capture it. Now what do we do? Seeing the world in two ways at once, one laid over the other, Acella tried to make sense of what was happening. She was being pulled in two directions at once. On one, there were the people of Asilgo that wanted their world back the way it had been. And on the other was a force that wanted to change the entire planet. Why was one option better than the other? What was the difference? Was there any? Maggots burrowed through dead flesh. Flies buzzed over the putrid remains of broken animals. Worms churned the earth where old roots withered and fell to ruin. An entire forest collapsed in one wave, a squall knocking over 1,000,000 rotted trees. A minor earthquake split a hill, and the bodies of long dead things fell free. Where they landed, more of the planet's plague was spread. The people of Asilgo died, one after the next. Some died slow, painful deaths, their every breath agony, their muscles so weakened they lacked the strength to end their suffering.
Some begged the God Emperor for salvation, others cursed him, and still the planet died. And behind that horrible nightmare was a dream, the other world, an Asilgo cleansed of its ills. Yes, she muttered to herself, there was a difference, and it was choice. The people could choose. The rot, the disease, the plague could not. The latter was a process, nothing more. Yes, Ralkin looked from her to the twins, wondering if he'd missed something. But if his enhanced hearing hadn't heard something, then the twins certainly hadn't. Yes, what, Achella? There's a difference. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you all right? What do we do with this thing? Achella blinked hard, pushing the world of sickness away. Bring it to me. Chapter 38. Ralkin dragged the still twitching body onto the boat, and the Goini twins scooted as far away from it as they could. They made a mild protest when they saw that Ralkin was hauling the Tranquilla d'Ombre onto their boat, but all he had to do was look in their direction and they shut up. The Tranquilla d'Ombre was bigger than it had looked from a distance, about twice the size of a young man, and its proportions were all wrong. Its legs and arms were skin and bones. There was almost no muscle on them, while the torso was huge and bloated. A massive goiter had ballooned the thing's neck into a misshapen mass of flesh. Achella watched Ralkin pull the Tranquilla d'Ombre onto the boat with mild interest. It was the light, a soft pulsing in the creature's core that held her attention. That, whatever it was the cause of the planet's ills, not the creature. The Tranquilla d'Ombre was only a carrier, an unfortunate that had found whatever that orb was. That was what she had been drawn to and now needed to find a way to stop from doing further damage. She drew the blade at her waist, a weapon she'd been given by Amonte, and plunged it into the creature's torso. Somewhere beyond her, the twins made disgusted sounds, and Ralkin asked what she was doing. A part of her that she was only half aware of answered him and said, I'm doing what I have to. She jerked the blade back and forth, splitting the creature's chest open. A thick, black pus seeped from the wound. No blood. Once she'd opened a big enough hole, she plunged her hand into it. Sounding far away and underwater, Ralkin again asked her what she was doing. But this time, she couldn't answer. Her hand closed on the object buried inside the Tranquilla d'Ombre. Seen from the outside, it had been a glow without any clear shape, but as soon as her hand closed on it, she knew what she was holding. It was a small bell. The same moment she knew what she was holding, she understood how powerful it was. It was a conduit for horrible, ruinous powers, a portal through which foul and rotten and illness could flow. But, as with all such things, it needed a carrier, someone with conscious intent to carry its horrible power from one place to another. The Tranquilla d'Ombre had been used up, drained of all vitality. At one point in time, it had been a young man with hopes and dreams, a family, and a girl he liked. But the power of the bell had called to him, and the lure of its potential had convinced him to take it up, carry it, and do its bidding. It changed him, warped him as it warped everything he touched. Achella's fingers closed on the bell, and foul energy surged through her arm, into her body, and exploded in her head. She saw visions of entire worlds overcome with sickness, people vomiting their guts onto the streets. Their skin slid from their bodies, their hair fell out in clumps. Awful sores and wounds split open and gushed with blood and pus. Birds fell from the air, their feathers having turned to muck. Fish became slush, and the waters in which they once swam became thick with the rancid flesh of countless living creatures turned into an organic soup of rot. Somewhere, far away, Achella heard herself scream. Her blood was attacked from every angle, and the bell's incredible power overwhelmed her.
Ralkin was saying something, and he tried pulling her away from the Tranquillo de Hombre, but he may as well have tried to push over a mountain. Ralkin tried pulling Acella free of the creature. He put a boot onto its torso where her hand was buried and pulled with as much strength as he dared risk. He could tear the girl's arm right off if he wasn't careful, and it seemed that that was what he'd have to do to get her free of the thing. Her hand was stuck tight. Malakad was voxing him again. "What happened? Her vitals are all over the place." His monitoring equipment was telling him the same thing he'd seen a dozen times. It was the exact same pattern as what had happened to Sayud, Risalgo, Lemeshko, and all the others. Marcella's blood was boiling. Her heart rate had doubled. Sweat ran free. Her whole body spasmed. She was being attacked internally from every angle at once. Her entire cellular makeup was being assaulted by a dark force more vile than anything Malakad had seen. Where his brothers had died from a disease born from within, what was attacking Acella was entirely foreign. At least the now dead lighthouses had time to live with their sickness, to feel it creep its way into them, and they had their God-given Astartes strength to help fight back against it. But Acella had none of that. She was a human girl. And yet, Malakad was at once reminded of what had happened with Ralkin and the girl's blood all those years back, and what was happening even to this day in all the lighthouses. Not to mention Savalkin's secret experiment that only he knew of. All Malakad knew was that the chapter master continually needed more of the girl's blood, but had no idea what it was being used for. "We need to get her back to the ship," Malakad voxed to Ralkin. "She's still stuck in this thing." "What? She's touching it?" "Touching it? She jammed her hand into its chest and I can't get it out." "What do you mean you can't?" The notion was ludicrous. Malakad had seen Ralkin lift a rhino to free a pair of buried guardsmen. After Savalkin and Kabaz, he was easily the strongest of all the lighthouses. "I mean, if I pull any harder, I'll tear her arm right off." Malakad cursed. His monitoring system showed the girl barreling toward certain death. He was about to tell Ralkin to do it, rip her arm off if that's what it took to get her away from the thing. But he knew that wouldn't solve the problem. "Tenek will be there in a minute. Do whatever you can to ease her pain." For the next 52 seconds, Ralkin held Acella's head in the palm of his hand and looked from the Goini twins and back to the girl at least a dozen times. He didn't know what to do that would help her, and the moment Tanik swooped in with the transport, breaking its way through the canopy above, he breathed a little easier. "Dropping a line now," Tanik voxed. Ralkin clipped in, and before the winch began pulling him and Acella up, Tanik was already heading back into the air. It was about the time he was pulling himself into the back of the transport that he noticed how small the Tranquillo de Hombre had gotten. Before he'd left the boat, it was twice the size of Acella, almost as big as himself. But now, it was smaller than the girl by half. It was still the same creature, but somehow reduced. "Tanik, how long until we're back aboard Clara Abscondita?" 12 minutes. Find a way to make it less." Ralkin clicked the vox off and watched as the Tranquillo de Hombre continued to shrink. He'd been cradling Acella in his left arm and holding the Tranquillo de Hombre with his right hand, keeping the thing as far from the girl as her arm would allow. The creature was now half the size of the girl and showed no signs of stopping. From the moment Acella had plunged her hand into the Tranquillo de Hombre's chest, she knew things would never be the same. The choice she'd made in selecting Asilgo as the next mission was one she knew would lead to something like this. And while she could never have guessed what exactly would happen, she'd known whatever took place would be drastic. But this was so much more than she had ever dreamt. The pain was overwhelming. It was so complete that it overtook her and shut down her ability to recognize hurt. But then, after the initial onslaught of catastrophic agony, she felt only peace. The pain of an entire world rushed into her in a single explosion of clarity.
This bell was the container for every rotten thing that had befell this world over the course of 1,000 years. Marcella saw that the bell had been a tool of the ruinous powers, a tiny portal through which they were feeding on this world, drawing every last bit of vitality from it and its people into the warp. It was a doorway, and as Acella took hold of it, she became part of the door. Then it became her.
Chapter 39. Acella is 42. Rory and Zoellen. Rory set Ipswich Maze down in a clearing between a trio of 100-foot-tall junk piles. This part of the moon was far more busy than where they'd left. There were servitors working in 2s and 3s. Some collected bits of scrap, while others examined things to be passed on to those with better sensors, and still others buzzed about in the air, scouting out the next area to explore. The junk mounds were anthills, and the servitors were its citizens. But where was their leader? "Boyslin," Rory said, and dug into his coat pocket for something to burn and puff on. Damn it. He bit the inside of his lip, remembering that this new jacket was the one he'd gotten off that rotten Drakari Soiko, and he hadn't re-upped on smokes since losing his last jacket.
"You okay, Cap?"
Rory froze and stared at Zoellen. "Cap? What's that?" She turned her palms up and shrugged while looking over the scene.
"No good? I like nicknames. I always give one to people I spend time with, at least longer than a few days."
"I have a nickname. People call me Rattlesnake or Snake or Rattle. Some even go as far as dropping it all the way down to Rats or Rat. Not a fan of those. Honestly, I don't really like any of them. Snakes have such a bad track record. Ever heard someone called a snake and it was a good thing?" Zoellen turned to give him her full attention. Looking him in the eyes, she grinned.
"No, I can't say I have. That's why I want to call you something else. I've got a good read on you these past few weeks we've been together, and you're no snake, Mr. Cleo."
"What's your nickname?" Rory lifted his brows.
"What makes you think I have one?"
"That answer, for one thing," he said, and before she could make a clever counter, he went on. "And I assume you've thought up one for yourself if you come up with them for others."
"I have."
"And? What is it?"
If we're still together in a month, I'll tell you."
"Yeah, okay, sure. Whatever works for you. How come it feels like you're running the show ever since you arrived? What am I even doing here?" He nudged a bolt the size of his head, and that made him think of Krim. "Hey, Krim. Fun peps?" He looked around, and when he didn't see the skull, cupped his hands around his mouth and hollered, "Krim Von Peps, I request your attention here at this juncture. Post haste, if you will," and chuckled.
"Oh, there it is,"
Zoellen pointed. "Von Peps? What's the deal? Is Boylston around here?" Rory asked, and a moment after the words left his mouth, a figure came shambling around a cluster of junk. The thing walked with a limp and wore a long, tattered robe of browns and deep reds. "Yes," the servo skull bobbed up and down, its version of a nod. "Boyslin?" The figure was a hunched mass. Multiple arms reached out to pet passing servitors. Others adjusted the robes. A pair of mechadendrites fiddled with a small object, while a third snaked through the air and locked into the back of Von Peps. As the connection was made, the figure shuddered up to its full height of 12 feet. Von Pep's dark red eyes filled with static, then a moment later turned from red to emerald green. "I was called that once," the voice came from Von Peps. "Please forgive what must strike you as a violation of your personal belongings. Space. This servo skull of yours is the only way I am able to speak without the creation of a voice box. If you wish me to follow that course of action, I must inform you that the acquisition of the required components would take..." Another soft shudder overcame Boyslin. "More than 3 hours, but almost certainly less than 5. "No, that's fine. If Von Peps doesn't mind, then I don't either. It's not my property. Not really." It was, but ever since the servo skull had found, or been given, the personalities of his dead crew, he'd stopped thinking of it as something he owned. Von Pep's eyes turned red.
Doesn't bother me any.
There we go. You two can help each other out then.
Most agreeable.
Yes,
Very fine,
Von Peps said, its eyes once more green but taking on a slight amber hue.
Von Peps has informed me why you're here. You seek someone to help with your arm.
A quartet of arms all pointed to Rory's missing right. Show off, Rory thought with a grin of amusement. Yeah, I have a Laxidian-made right arm back on my ship that I need fitted. Boyslin took 3 loping steps, bringing him within a foot of Rory in a breath. Good God, Emperor alive on his holy throne, how can it move so fast? Nothing that big and gangly should be able to move like that. It was a museum of bones coming to life with a jolt of electricity. What was hidden under all those folds? What kind of power source did this thing have? Rory tried to think of the being as Boyslin, but after seeing it launch itself across 20 feet in the blink of an eye, it was impossible to think of it as a human.
You're in possession of a piece of Laxidian technology by he that rests on his golden throne on Holy Terra. Would you permit me to see it?
You can more than see it. I need you to put it on me. A convulsion of ecstasy shook the thing. What am I going to call it? Boyslin doesn't work anymore. Maybe that's what it was born as, but those days are long gone. Look, let's get something sorted out real quick. I came here looking for an Oler Boyslin, and while that might have been you at one point in time, it isn't now. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The thing that had once been Oler bowed the entire top half of its body. All right, great. So, what do this here is Owen.
Of course. Von Peps told me all about the two of you and how you met, and far more. I am aware of every single conversation you've ever had, Rory. If Von Peps heard it, so have I. It would be best for your sanity to think of Von Peps and I as one being at this point. What it knows, I know, and vice versa.
Rory ran a hand along the left side of his face, his mouth hanging open a little. Yeah, okay. Give me a second to process that.
Take all the time you need.
Sure. Okay, same thing. Got it. Yeah, it's still sinking in, but I get the general idea. What I want to know is what I should call you. Zoellen here likes giving people nicknames. Maybe she has an idea. Well, hang on. Zoellen stepped forward. I don't know him, her, it. I don't even know what to consider you. What were you before you were this? She drew a hand from foot to head of the thing's body. At 12 feet tall when not squatting, it was an impressive sight of machinery. At least the parts that could be seen.
Does it matter?
The thing once called Oler asked. No, Zoellen shrugged. Not really.
I'm tempted to tell you, but I think in the long run that would damage our relationship. I do not want you to see me as a human that became a machine. That view is too narrow. I only want you to see me for what I am. For this.
The thing waved every one of its arms and mechadendrites from face to feet. Zoellen counted 17, including the one that remained plugged into the back of Von Peps. Then, what do we call you? Because, sorry, I'm not okay with calling you a thing or it or hey you. A laugh crackled from Von Peps.
No, I would not like to be called hey you. That indeed is a poor moniker. Let me think. Give me 15 seconds, please.
The thing once called Oler went silent. Von Pep's eyes filled with static. The two beings, connected by way of cable tether, vibrated for exactly 15 seconds. Then, the voice coming through Von Peps said,
From today onward,
You may call me Link. All right, Link, it's nice to meet you, said Rory. Would you be willing to help me with my arm? Yes, I will, but only if you agree to my terms. Rory had been haggling since he was old enough to know that was a thing people did, and he knew the very first rule was to know where you stood. Name them. I get to examine the arm for an hour, and you'll take me away from this moon. The first was a no-brainer. It only made sense to let Link look at the arm if they were going to be installing it. Whoa now. Not installing. Connecting. And with that simple thought, Rory wondered if that's how it happened for those that became more machine than flesh and blood. Was it a simple thought, a turn of phrase that made more sense one way than another, and an entire life was altered? Maybe so, but I want to remain human. I like the blood I have. This arm is just a thing that I have to have. It'll be connected to me, not installed. It was the second point that Rory wasn't sold on. Bring Link with him? Where? He didn't even know what their next move was. But then, on the other hand, why not let them come? He wanted a new crew, and while the one forming was one he never could have imagined, it was working. Yeah, said Rory. I'm good with both those, and you can take a full day with my arm, a whole week if you want, whatever will help you make it fit better. A week? Link asked. A whole week? They repeated, soft and low. The way Link responded was the same as a human driven by base sexual desires, being told they were being sent to a paradise planet where every fantasy would be realized for the next 100 years. Most agreeable. Then what? Zoellen asked. I'm not sure, said Rory. Something'll come up. Chapter 40. Malakad had never been able to save any of his brothers when the sickness overcame them, so how would he ever save a human girl? He wanted to punch a wall. This was all Savalkin's fault. Their connection to the Death Guard would be their undoing. The thought that his own blood might even carry a fraction of that legion's foul taint turned his stomach. The life support machines hummed as the machine spirits within did battle with the contagion that completely overwhelmed the girl on the bed. For the most part, she lay still, inert to the point that without the beep of the heart monitor, Malakad might think her dead. Unless she was overcome with a spasm. Those happened every few minutes, and when they came, she lashed about with such violence that Malakad thought she would break bones. After the second time it happened, he and Ralkan held her down, each put a hand on a leg and arm. It wasn't enough. She snapped her head side to side, and Malakad ordered Taniket to join them. When the spasms come, you help Ralkan in holding arms and legs. I'll keep her head still. What's happening? Asked Ralkan. For the moment, she was calm again. La Tranquilla de Hombre was gone, having withered away and becoming so much dust. Only the bell was left in Achella's hand. Her right hand was burnt, and it left streaks of black ash on whatever it touched. Crawling up her hand were lines of deep blue, foul green, and sick, near black grays. Her veins were running foul, the blood spoiling as the infection worked its way from the bell into her body. When she breathed, slow catching breaths, the sickness was pushed back toward the bell, but only for a moment. As soon as she exhaled, the foulness returned with increased vigor, overtaking the ground it had lost. As the trio of Lighthouse brothers watched, the vines of plague crept up her shoulder and into her neck, then began to crawl up the side of her jawline and across her lips. Her lips shouldn't be that color, Ralkan thought, noticing the deep blue-purple they'd become. He unlocked his gauntlet and lay a hand on her forehead. What are you doing? Malakad shoved his brother back. Ralkan sighed, only feeling her temperature. You can see her temperature on this. Malakad pointed to a screen. I'll keep that in mind. Do not touch her again, brother. The last thing we need is for you to catch whatever she is fighting. I'm not fighting it, Achella thought. Her guardians' voices sounded 1,000 miles away. She was at the bottom of a pit, an endless void that continued to grow. She was cold and hot and in pain, but those sensations had stopped meaning anything. She'd become disconnected from her body. She knew the entire story of the Tranquillo de Hombre and of Isilgo. Both were connected by the same rot. The Tranquillo de Hombre had been born an only child to poor parents. Deep in debt to a crime syndicate, they sold their only son to slavers for enough money to pay back what they owed. The boy worked as an assistant for a low-level slaver, luring children away from their parents to be taken across the planet where they were forced to work in factories. His entire life was one of lies and deceit. The only thing that mattered was filling the factories with as many children as he could. The more children he stole away, the better he was treated, and so the boy got very good at what he did. Children are so trusting that simple lies work the best. Then, one day, there was a child that didn't believe anything the boy said. This skeptical child refused every attempt the boy made to steal him away. Finally, the child ran from the boy, down dark passages, deep into the belly of one of Isilgo's huge cities. The boy gave chase, but soon lost sight of his target. Wandering the tunnels, he began to hear voices, whispers that made him promises. They told him they would help him escape. They told him they would make him stronger, that he would be the most feared being on the entire planet. They told him he could see his parents again. The whispers told him everything he wanted to hear, and he followed them deeper and deeper, down into the guts of the city. The boy found his way into a small room down a long tunnel. The room was full of dead things, but life too. There was moss and fungi. There were the decaying bodies of small animals and a couple things much bigger. Water dripped into the room, and with all the rot, it was humid, giving the space the feel of a greenhouse. The boy coughed, his lungs filling with spores. The voices told him to dig into the middle of the largest heap of flesh. Was it moving? It almost seemed to breathe, rising and falling every few seconds. But the boy did as told and plunged his hand all the way up to his elbow into the mass of wet, warm filth. There, at the bottom, his fingers touched something small and hard and round. The moment he made contact with the bell, he knew he'd made a choice that he could never undo. That was the moment his transformation into the Tranquillo de Hombre began. For the next month, he lived in the tunnels, spreading sickness wherever he went. Eventually, he wandered beyond the city. As the population of 5 million was dying, the boy that had become the Tranquillo de Hombre ventured across the planet, spreading plague wherever it went. The change happened fast. Forests died. Fields that stretched as far as the eye could see became swamps overnight. Whole villages, towns, and cities, including the planet's 2 hive cities, fell to ruin. And then the rain started and didn't stop for months at a time. When there was a break, it only lasted a few hours, giving the people of Isilgo a glimmer of hope, only for it to be dashed to pieces when the rain began again, often harder than before the pause. Achella saw it all. The bell was held firm in her hand. The boy that had become the Tranquillo de Hombre was no more. Her skin was laced with black lines. Rotted vines had worked their way from her blackened hand up her arm, across her chest, and over her face. Malakad checked his monitoring equipment and leaned over the girl, listening. "What's happening?" asked Ralkin. The lighthouse apothecary lifted a finger to silence his brother and lay his other hand against the girl's face. She was so still. Her heart was beating once a minute. Her breathing was so shallow he had to strain to hear anything. "She's fighting it," he said, and stood straight. "There's nothing I can—" Achella's back arched. Her chest lifted a foot from the bed. Light blasted out of her eyes and mouth. Her body glowed gold.
Malakad stared in awe and amazement while Ralkin shielded his eyes. The light pouring from the girl was so bright it hurt to look at her. She'd become a supernova sun, the room bent and warped from heat waves.
It's the same thing that happened to Ralkin's blood,
Malakad thought.
It's exactly the same.
Chapter 41. Savalkin carried the cylinder to his garden's workbench and lifted the top. A cloud of frost fell from the opening and a dozen vials fanned out. He lifted one and held it to the light.
So, this is what you've been doing.
Malakad looked about the garden.
You bring her blood here and feed your plants.
Feed? No. Savalkin put the vial back into the container and pulled a potted plant down from a shelf.
I've been trying to learn what it does to these plants.
Why? Asked Kabaz. The lighthouse chapter master had brought the apothecary and Kabaz to the garden to show them what it was he had been working on ever since Achella had joined them.
Because there's something about her that we don't understand. She cures things, or a part of her does. It doesn't seem to me as though it's a thing she's doing consciously. From everything Malakad has reported, it's more of a thing that just happens. I've been testing her blood in this garden in a few ways. I started by putting it directly onto the plants, their leaves, the stems, on the bark. But that didn't do anything. After a while, I began adding her blood to the soil.
What was it you were expecting would happen? Asked Malakad.
I thought her blood would kill the plants. I was hoping it would.
Why? Kabaz stepped up next to a big leafy plant and lifted one of its fronds.
This garden connects us to the 14th Legion, and I thought Achella's blood might destroy it.
Destroy it? Why not do that yourself? Kabaz took hold of the big plant he'd been looking at. Can't we do that? He pulled on the plant, dragging it out of the soft soil. The instant he did, the ship shuddered. The lights in the hall outside flickered.
No.
Savalkin put a hand over his brother's wrist and guided it away from the plant. What was that? Malakad searched the room. His eyes darted to the plant, to the soil, and the newly exposed roots. Savalkin knelt next to the hurt plant and dug with his bare hands, moving dirt from the roots to replant it.
This garden is the heart of our ship. I've tried burning this room. I've tried poisoning it. I've tried to cut everything down to the roots, then to dig those out. It never works. Do you remember 62 years ago when the engines were down and we couldn't leave to join the guardsmen that had called for our aid?
Yes. Kabaz crossed his arms.
15 million died. And it was all my fault. That was the time I tried burning the garden.
And when the entire midsection was decaying, falling apart before our very eyes? Asked Malakad.
When I tried the poison. And when all the electronics throughout the ship were cooked, and it took us 5 years to replace everything. That was when I had tried digging this room up. I learned my lesson that third time. Any damage this room takes is multiplied across the rest of the ship.
And yet, you're doing this with her blood now. Malakad lifted one of the vials from the cylindrical container.
And giving you a report with what it has done for us, and with what happened on Osilgo and Firestag, I thought it was worth testing.
And? What have you found?
That's what I wanted to show you.
Achella's right arm was black, charred. Her skin was cracked and fell away in flakes. After Osilgo, it had only reached her wrist, but then she'd gone to Firestag and found another bell, the 5th of 9 from what she'd learned from Savalkin.
Are you afraid?
Amonte asked.
Afraid? No, I'm not afraid. I'm annoyed.
Why's that?
I've never gotten to use the bow you gave me. Nothing more than a little practice here in the caves. But Ever since Asilgo, my right hand has become almost useless.
I hear your training has pretty much come to a standstill.
Yeah.
Achella looked at her right hand. Bits of skin fell away. Her fingers could only move a little, and only when she focused all her attention on them. For the most part, she only used her left hand for anything.
Are you worried then?
Are you talking about my hand? What's happening to me? Or my next mission?
Amonte moved a few things around his workbench, less because they needed attention and more to turn his face away from her. It was getting harder to ignore what was happening to this girl that was now a young woman.
Both, but more the mission. Are you concerned about what might happen?
No, not at all. These bells are ruining people's lives, and if I can get rid of them, why wouldn't I?
Because of what it's doing to you.
If I lose an arm to save multiple worlds, I think that's a pretty good trade.
She grinned. It's hard to argue with that.
Amonte shuffled a few things around, then asked Achella,
Do you mind leaving me now? I have some things I need to get done.
Oh, of course.
And with that she left. He sighed when she was gone, a deep breath that had been caught in his upper chest. His perfect memory had dredged up images of his beautiful mother and caring sister that he'd long forgotten. He'd been selected for aspirant training when he was 13, and 2 years later he was telling his family goodbye. That was the last time he ever saw them. But for 13 years they had been everything. His mother, an older sister, his father, and the entire community they'd been a part of were now distant memories coming to revisit him for the first time in 2 centuries. What are we doing to her? He asked himself, thinking of Achella, and decided he couldn't stand by and watch what was happening without some answers. He voxed Savalkin and asked for a time to talk. Later that day, Amonte made his way to the chapter master's office. The door was wide open, and Savalkin was at his desk looking over a data slate. On hearing the weaponsmith approaching, he looked up. Amonte, what was it you wanted to talk about?
What are we doing to her?
Achella.
Yes, the only her among us.
I see that you're upset, but taking that kind of tone won't help us resolve this. Let's rewind a little. Tell me what it is about Achella that worries you. Amonte took a moment to calm himself. He motioned to the chair opposite his chapter master. A question. Savalkin nodded and Amonte sat.
Her hand. I assume you've seen it?
Yes.
Have you seen it since she returned from Firestag?
I have, yes. And Malakad sends me daily reports on her. That's what I was looking at before you came in. He lifted the data slate. She's quite healthy. Her arm is concerning. I'll not contest that point. But her blood is still as vibrant as ever. Surely you feel its effects on you. I know the others do. I do.
Yes.
Is it just her hand you're worried about?
No. That's the only thing I can see. But when I talk to her, I can see that this life is taking a toll. 10 years and she's had very little interaction with anyone besides us, and we're nothing like her. She has no friends, no family, no peers.
I find it most interesting that it's the weaponsmith bringing these concerns to light. I figured it would have been Ralkan or Malakad, Savalkin said, more as a thought made aloud than an actual comment directed toward Amonte.
Malakad couldn't possibly care less about Achella's well-being. All he wants are results. I don't think he has a caring bone in his body. It's, ironically, what makes him so well suited to the role of apothecary. He's the best field medic I've ever fought alongside.
Indeed.
Maybe I care because I'm surrounded by things meant to kill and destroy. And when I see our Achella, I see a glimmer of good. I see my mother in her, my sister. We're a brotherhood, and she's so unlike us. I've come to see how vital she is to our survival.
I'm going to tell you something that I've told a few of the others that have come to me with similar concerns. Kabaz, Tanik, Dayan, have all asked me to be more protective of her, not to let her go on any more missions, and certainly keep her away from the last 4 bells. They're worried they'll kill her.
If 2 have done that to her arm, then what would another 4 do? What are they? Where did they come from?
To your first question, I have no answer, and it's this point I've told the others. I'm not worried about that. What happens, happens. We have a role to play in this galaxy, and right now, that's to rid it of these 9 bells. If that means using Achella, then so be it. The lives she saved on Asilgo and Firestag number in the billions. Every one of them has had their faith renewed. It is our role to protect humanity, and while we lighthouses exist on the fringe of the Imperium, we are still servants of the Emperor. As for the bells and where they come from, I have no idea. I have a guess, but it sounds absurd when I say it aloud. I suspect they're a little like certain minerals that form in a planet's crust with time and pressure. But in the case of the bells, I believe they come into being when a planet has tread a foul path for too long. Where a diamond is made of carbon, heat, and pressure, I think these bells come from lies, corruption, and foulness. An entire planet's worth.
And this is what we're asking Achella to cure? Amati thought, and found he was at a loss for what to say.
Chapter 42. Rory, Zoellen, and Link. Achella is 42. Rory fired up Maze's engines. The Void Hauler's cargo manager voxed.
Ipswich Maze, I have you 5th in line to exit. Please keep your engines below 3% output.
Copy, Rory voxed back. He leaned back in his seat and spun to give Zoellen a smirk for no better reason than it striking his fancy to do so when a shadow passed over his face. Hovering over his shoulder was the silent specter, Link.
God almighty, Rory jumped. Emperor alive, you've got to stop doing that, Link. Please. Make some noise when you're that close to me. You're terrifying.
The machine could move without sound if it wished, and it could move anywhere it wanted. Rory had seen it scuttle across the ceiling of Ipswich, condense its mass into a form resembling a centipede, and crawl through a space so small Rory wouldn't have been able to get his own head into the same spot. And anywhere Link went, Von Peps was right there. The two had become inseparable. Where there was one, the other was nearby, which was something Rory was still trying to get used to, because it was Von Peps he saw and heard far more than Link, which was all wrong. Von Peps was a servo skull, the size of a human head, tiny compared to the full mass of Link, and yet it was a Link that was the one continually popping up where you never expected. The time Link had been on the ceiling, Rory hadn't noticed until one of its mechadendrites had uncoiled and slithered down from above. At first, Rory thought it was a wire that had come loose. That was far more plausible than the truth. After the first, another 3 parts of Link followed, and Rory realized the machine had spread itself over the entire ceiling of the common room. For a time, it was the whole ceiling. Rory had fallen to his butt and scooted into a wall as Link gathered itself together and dropped from above.
My apologies, Link said through Von Peps. I will edit myself right now.
Von Peps' eyes filled with static for a second, then cleared to an amber green.
I will make sounds when nearby from now on.
Good. Thank you.
So, when are you going to tell us what you've got cooking in that head of yours, Cap?
No. Rory groaned. Please. I told you, I don't like that nickname, Zoe. She hissed.
And I told you I hate that one.
He lifted his brows. Then stop calling me Cap.
Fine. What are we doing here, Rat? No? Snake?
Why not Rory?
Ugh, it's so boring.
Have you ever met another Rory? Huh? I didn't think so. We're going to meet a contact of mine. A pair of them, actually. They're twins.
The Goini twins, Mikkel and Tavi.
Link, Von Peps said.
Okay, the Goinis of Asilgo, and what are they going to tell us?
If I knew that, we wouldn't be here.
No, of course not, but you must have a reason for wanting to talk to them.
The Vox crackled to life. Ipswich Maze, you're clear for departure. Fly safe, and may the Emperor watch over you. Thanks, and he you. Rory flicked the Vox off and throttled up to 10%. The cargo exit hall ended at a wall in another 50 yards, and Rory nosed Ipswich down 45 degrees to point at an opening with the expanse of space on the other side. Far distant stars littered the blackness. As Rory pushed the engines up to 25%, and they left the void hauler behind, larger celestial bodies came into view. Largest of all was the planet of Asilgo. It's different. Rory tapped a control panel, flipped a series of switches, and turned a knob. A large screen folded down from where it had been nested up against the cockpit ceiling. On it was Asilgo. Only on the screen it was magnified 10 times. He turned the knob another few clicks, and 10 times was doubled. White splotches became clouds. The landscape was an oiled canvas of running grays, murky greens, and dull browns.
When was the last time you were here?
Zoellen leaned onto her armrest a little farther and stared at the screen. 5 years? At least that. Hey, Von Peps, Link, how long? He turned around to look for the pair and found the space behind him empty. Where in the warp did they go?
Above you, Rory,
came Von Pep's voice, the one that the skull had been using ever since the pairing between it and Link. What the? Rory looked up. Sure enough, Link was doing its reverse spill thing again. The whole of its mechanical body was spread over the entire cockpit roof. Bits of its tattered robe hung in flaps. Megadendrites dangled and writhed in the air. Oh, why do you do that, Link? What's the deal with the ceiling? Why do you go up there, and why can't I hear you do it? How did that much metal crawl onto the ceiling without making a sound? It wasn't right.
It's warm up here, Link said. I'm not used to the cold. Norso's moon was a constant 102. The lubrication in my various joints begin to congeal if I sit in the cool too long. The temperature you keep your ship at is a full 30 degrees less than what I prefer. Imagine if the interior of Ipswich Maze was 34 degrees. I do not think you would like that very much.
No, I wouldn't. I can bump the heat up a bit, but I can't handle 102. How about 75?
A 7-degree increase is hardly a compromise for you.
Well, no one asked what I'd like.
Zoellen looked from Rory up at Link.
True. Apologies, Miss Zoellen. What temperature do you find most agreeable?
Hey, whoa, my ship. I get the final... Rory bit the inside of his lip. He'd tried this way of leading when he had his previous crew, being the boss, the guy, the one that made all the calls and had the last word in all things. It got tiring and old. It was time for a new approach. Okay, yeah, that's good. We'll all say what temperature we like and find a happy place we can agree on.
102 Fahrenheit.
Link, Von Peps said before Rory had even finished speaking. All right, the heat of a barren desert. Fun. Von Peps?
Think of us as one.
2 votes for over... Wait, no. 1 vote. You just said so. And you?
It depends more on what you're comfortable with, because I'm happy to walk around naked if it means I'm comfy. And I don't think Link would care 1 iota about that, but I'm not so sure about you.
Rory fought the sudden desire to swallow. The impulse was oppressive. Water. I need water to drink to pass this off. She's looking at me. Oh, for crying out. Now she's widening her eyes at me. And here comes a smirk. Oh, she knows. Yeah, for sure she knows.
Just swallow, Rory.
He did, and let out a low, soft, half-groan, half-moan.
So,
she pinched the zipper of her body glove and pulled it down a few inches.
102?
No. I think we can meet in the middle at 80.
Half the difference between 102 and the current 68 would be 85.
Yeah, well, 85 is too damn hot.
Take that massive jacket off and it won't be.
Rory again bit the inside of his lip, stared Llewellyn in the eyes, and shook his head.
I'm arguing with a machine and a woman that clearly has no issues walking around in the nude.
No, I really don't,
she said and pulled a zipper down past her breasts. What in holy terror is going on? They're messing with me. It's all some kind of joke. They're fooling me. 80? Okay, 80. Let's try that for a day. Give me at least that. This is still my ship. Llewellyn and Link, who was gathering itself up and dropping back to the floor, shared a quick look.
Okay.
Llewellyn let go of her zipper and showed Rory her palms.
Okay, a day. But I'm with Link on this one. It's too damn cold in here.
Rory scowled. It's what I'm used to. I'm not good with change. Just give me a day, all right? He threw himself past the two others on his way out of the cockpit, then paused before leaving. One of you take over landing us. I have the twins' coordinates locked in already.
What are you going to do?
Llewellyn asked. Think. Chapter 43. Achella is 19. An apology is in order. When the story of Achella first hit these pages, the tale of Oler Boylsson, who would go on to become the machine known as Link, had already been told. Also, the first time you met old Rory Rattlesnake Cleo, Achella was still coming into her own. Then, towards the end of Rattlesnake Ballad, a rather mischievous and chaotic woman arrived on the scene. There's not a whole lot known about Llewellyn. Some have suspected she's a liar. Some have suspected she's a liar. Some think she's an assassin, but the general consensus is that she's up to no good. But there is one fact about her that was said in passing and should be explored before things move on too much further. You see, Llewellyn and Achella have met. Llewellyn mentioned this to Rory toward the very end of Rattlesnake Ballad, and it's time we go over the details of that meeting. This short tale takes place after Achella went to Traskell and killed Dr. Junes, but before she went to Isilgo and encountered the Tranquilla de Hombre. The lighthouses do not like leaving Creta unless they absolutely have to. This was one of those instances. Creta is a barren desert where flora and fauna are minimal in the extreme, and thus when lighthouses need certain things, they're forced to get it from somewhere else. Operating on the very edge of the Imperium, they lack the access to resources that other loyalist chapters take for granted. One of Savalkin's primary tasks as a lighthouse chapter master is a delicate balancing act of deciding what missions to take. He selects those where his brothers will have the most impact, but also where the chance of them being talked about is minimal. If word of a hitherto unknown chapter were to spread too much, it could spell doom for the lighthouses. And so it was that the lighthouses brought Achella with them on a venture to secure goods they were running low on, many of them for her. The lighthouse's young ward needed things the lighthouses would never have thought of before her arrival and had no reason to keep on hand. The risk in exposing themselves for her was something that Savalkin was willing to do. But then it occurred to the chapter master that she could handle all the dealings for them and they could remain out of sight. The merchant agreed to the terms 2 months prior. He was to remain in orbit on the dark side of the uninhabited planet of Plantio, the third largest celestial body and a planet to the galactic east of Creta.
Why doesn't he just leave the stuff in orbit? Couldn't we just pick it up and never have to see him or anyone else? We could transfer the funds to his account, or however that works.
Achella was suiting up, putting on the armor that Amonte was ever tweaking. That's where the problem comes up. Those ways can all be traced. The Imperium has ways to see how people get their money and where it comes from.
If there's a trail, the Inquisition can sniff it out. We have to do this in a way that makes tracking what we're doing next to impossible. This merchant happens to like gold, and that's what we'll be paying him with. That's where you come in. The last time we did this..." Ralkin caught the look from Savalkin and shut his mouth.
"What? What happened?"
"We should tell her," said Ralkin. Savalkin considered it, then nodded once. It was getting easier to open up, but it was still far from easy. "A man from Creta was with us to do the exchange, and we never saw him again. The merchant took the gold and our goods." Acella scowled. Her mouth fell open.
"And you're sending me to see the same person?"
"There's no one else we know of that'll agree to our terms," said Savalkin. "We'll both be much closer at hand than the last time we tried this. The last time, we didn't suspect anything. This time, we do." The two transports met in orbit on the dark side of Plantio, their connecting umbilicals locked, forming a 50-foot passage between the two. "We'll be right here." Savalkin leaned up against one wall next to the door, while Ralkin took position opposite him. Acella locked her helmet into place and hit the door control. Cold air hissed in from the opening, frost vapor swirled at her feet, and standing midway through the tunnel were a trio of figures. Two hunched, jittering forms stood a few steps behind a woman that stood tall. Her shoulders were pulled back in a display of confidence, and her hips were swung in a slight lean that indicated a surprising degree of comfort. All four of them, Acella and the three others across from her, were mag-locked to the floor. The lack of artificial gravity here meant that they would float free if not for their boots holding them to the floor.
"You're not what I was expecting. Nice gear."
The woman shifted her weight from one leg to the other, and in that simple move, Acella felt how different her life had been than this woman's. Her early years were spent in the Sanash caves, and in those days she played with boys and girls her age. She learned things from her mother about the woman she would become, and she'd picked up on things from other women and girls. But ever since she left her clan and had been in the protection of the lighthouse Astartes, she'd not seen any other females aside from a couple visits home. For a brief moment, Acella felt a pang of loss. She was compelled to try and move her own hips like the woman had, but knew it would come across as a sad mime at best and mocking at worst.
"I don't know how to do that,"
she thought, and was glad for the helmet that was hiding her expression.
"Do you have our payment?" "I wasn't told anything about a woman." "Nor was I." "What? I thought I'd be meeting a man, or a servitor, not a girl." She said the last with a lift of her brows and a smirk that danced across her lips. "How is she doing that? Why did she call me a girl? Does she know how old I am? What are those two things behind her?"
Acella saw the swirl of thoughts turning into a cloud of obscuring emotion and realized this was a battle. It was a fight unlike any she'd ever been in before, but it was still a fight all the same. It was happening on a level one step removed from the physical. It was similar to the way her clan moved, how they said things to each other without ever uttering a word. The moment she understood what was happening, she smiled. "Where are the goods we requested? I have your payment right here." Acella gestured to a crate sitting on an anti-grav cart. "Oh, well, you see, my boss told me that the last time this happened, he got a whole heap of gold from some absolute fools. I don't know who you're in the employ of, dear, but this is the last job you'll ever have." With that, she snapped her fingers and pointed. The two servitors lashed into motion. To Acella, they may have well as been underwater. She sparred with training servitors back in the lighthouse's caves at this setting when she was 14. It was the standard hunt and kill mode that a servitor could be set to, but standard for a human. Acella had been training with Astartes for almost half her life and had been able to beat servitors at this setting 10 out of 10 times by the time she was 16. Without the normal concerns a typical human girl would have to deal with in her day-to-day, Achella's entire life had been devoted to learning more efficient ways of dealing death. She even grunted a small laugh at the absurdity of the situation. The woman's confidence was genuine. She truly thought her 2 minions would be victorious. She really thought she was about to walk away with 4,000 pounds of gold for the cost of one girl's life. And had it been any other girl standing in Achella's position, she might have been right. But this day, she was as wrong as possible. Achella spun into the first servitor and threw a perfectly timed elbow into its face. The thing's skull exploded. Sparks flew. She kept on turning, wrapping her arms around her first victim and facing back down the hall, turning the first servitor into a body shield in case the woman or the other servitor tried to draw fire on her. But the woman was only just registering what had happened, and the second servitor was still a few steps away. This didn't make any sense. If they were trying to kill her, why weren't they trying any harder? She ran, carrying her servitor body shield, and bowled into the second machine thing, then leapt from both at the woman.
Ah, there, that's better,
Achella thought. The woman at least had some skill. She dodged Achella's attack by jumping back into the side of the passageway. Are you all right? Relkin voxed.
Fine. She's talking to someone?
Zoellen thought.
She doesn't even seem fazed. She took out both those hunter-killer servitors like they were standing still and is coming after me while talking to someone else.
Zoellen dropped and tried to sweep the girl's legs, but there was nothing there when she swung her kick. The girl had released her boot's maglocks and dashed up the side of the wall to spin a kick at her head.
How is she this fast?
The thought had only just processed when the girl was coming after her with a flurry of blows. It was all Zoellen could do to defend herself. There was no opening for a counterattack whatsoever.
Wait, please!
Zoellen lifted her hands in a plea for her attacker to stop. The stupid merchant hadn't said anything about this. He'd made it sound like a simple snatch job.
You tried to kill me,
Achella said and turned her boot's maglocks back on. She dropped to the floor with a clinking thud. Zoellen started and thought maybe lying her way out of this situation might not be the way to go.
Yes, I did. That's what I was hired to do. But you don't die easy.
Achella crossed her arms.
Where are the goods we were promised?
Zoellen had forgotten all about the exchange, still too befuddled with how composed this girl was.
How old are you? Why does it matter? 20? You don't sound much older than that.
The girl kept silent.
Younger? I might believe 18, but much younger would be difficult to accept. What do I do?
Achella voxed to the two Astartes hidden behind the door at her rear. You're doing fine. We still need the goods.
So, how do you want to do this?
Achella asked.
I still have the gold here, and I still need the things we were promised. And tell you what, I'll give you what you were promised. You keep the gold. I only want one thing now. What? Your name.
Chapter 44.
Achella unlocked her helmet. She had no idea why she was doing it, but she'd gotten the feeling that the woman standing across from her was someone important to her life. Maybe she would regret showing her face to this person that tried to kill her, but she didn't think so. She'd been hired to kill her. It wasn't a personal thing. There was another part to it she could see, but was less than thrilled to admit.
Achella,
she said to the only woman she'd spoken to in more than a year.
It's nice to meet you, Achella. My name is Zoellen. You're quite something.
A smile tugged at the girl's lips.
You don't see it, do you? Who trained you? I can't answer that. Well, sure you can. You fight like, well, I don't know what. I've seen sororitas training, and you're far more aggressive than they are. There's a grace to the way they do battle, but not with you. You're determined to deal damage as fast as possible. The sooner a battle is over, the better, don't you think?
Achella asked, echoing something she'd heard Kabaz say. Zoellen pursed her lips, crossed her arms and shrugged, leaned in a way that only a woman in her position could. It was a gesture that said so much with such a simple shift of weight. It said that she usually got what she wanted, from men, women, from everyone she met, But right then, she wasn't the one in control and was trying to reassert her dominance over the situation. Right, Zoella nodded, seeing her typical ploys were worthless on this girl. Whoever she was, whatever training she'd gotten, made her immune to such things. Where are the things we were promised? There should be quite a lot. Yes, there is. Zoellen lifted a finger and pulled a comm unit from her waist. Garton, I'm going to need you to put together those things after all. No, the plan didn't work out. Yes, quite alive and well. No, those are heaps of junk now. You'll have to get a couple new ones. Yes, everything that was on the list. Okay, thank you. She grinned, clicked the comm off, and lifted her palms. It'll be about half an hour. You really thought you'd just kill me and take this? Angela pointed at the crate of gold. Zoellen turned her lips into a thin line. How often has that worked out for you? Often enough. That seems like a very poor way to live. What is happening? Zoellen wondered in the back of her head. This girl is giving me life advice? Me? I do what I want, when I want, always have and always... Well, unless I run into another person like her. I'd really like to know how you got the way you are. What do you mean? She doesn't think anything of it. You're not like other women I've met. I've never met anyone like you for that matter, male or female. No one. You fight like an Astartes. Zoellen laughed at the absurdity of the statement. You look like a girl that's in her late teens or early 20s, but there's a composure, a sureness to yourself that I've never encountered before. Where do you get it? Get what? Your confidence, dear. What makes you so sure of yourself? Achella was about to say that she fought like an Astartes because she'd trained with them. But then she wondered what that meant. What did it mean to fight in that way? For her, it was the only way she knew how to fight. Ralkin's favorite word when they were training was grind. He was always stressing the importance of grinding your opponent down, destroy their will to fight, ruin their muscles, burn them out, smother them, and keep on going until there's nothing left. Kabaz was different. He wanted to finish a fight as fast as possible. Seeing him and Ralkin spar was exhilarating and something Achella loved every second of. Indeed, seeing those two giants on the mats, skin glistening in the soft light, breathing heavy, the smell unique to the Astartes rolling from them was easily her favorite pastime. It made her feel things that... My teachers have been good to me, she said, a playfulness creeping into her eyes. It struck her that this woman had absolutely no idea what living within Astartes was like, let alone an entire chapter. Of course she was confident. There were two demigods hidden behind her. It was hard to be afraid when she knew they were close at hand. Zoellen lifted her brows and chuckled. Good to you, What does that mean? Achella didn't like how long this was taking. This woman was asking too many questions. Where are the things we came for? And who all is the we you refer to? I see you, Zoellen motioned to the girl standing before her. But who else is there? Achella took 5 quick steps and stopped within punching distance of Zoellen. No more questions. Where are the things we were promised? Zoellen brought a finger up next to her face. Let me ask. She pulled the comm unit off her waist. How are things going?
Good, the voice crackled back. We're just gathering up the last of it now.
There was a pause. Zoellen and Achella held each other's eyes for a moment. Then the comm unit crackled to life again.
Headed your way now.
The rest of the exchange went without issue, although calling it an exchange would be somewhat misleading. The only thing Zoellen left with was her life. Achella told her that was more than generous for the previous betrayal and the one attempted. I would have killed her, Ralkin said. They were headed back to meet up with Clara Abscondita, a full week's trip from where they left the cruiser, to be certain they wouldn't be found. Such safety measures and precautions might have been unnecessary, but it was better to be safe. Svolkin's #1 duty to his chapter was to keep them safe, and sometimes that meant doing things that other chapters would never even need to consider, like anchoring their cruiser a full week away from where they were meant to meet an unsavory merchant.
And what if we need to do business with them again?
At least we'd be even then. They killed whatever his name was.
I don't know that I ever got his name. I recall intentionally not wanting it. Sometimes I see his face, though. That's enough. I knew full well that he might die.
You're talking about the last time?
Yes, said Ralkin.
Was she there? Zoellen?
No.
Chapter 45. Rory, Zoellen, and Link. Acella is 42. Rory was thinking over the story Zoellen had just told him when he said, "And that's how you figure she had training from an Astartes?" If you saw her move, how she moved, you would think so too. Rory shook his head and made a face that said, "You sure assume a lot." No, I wouldn't. I might think, "Oh damn, that's incredible," or "That's not something I've seen before," but I sure wouldn't immediately jump to such a far-fetched conclusion as that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. If you'd have been there, it wouldn't be far-fetched. Why are you so concerned with getting me to believe what you think? What does it even matter? Link was sitting nearby, curled up into a bundle on one side of the room with its tattered robes pulled around its wide shoulders. "Miss Zoellen, I know my input hasn't been requested during the midst of your conversation, but ever since Von Peps and I shared our thoughts, memories, and lives, it seems fitting that I try to be more conversational." "What?" Rory tilted his head, his face contorting into a look of pure confusion. "What did you even just say?" "Shall I repeat myself? Was my volume too low?" "No. Please, no. I heard everything you just said now, and it made almost no sense." "Then it made some sense. How much sense did it make?" Oh, for crying out loud. This one wants me to believe some random girl was trained to fight by space marines, and this thing over here talks in circles. What am I doing? Please, Link, I'd like to hear what you have to say. "Thank you, Miss Zoellen. It seems unlikely that this female you met had the training you suggest." Rory sat, arms crossed, expecting Link to continue and at length. But when the machine sat there, and the silence grew from a moment to full seconds, he was even more confused. Link was usually so full of things to say. For it to finish a thought that fast was rare. "That's it? You think it's unlikely? You prefaced that tiny thought with one 3 times as long?" "Impressive." "What? What is?" "The preface you refer to was exactly 39 words in length, and the thought you referred to as being a third as long was exactly 13 words. I wasn't trying to be literal. I need less Link and more Von Peps, or maybe I need less of both of them." "Well, unlikely or not, I know what I saw," said Zoellen. "You saw a girl that could kick your butt, and that's enough to convince you she had training from Space Marines? You sure have an awful high opinion of yourself." Zoellen, seeing she wasn't going to convince Rory, let the subject go. "When was the last time you saw these twins?" "Oh, God." Rory leaned back into the bench and ran a hand over the hairless crown of his head. The loose salt and pepper curls that hung in neck-long waves were tousled as he combed the hair he did have. Link, how long ago was it that we saw Mikkel and Tavi?" 7. Rory lifted a finger. No, come on. Stop talking like a damn computer. You can be a machine, but when you're talking to humans, it'll help a lot if you try and speak our language. Don't give me an exact number of days and seconds or any of that crap. Just tell me like a person would." "Of course. You and the Goinies last saw each other. Let's see. Link hummed. My, it must have been at least 6. No, almost 7 years ago. There. Rory smiled and spread his hands. Well done. Was that so hard? Actually, yes, it is significantly more challenging to speak in that manner. Well, practice makes... He was about to say perfect, but had a hard time imagining Link ever perfecting the art of communication, at least in a way that would pass them off as a human, which struck him as exactly what Link would want. Terra forbid they ever got in a situation where Link needed to try and pretend to be human, though. As the thought banged around in his head, Rory found himself wondering what Link had been like before, and what had brought about the change that led to the being that now called itself Link. Link. Yes, Rory? What were you like, back when, before? I guess what I'm trying to really ask is, how come you decided to become this? A wave of motion rolled across Link's body. From its 4 legs, which were more often than not conjoined to look as though they were only 2, up to its segmented torso, where various canisters hung and clattered into each other, along its 6 arms, over its massive shoulders, and all 17 of its mechadendrites. Piss, thought Rory. I've upset it. I'm glad you asked this, truly. I have spent... Link froze for a second, and Rory thought for sure it was going to say an exact amount of time, but was pleased to hear it continue with, a long time, thinking about how to answer this question. Do you recall what I said when this was brought up the once before? How I didn't want to talk about who, or what, I was before this? Link waved its arms up itself. Because it would only serve to confuse? Yeah, and I didn't mean to pry, I just... Hush up, Rory. Let Link talk. They just said they were happy you asked. Right, yeah. Go on, Link. I knew this question would need to be resolved, and maybe more than once. If I answer it for you, there are others that may still ask me the same thing, and thus it is good I've prepared for this occasion. I do not know if what I'm about to tell you will suffice, but you can tell me where I fall short, or if this settles the matter for you. I shall commence with my answer now. Link pointed to a wall of Ipswich maze. What is that? Rory followed Link's long finger. Wall? Link nodded and pointed to the floor. And this? The floor? Indeed. And this? Link pointed at Zoellen. Well, I could say that's Zoellen, or a woman, or a human. Or a collection of cells, or atoms, or a pair of legs. Zoellen smiled. A nice chest, 2 arms, and a nice face if I say so myself, and I do say so. All accurate, said Link. Every answer you just gave is correct, but at no point did you say the wall or floor had once been ore that was mined. You didn't say that Zoellen was the result of sexual intercourse, which would have been accurate as well. Where would you like to be buried, Rory? Link asked. What? When you die. What would you like done with your body? I don't know. I guess I always kind of assumed I'd be left out in space, or burnt and dumped into water somewhere. Maybe have my ashes scattered by a tree. It doesn't really matter to me. Assume it's the last one, that is, what happens. Do you think that 100 years after your ashes are spread over that tree's base, people will talk about how the soil was once part of a man named Rory? No. I imagine they'll see a tree and talk about that and nothing else. But if people know my ashes are there, they might have a few things to say. Yes, those that knew you before you were nothing but ash. But I am the tree, and you never knew the ash. Why does something more than 200 years gone matter? Simple curiosity. But I get your point. Do you? Zoellen asked. Why is she challenging me on this? Yeah, I actually do. The part that's still difficult for me is knowing that you had parents. You came from a mother and father, 2 humans. But then,
Somewhere along the line, you started letting go of your flesh and blood in exchange for metal and grease.
Or you might see it a different way altogether, said Link.
How's that?
You could see that the person standing before you is who I've always been. How I look has nothing to do with it. When your new right arm is installed, you'll still be Rory.
Rory nodded to himself, knowing that this conversation could go on forever. Speaking of which, it'd be nice to have 2 arms before we land. Is there enough time to do that? The cable connecting Link to Von Peps shook as the skull's eyes shimmered for a moment and it bobbed.
Yes, said Link through the skull. We'll make planetfall in just over 2 hours.
The machine paused, looked from Rory to Zoellen, then asked,
Did that sound okay? Or should I have said about 2 hours?
What you said was fine. Let's do this. Where's the arm?
On the ceiling.
Link pointed up with a half-dozen appendages. Why is it on the... Rory cut his question short, thinking of how much time Link spent up on the ceiling. Never mind. He sat at the table and took his jacket off. I'm ready whenever you are. Chapter 46. Achella is 42. Achella woke after only a few hours of sleep to spasms of pain shooting up her right arm, the same as she had for the last 5 years. Ever since finding the 6th bell on the 3rd moon of Hoyson, her right arm had become unusable. Most of the time, she kept it in a sleeve sling made for her by Amonte and Malakat. The sleeve hung on wide straps that ran over her shoulder, around her chest, and inside of it various pain-relieving mixtures were released throughout the day to help ease the constant pain. She wore a small device at her waist where Malakad's tinctures were kept and pumped into the sleeve. The whole setup was cumbersome and meant her days training with Ralkin in the gym were long gone. There was a knock on her door, and she told the caller to enter. The door pushed open, and Jolum smiled.
I think we found it.
All right. Achella was trying to work her right shoulder into a jacket, but only having one functioning hand made dressing difficult.
Would you like help?
Jolum took a half step into Achella's room, lifting his arm to offer his assistance. Please. Jolum was a young man Achella had met on Firestag, one that had lost his parents to the horrible plague that befell that planet, and the one whose prayers Achella had picked up on in the astropath room. It was his face she saw begging for someone good to help rid his world of the horrible sickness that had fallen over it. When the lighthouses got to Firestag, it was Jolum that Achella was drawn to. His purity of spirit was a beacon that guided her. Once the bell was found, with the help of Jolum, he'd asked if Achella would take him away from his homeworld, and she'd convinced the lighthouses to do that very thing. Since returning to Creta, Jolum had become something of an assistant for Achella, a role that had come about more by chance than request or any clear agreement. As Achella's body was further ruined by her encounters with the bells, she needed help doing small things that would have otherwise been taken for granted. Things like getting the shoulder of a jacket in place.
Do you want it buttoned?
No, like this is fine.
The pair headed down the cold hall outside of Achella's room, the third she'd called hers since coming to live with the lighthouses. This current one was the largest and most ornate of the 3. Her bed was where she spent most of her time since finding the 6th bell. That one had been the worst of the 3 she'd found and led to the creation of the stasis bed she spent at least half of each of her days in.
Where is it?
Achella asked.
Mahive City on Felistano.
Achella shook her head, having never heard of the world before.
You found it?
Aye. Jolum paused. He struggled with speaking well of himself.
The astropaths found it.
But you saw what they found. It's okay to be proud of the good you do, Jolum. Someone had to see what they displayed on the window. Was that you or someone else?
It was me.
Very good.
I'm just trying to help.
The pair entered the astropath's room, and Achella found the chill air refreshing. Jolum pulled his own jacket a little tighter and stood apart from Achella to give her space.
It's me,
Achella said, facing the window. She knew the trio of astropaths would have been aware of her approach long before she even left her room. Her movements in time, like all persons, was a ripple that the psychically attuned could sense. Every choice was a stone thrown into the chaotic waters of time. And even though she knew the astropaths were aware of her presence, had known this exact moment would arrive long before she did, she still liked to let them know she was there.
Jolum told me you found something. He said...
Her words caught as she was about to say the name of the planet. She knew where this led. If not this planet, then another.
Will you show me Fastano?
Down below her, situated around the monolith, the trio of astropaths shook, then took a breath as one. The window flickered, and amid a swirl of other sights, Achella saw what Jolum had told her. The hive city Ulst was gargantuan, home to 100 million of Felstano's billions. It was the world's second largest city. People shambled through narrow streets where smog clung to every grime-coated wall. Filthy water ran through rusted drains. People coughed as much as they breathed. Even the highest tiers of the city were filth-ridden. The city's elite wore clothing littered with moth holes. Maggots fell from desks where loose papers were strewn and old food sat in molding lumps.
This happened over a month,
Achella said to herself more than Jolum. She cast her attention about the city, looking for the bell that was certain to be the source of so much rot.
How does it happen so fast? It was the same on my world. One day things were fine. Then, almost overnight, everything changed.
It might seem to happen like that, but I can assure you it's a much longer process. It's a million small things that add up and finally cause a break.
The last hammer.
Achella pulled her attention from the window where she still hadn't found the bell.
The last hammer? I'm not familiar with that phrase.
Oh, it's a thing from my world. There were a lot of rivers. My country was known as the land of 1,000,000 dams. I don't know if there really were that many, but there were a lot. People would sometimes say if you hit a dam enough, it would break. But it was always the last hammer blow that would get the blame, even though there were so many before that. The full phrase is, the last hammer breaks the dam, even though it's clear that isn't the case. It's kind of a joke.
I see. Yes, that's what's happening to these worlds.
How come there are only 9 bells then?
I'm not sure.
Achella returned to looking for the bell in the window. The scenes playing out. People vomiting in the streets. Clouds of putrid green-grayed rot filled every open space. The skin fell from Ulst's population in chunks. Their exposed muscles bled, and their eyes wept pus and blood. She'd been looking for so long, the stress of the search caused sweat to break out over her skin, and the chill room turned it to ice. Her right arm hurt as it always did, and the device on her hip pumped mixtures of pain suppressants into the sleeve. She shivered, and only felt the thick blanket that Jolum wrapped over her shoulders as a minor vibration. But this was how the searches went for her. They drained her, and it was why Jolum had taken up the main responsibility of looking for planets where a bell might exist. That, and his inherent ability to sense things beyond the physical. Most of the lighthouses shunned the young man, a few more than others. Ralkan especially disliked Jolum and avoided being anywhere near him. Jolum brought her hot tea, and she sipped it, but would have no memory of doing so. When she looked through the window at the visions the astropaths channeled, time and memory failed to function in order for her. The only thing that mattered was finding the bell and saving a planet from the countless horrible choices that brought about its ruin. After another hour in the room, she found it. It was buried in the city's underhive in a hidden corner where maggots and worms flowed in a churning river. It was in that living flow that Achella found the 7th bell. Chapter 47. Rory, Zoellen, and Link. Rory set Ipswich Maze down on a grassy clearing atop a sloping hill. A clear blue river wound its way into the distance and fed an enormous lake 20 miles to the west. The Goiney twins were sitting on their porch when the trio walked up. Mikhail was smoking a hand-rolled cigar and reading a book while Tavi was cleaning a gun that he'd broken down into parts that were spread over an old rag. Mikhail drew a lungful of smoke when he saw the trio walking up, and as he and Rory met each other's eyes, blew a stream of it out the side of his mouth.
Look at these.
He took the cigar out of his mouth and waved it at Rory.
I never thought I'd see you again. Rory.
Tavi set the part he was working on down with the others.
Oh, Rattlesnake himself. It's been ages.
About 20 years, huh? Rory shook Mikhail's hand, then Tavi's. How you doing? Tavi scoffed.
New friends?
He asked, looking past Rory at Link and Zoellen. Zoellen was wearing a body glove with a short jacket. She nodded to the twins, but was more than happy to let Rory do the talking. These were his contacts anyways. Yeah, Rory said. The last time he'd seen the twins, he'd been alone. The Goineys had never met Rory's original crew, and as such, Tavi's comment about Link and Zoellen being new stung more than he could know. How's life on Asilgo? Anything exciting?
That's supposed to be funny?
Mikhail puffed his cigar.
Are you making a joke?
No, not at all. I'm looking for something to do. You were nearby and were always up to date on the latest happenings, so I figured you might know of a job I might like.
You don't know, do you?
Rory scanned Mikkel's face, then Tavi's, looking for a hint. No, what? No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You see that?
Mikkel waved at the landscape. What am I supposed to be looking at? The trees?
Does it look any different to you?
Rory ran a hand over his face and focused on the ground, then the trees. It'd been 20 years since he'd been on Asilgo, and he was trying to remember if it looked any different from back then. There was something, but it had been so long he was having a hard time spotting what it was. Then it hit him. The world was far more green than it had been the last time he came by. No, not just green, more colorful. The world looked alive and healthy. That's what it was. Now he remembered. It was ill last time. I think I even said something about it looking like it was rotting a couple times. When he'd been to Asilgo, the world was gray. The sky was overcast, the air stank of sickness, and the plants were diseased. Yeah, I see it now. What happened? How'd everything get better?
Let's talk inside, said Tavi. You want anything to drink? How about your friends? You going to introduce us?
Once they got inside, Rory said, This is Zoellen. Zoellen, this here's Tavi and Mikkel, the Goiney twins.
And the big one?
Asked Mikkel.
Link,
they responded by way of Von Peps. Rory, his mouth still open in preparation of saying the same thing, closed it and nodded. He noticed that Von Peps was nestled close to Link's left side, a little below the shoulder, about where its heart would be.
You want to know what's happened to Asilgo?
Tavi asked. Yeah.
Take a seat. This is a strange story.
An hour later, the twins had finished explaining how bad things had gotten, and how the Tranquillo d'Ombre seemed to be the source of all the ills. Then they got to the part about a young woman that came within Astartes and single-handedly saved their world from almost certain doom.
I knew it,
Zoellen said.
I knew it. That's the same girl I met a few years before she came here. I never would have thought I'd hear of her again, but she was here.
It's surprising, to say the least, said Rory.
Surprising?
Zoellen leaned forward in her seat and almost spilled a bit of the drink the twins had made her. A tasty concoction of hard alcohol they had made themselves with a mix of berry juices and ice. It was as refreshing as it was potent.
The chances of such an encounter,
Link stopped short,
paused, then said, is quite low.
Tavi chuckled.
I thought he was going to give us an exact number for a second.
I was, but I'm trying to fit in.
Did they say anything about where they were from?
Zolan asked.
The twins shook their heads almost at the exact same time.
Nothing, said Tavi. They were here and gone in a single day.
There must be something you can remember.
What does it matter? Rory almost chuckled, but suppressed it at the last moment. What do you want to do?
Find her,
said Zolan, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. And what?
How many people do you know that live within Astartes chapter? Can you imagine the things she would know, the things she would be able to talk about? That information would be priceless.
Rory lifted his brows and shook his head. What have I gotten myself into? If I keep her around, this is going to be all I hear about until we find her. But she's not wrong.
The only thing I can remember is the symbol on the shoulder of the Space Marine's armor, said Tavi. A lighthouse, finished Mikkel.
Rory spread his arms over the bench seat inside. Okay. We have basically nothing to go off of. We know there's some woman that lives within Astartes chapter, and that's about it. Oh, one of them had a lighthouse on his shoulder, which honestly could have been put there for that trip to Asilgo to throw people off. I still don't know why you're so convinced that... What's her name?
Achella.
Why do you think she was trained by the Astartes? Why can't she just be one of their menials? Zolan frowned.
Not a chance. You wouldn't say that if you'd seen what I did.
This is more than 20 years ago. Is there any possibility your memory is... Rory's lips turned into a thin line. He spread his hands. Do I really need to ask this? You have to be aware of how absurd this sounds.
Are you opposed to trying to find her?
Rory sighed. What else do we have going on? The answer to that was an unequivocal nothing. All right. Sure. Where do we start? Link made a low rumbling sound, its version of clearing a throat.
It would make the most sense to try and find other planets that have gone through a change as significant as Asilgo.
There we go.
Zolan clapped.
Let's do that.
Okay, sure. Do either of you know any info brokers in this part of the galaxy? Because we already talked to the two I know, and they didn't say anything about this happening anywhere else. As soon as he'd asked the question, Rory noticed Zolan get a little shy, avoiding eye contact, which she was usually so good about. Of course, like everything she did, it was a calculated thing to bring about a particular response. In this case, it seemed clear she wanted Rory to ask what she was thinking, which is exactly what he did. For Zoelan's part, she was wondering when she'd gotten so good at reading people and being able to play them as well as she could Rory. A lift of a shoulder, a smirk, a twitch of her eyes looking in a particular direction, subtle actions that pushed him however she wanted. She'd picked up her talents over years of trying different things on different people and learning what worked, but Rory was one of the easiest she'd ever met, and that made her wonder if she was as effective as she thought she was. Maybe he could see what she was doing and allowed himself to go along with it. Care to share?
There's a merchant I know, but he and I didn't end up on the best of terms.
Rory laughed. This wouldn't be the same as the one you were working with when you met Achella, would it?
The one and the same.
And where's he at?
Oh, I'm sure you've heard of it. Covale.
Rory mushed his lips together and groaned. I had a funny feeling you were going to say that.
Ah, Covale, a true criminal city if there ever was one,
Link chimed in.
You've been? Zoelin asked, smiling as though Link had said they'd gone to a restaurant she enjoyed.
In a sense, yes. Please try to remember that Von Peps and I have shared our entire existences.
Oh, right, of course. I'm sorry, Link.
All right. I'll set a course for Cavail then.
Rory headed to the cockpit and muttered,
I really hate this place. Chapter 48. Jolum lit a third candle and was about to light another when Achella told him that was enough.
You can see in this?
Achella was in her bed opposite where the candle sat on a fine wood desk.
Not well, but I won't be reading today.
I thought. Oh, would you like me to read again?
Please.
Jolum took Achella's well-worn copy of the Castus Visus down and set it on the desk. He wondered how she was doing. She was always so tired these days. The lighthouses only visited her when they needed to, which was somewhat rare. If any of them besides Malakad came by for his once-a-week blood withdrawal, it was a surprise. The daily reading from the Castus Visus, a thing they used to do together, was becoming something that Jolum did alone with increasing regularity. Achella would lay on her bed, propped up with a few pillows, close her eyes, and listen to him read for as long as he could stand it. At first, he was only able to manage 10 or 15 minutes, unused to the practice as he was. But as he continued to get better, the time he was willing to sit and read grew to half an hour and eventually an hour. At the end of reading, Jolum closed the Castus Visus, set it on the desk, and closed his eyes. He felt his hand along the desk's edge to where he had a cup of cool tea. After reading, it was common for he and Achella to sit in quiet contemplation. At least, that's what he did. Achella had fallen asleep when he'd gotten around halfway through, but if he were to stop, he knew she'd wake up and ask him to continue. She said the sleep she got during his reading was the most restful she could come by. Her nights were full of awful dreams, and she woke drenched in sweat with her right arm burning in pain. Jolum sipped his tea, his eyes closed, and he thought of the words he'd read. Achella woke, the sound of Malakad's footfalls stirring her from the moment of rest she'd gotten during Jolum's reading. Malakad's gait was as familiar to Achella as her own breathing, and she knew when he was headed down the hall to her room the moment he turned the far corner. It took him between 50 and 52 steps to reach her room. Jolum helped move her into a better position for the blood withdrawal. It was during the moving of pillows and adjusting herself that Achella noted the sound of 2 others coming down the hall a little behind Malakad. With the sound of 3 people's feet, she lost track of who was who, but could rule out Kabaz. Who else would be coming to see me? She wondered. It'd been a month since anyone besides Malakad had stopped by to see her, and she hoped Ralkan was one of the 3. A half-dozen paces from her room's door, the trio of Astartes stopped. There was a little movement, but they were speaking much too low for her to hear. Then they continued as a group, and a moment later, Malakad, Ralkan, and Zavalkan appeared at her door with the apothecary in the lead. "Leave," Malakad said, not even bothering to look at Jolum as he spoke the command. The young man got up and left without so much as a word or even a glance at Achella. He'd learned in his first day with the lighthouses that for his existence to be tolerated, he would need to obey them as though they were gods, and as far as he was concerned, they were just that. Zavalkan stepped around Malakad. "Are you ready?"
"For what?"
The 3 Astartes shared a quick look. Too quiet for her human ears to pick up, Malakad said, "She doesn't remember, or if she does, the memory is fuzzy, and this kind of thing has been happening more and more. Ever since the 6th bell, she's..." Zavalkan lifted a hand to stop Malakad from going on. "None of that matters. The 7th bell is in a hive city called Ulst. Do you remember finding it with Jolum?"
I think
She tried to remember. Her memory was blurry, though. when she looked back in time at things that had led to where she was. Events got mixed up and nothing fit together quite right.
No, I don't remember that.
Once again, the three Astartes shared a look. Ralkan crossed his arms, said, "This feels wrong. She was meant to help cure us, and for that, we were meant to protect her. Look at her arm. That's because of us. And are any of us any better?"
"No one has died since she's been with us,"
Malakad said.
"The illness is being held at bay, and with each bell she finds, it lessens. It's far less potent now than it was before she came to us."
It's okay, Ralkan,
Achella said.
I want to.
"Look at yourself. Your right arm is useless. You can barely walk. You rarely even leave this room anymore. We used to train all the time. Now just breathing is hard for you. If there are still 3 of these bells left, how are you ever going to do anything about them?"
I guess I'll have to figure it out.
She mustered what little strength she could and made to slide off her bed, but her timing was all wrong and she shifted her weight too soon, causing her balance to be off. She tipped forward and fell, crashing to the floor. Or would have, if not for Malakad taking a quick step and catching her. "No," Ralkan shook his head. "No, I can't stand by and watch this happen to her. Savalkan, look at her. Tell me you think this is a good idea without lying."
Ralkan,
Achella's voice was low and weak.
Please, if I can help save the lives of others, what does it matter what happens to me?
"That's fine. You can have that opinion, but I too get to have mine. I say let the ungrateful bastards rot. They brought the ruin onto themselves. Let them sit in the muck they spawned."
"It'll only get worse,"
Savalkan said, speaking of those planets overcome with pestilence brought about by the existence of the bells.
"And it will spread. The forces of chaos, Nurgle's minions, will not be satisfied with the simple ruination of a single world. They hunger for more. Always more."
Then, to only his brothers, said,
"I've seen it in our garden."
Malakad and Ralkan both turned to face their chapter master. It was the first time he had ever referred to the garden aboard Clara Abscondita as ours. Always before had he called it his.
"What have you seen?"
Malakad asked.
"Rot never stops. It's never satisfied. When there's nothing left for it to eat, it'll turn on itself until there's nothing left. Once a planet is consumed, the sickness that befouls it will find a way to spread. A carrier will take it off-world. All it takes is one person, one host, and the horrible foulness will spread from the planet it was born to a mining colony. From there, it might sit dormant for a year until it infects every last miner, only to wait until they return home or go somewhere else. That's the problem about this sort of thing. There's a malevolent intelligence to it. It's not a simple virus, if there were such a thing. There's a sentience to these plagues." "I'm inclined to side with Ralkan," Malakad began, "but I hesitate. This all boils down to simple numbers. The safety of one life for the survival of billions." "We can continue this conversation elsewhere, with our brothers," said Savalkan. "We came here because we need 2 things from you, Achella."
Okay.
"Malakad needs to draw blood."
The lighthouse chapter master had only gotten the words out, and Achella was trying to move the sleeve of her left arm up, pushing her arm against her chest to do it.
"And we wanted to know what you thought of going to Ulst for the 7th bell."
I want to.
"That's all we needed. Thank you."
For a passing moment, he had the strange compulsion to dip his head in a nod to her, but had no idea where the thought came from and dismissed it. Turning to Malakad, he said,
"I'm calling a meeting in the hall. Please join us as soon as you're done here."
Chapter 49. The circular meeting hall was full with the lighthouses. All of the few more than 100 of them were in various states of dress, anything from simple shorts and a light shirt to fully armored sans helmet. It had taken half a day for them to gather, with some of the brothers having been aboard Clara Abscondita, while others had been across Creta, but most of them had been there in the caves.
At the conclusion of this meeting, we'll take a vote. I'm saying this now, at the outset, because I want it to be clear as to what the purpose of this gathering is for. Most of you are already aware that this concerns Achella, but the details will now be deliberated. You all know that I speak plain, and if my following remarks come across as cold, I doubt you'll fault me for that. I speak the way I do to avoid confusion. I say this because I know a number of you have feelings for Achella that you might otherwise wish were not present. I'll admit that I too have a fondness for her. She's been with us now for 30 years, and while that isn't long for us Astartes, for most humans it's a third of their life. If she lives beyond her 50th year at the current rate, I'll be surprised.
At that final statement, there were mutterings and shared looks. A wave of whispered remarks rolled through the gathered brothers.
Most of you know that Achella's health is not what it used to be. She spends most of her time in her room. She hasn't been in the training hall for almost a decade. Ever since the 6th bell was found, she has lost all use of her right arm. And now, the 7th bell has been located.
Another wave of low murmurs rolled through the lighthouses. The implication of what Sivulcan was saying was obvious to all. One more bell might kill her, and if not the 7th, then the 8th. If she somehow survived both, then it seemed an absolute certainty that the 9th would be the end of her.
I've called this meeting because while the ultimate decision falls to me, I would hear your thoughts before I make it. And the floor is open.
Sivulcan stepped back amid the circle of brothers lining the wall. The first brother to step forward out of the ring was Paulo, captain, and second only to Sivulcan when it came to battlefield tactical ability.
I see this as a binary choice. It's truly that simple to me. On the one hand, Achella takes care of this bell, maybe the others too, and we lose her before she might otherwise die. But to hope that she would live beyond 60 or 70 is foolish. On the other hand, she saves billions of lives. Maybe even far more than that if you think of how far the sickness on these worlds might spread. The question we need to ask is this: which do we value more? Achella's life or the billions she might save? And with that, Paulo stepped back against the wall. There was a moment of quiet conversation as the gathered brothers spoke to those closest to them. They huddled together in small groups, talking over what they'd just heard. Next to step out of the circle was Amati. For me, the choice is quite easy. We ought to be concerned with Achella before anyone else. Would we willingly let a brother die to save others, or would we do all we could to save him? Of course, it depends on who those others are. What if it were heretic cultists? Would you let me die to ensure the lives of billions of God-Emperor-loathing fanatics?
Amati turned a circle, casting his view over his brothers, catching their eyes, making a connection with those he spotted and who looked back at him.
Let us speak plain. The hive city of Ulst, where this 7th bell has been found, is home to degenerates. They brought this upon themselves. Let them rot in the filth they created, I say. This is not the same as a planet being invaded by a Xenos force or a splinter uprising. This is an entire city, maybe even the whole planet at this point, that turned their backs on the one we call God.
Amonte held his ground for a moment, thinking of adding more, then dipped his head and returned to the circle. As soon as Amonte had returned to his spot, Gavotte took the floor. A senior lighthouse that was part of the half-dozen Astartes whose primary responsibility was the security of the caves and Clara Obscurantita.
I do not know Achella as well as I know some of you, but that matters not for what I'm about to say. She is, for all intents and purposes, one of us. No, she is not a lighthouse battle brother, obviously not, but it is thanks to her blood that we are all standing here today.
He spread his arms and turned in a half-circle one way, then the other.
Each of you here owes your life to her in one way or another. Her blood flows in all of our veins, and, from what I understand, she carries a small amount of our blood in her. I am about to say something that I have only heard hinted at, but it's a thing all of us know on some level.
Gavotte paused to collect himself. It was clear he was at least somewhat conflicted about his next words, and he was considering how best to deliver them.
Achella has become... He
shook his head, then started again. At least he tried. He opened his mouth, closed it, then did it again. The words kept coming to his lips, but refused to leave his mouth. He clenched his fists, his knuckles grinding, his nails biting into his palms. He drew a long breath and set his shoulders and said,
Achella is our chapter's mother.
He let his words fall into his brother's. The effect was immediate. What Gavotte had just said was a thing each of them, Svolkan included, had thought of in at least some small way. Achella had become something that fitted a void they never knew existed until her arrival. Each of them had been born to a mother, yes, but that woman was long forgotten, appearing only in dreams, if at all. Most of them couldn't even remember their birth mother's face. As for a father, they had the God Emperor to look to. For who but he could they see in that role? Svolkan stepped out from his place in the circle.
Ralkan, I would hear what you have to say on this. You're closer to her than any of us. You've been with her from the very beginning and know her better than anyone else.
Ralkan stood his ground for a moment as the rest of his brother's eyes fell on him. A swirl of thoughts had filled his head, and only after hearing Gavotte speak did an island form, a place to anchor himself amid the squall. He took a half-dozen slow steps out from the ring, his head bowed, and he stood there in silence for a full minute before looking up and meeting the eyes of Svolkan. The lighthouse chapter master nodded, encouraging his brother to share whatever it was he was thinking. We are a band of outcasts. From what Svolkan tells us, we were never meant to exist. We were an experiment that was meant to fail. Not one of us should be here, and yet, he waved his hands to the 100 brothers, we are loyal to the Imperium of Man by choice. Is my gene father Mortarian? Is it Guilliman? Does it matter? He shook his head. Not to me. Not now. Why am I saying this when Svolkan asked me to talk about Achella? Because she is what I know. You, my brothers, are what I know. The people of Creta are what I know. Yes, I am loyal to the Imperium, but I am loyal to those things I just mentioned first. What does that make me? A heretic? A traitor? I'm sure that some would say so, but I would say they are simple-minded fools. We were made to be the guardians of mankind. Well, maybe not us, but our kin. Those Astartes we have always feared meeting. We avoid the loyalists because they would ask too many questions, and we avoid the traitor legions because they would be confused and wish to end us. Achella she is something I have no name for. For a time, she was like a child, a small, tiny, little being I wanted to protect and help guide. Then she became a fierce fighter, and someone I once said would be the blade to our shield. She was that for a time, and I might have called her sister then. God Emperor knows I thought it a time or two. Then, around the time we located the fifth bell and her arm began to decay, she became something else to me, and that new thing is what I see her as today. Sister? No. Child needing my protection? Not that either. But a mother, as Gavat says? He paused, nodding, his lips working as he thought. There is truth to what he says, but she is more than even that. I have no name, no title for what she is to me. Her name is all that fits. She is a Cella, and I would willingly and gladly give my life to preserve hers. I cannot and will not condone this trip to Ulst if it could possibly harm her further, which seems a certainty at this point. At Ralkin's final words, there was more than a murmur that filled the room. Agreement was spoken aloud. Hear, hear, was shouted by a few and taken up by others. Well said, and Ralkin speaks true, was echoed. Truth, was said by most all those gathered. Ralkin lifted a hand to quiet his brothers. If I may, he asked, looking to Savalkin for approval after having already taken so much time. The chapter master gave him a nod. I have a suggestion. Savalkin lifted his hand. Speak. We go to Ulst, strike hard and fast, collect the bell and return it to the garden. We know it's possible for us to hold them without too much harm. Kabaz has, and so have you. Ralkin met Savalkin's eyes. Maybe we can't drain them of power like a Cella can, but at least we can do something about it. There were nods and words of agreement at Ralkin's suggestion. The lighthouses as a whole thought their brother's idea was good. Ralkin returned to the ring, and Savalkin stepped back out. We'll take the rest of today to deliberate. Then we'll vote. Talk amongst yourselves. Contemplate on what you've heard. Do as you will, and meet back here at first sundown. Chapter 50. Rory, Zoellen, and Link. The city of Covale was situated in the destroyed remnants of a moon that orbited a dead planet. 3,000 years prior to the arrival of the first settlers, there was a war between the Mechanicus and an uprising of cultists. Before the Mechanicus turned the planet of Setol Vecna into a Factorum world, its moon was home to 1 billion miners, their families, and the thousands of concomitant businesses and services that so many lives demand. Setol Vecna's moon was ripe with valuable resources, which is what initially drew the Mechanicus to the neighboring planet. Instead of forcing the miners to leave, they made a treaty with them, and the two worked together for 100 years. Then, heresy set in. The miners began to resent the Mechanicus, and talk of war began to spread in whispers. How it started is lost to history, but what is known is that the miners struck first. They launched a strike against Setol Vecna and leveled 300 square miles of the largest Factorum city on the host planet. The Mechanicus' counterattack was as fast as it was ferocious, and for the next month, war raged between the two celestial bodies. Transports, small and large, ferried robotic warriors from Setol Vecna to the moon, and from the moon to the planet, miners turned cultists traveled. Battles broke out in space between the two forces. There were skirmishes everywhere they could be, in the tunnels of the moon, on the surface of Setol Vecna with its thousands of factories, and in the space between moon and planet. After a month of brutal fighting, neither side was doing much better than the other. Finally, having sustained more losses than they deemed acceptable, and seeing no end to the war in near sight, the Mechanicus launched 1,000 modified termites into the moon. Each termite assault drill was 3 times as long as the typical transport model, and instead of carrying troops, held high-yield explosives. The 1,000 drills burrowed into the moon's crust and detonated, splitting it into thirds. The miners were wiped out, and the war came to an immediate end. But the damage to Satol Vecna the miners had inflicted was so great, the Mechanicus decided to leave the system. 3,000 years later, pirates found the moon and settled in the smallest of its 3 pieces. Over the next 150 years, more and more people came to Covale and called it home.
I really dislike this place.
Zoellen looked uncomfortable, which was a first. It was a look ill-suited for her otherwise distinguished face. The sneer that tugged on the left side of her lips gave her the look of smelling something especially foul. Yeah, I can tell. Why?
What are the chances we could visit Satol Vecna? The information that might be found there is enough to send shivers across my entire form.
Am I going to have to keep an eye on both of them? Zoellen and I hate this place, and Link wants to go to the planet to explore. We're not going to Satol Vecna, Link. Sorry. We won't be here long enough for a visit.
What if I go while you and Miss Zoellen handle your business on Covale? Would that be agreeable? I've already made contact with someone willing to give me passage to the planet. The trip would take 12 hours.
Each way? I want to be leaving here in less than half that time. All we're here to get is the name of a planet. We're trying to find out where else this Achella has been. You don't have time for sightseeing.
I would be going less for the sights than for what I might glean by communing with the various entities I might find on the planet. I am certain there would...
Rory was waving his hands and shaking his head. Do whatever you want, Link, but I'm trying to get in and out of here as fast as possible. I'm not going to wait for you if you go down to Satol Vecna. Link froze still. After a few seconds, a minor shiver overcame them, and they said,
"All right, I'll stay with you."
The tunnels of Covale were lit with dim lights. Some flickered. Smoke coated the tall ceilings. People talked in alcoves, covering their lips with their hands. Furtive glances were cast about. Everyone was watching who was watching them. The air of secrecy was oppressive. The entire city had the feeling of watching your every movement. There were picked lenses mounted above every door, usually more than one, and drones that zipped through the air monitoring every action.
"This is what I hate about this place," Zoellen said. "All the secrets, the deception, and skullduggery."
What?
Never heard that before?
No. Rory suppressed a chuckle, thinking the word over in his head. What did she even say? What was it? Skullduggery?
Mm-hmm. It means shady business, dirty deeds, underhandedness, that kind of thing.
Maybe that's what this whole place should be called. What's this guy's name anyways?
Guy? Oh, no. Linish Tassel is a woman.
Hang on. What? You've referred to this merchant as a guy every time before. You said there was a guy you knew on Covale, one you'd done some work for.
Yes, indeed. And he's probably here somewhere, but we're going to see the person he works for.
Sounds like some skullduggery to me. Zoellen chuckled. Linish Tassel owned enough of Covale for it to become its own neighborhood. Tassel Tower sat in the center of Basat, one of Covale's 9 districts. Each district was known for a different thing. For example, Basat was known as Covale's information center, while Nemote was where you went for all your augmetic needs, and Vat was where you went for almost any weapon you could imagine. It was said buying an Astartes bolter in Havat was as easy as getting a lasgun in any major hive city. In Basat, the feeling of surveillance was an oppressive fog that hung on your every action. Rory got the impression that even his thoughts were being watched. Truth was, they were. Linish Tasil employed a number of psychers that mentally watched every coming and going in her part of the city. Tasil Tower was a massive structure that rose from the depths of Covale to poke above the moon's surface some few hundred feet. It was one of only 3 buildings that had part of itself situated outside of the subterranean city. 2 guards, at least that could be seen, stood to either side of plain double doors. Tasil Tower, a black and gray monolith, rose behind them.
"Business,"
said one of the guards without looking at the trio.
"Tell Linish that Zoellen would like a word."
That caught both guards' attention, and they shifted their eyes to the speaker.
"Go on. And if you don't have a direct line to her, tell whoever you can."
"Third elevator on your right," was all the second guard said. Behind him, the door swung open. The ground floor of Tasil Tower reminded Rory of a few cafes he'd been in on other worlds, only this one was far larger than anything he'd been to. There were tables and desks lining the outer walls, and comfy chairs and wide couches situated throughout the middle of the lobby. Against the wall opposite the doors was a wide desk with 3 smart-clothed attendants. There were a couple dozen people in the lobby. Most of them were at desks or in pairs on the couches talking. Rory, Zoellen, and Link headed to the 4 elevators, and as they approached, the 3rd set of doors opened for them. Inside was an attendant who only nodded at the 3. When the doors closed, the attendant pulled a key on a chain that connected to his belt and turned it in the panel, then pressed a series of keys. The 4 rode in silence for the next half-minute, and when the door opened, the attendant pointed across the hall. The 3 made their way to the next door, and it opened much as the elevator they'd just left had. They rode in the 2nd elevator and a 3rd, and were finally let out on a floor that was a 100-foot hallway with only 1 door at the end opposite the 3rd elevator. The attendant pointed, then the doors closed, and the 3 were alone in the hall.
"That was..."
Rory worked his jaw. "Interesting."
"Typical Linish."
"Well, this is...
Nice,"
Rory scoffed and threw his hands toward the plain gray walls, or at least they had looked plain when he first saw them. As he walked, he saw there were patterns in the metal, swirls and whorls that seemed to move of their own accord. He placed a hand on the wall on his left to try and feel what he was seeing, but when he focused, the movement stopped. Either it was only his imagination that created the illusion of movement, or, somehow, it only moved when he was paying it half attention.
Linish is into some strange stuff.
When they reached the door opposite the elevator, it swung open, and the scene before them was unlike anything they had expected. The room was a domed garden. There were plants everywhere. Beyond the dome, the void of space was spread, and half of the moon's host planet could be seen sitting off to one side. Trees hugged the glass. The ground was covered in grass, and birds could be heard chirping.
"I'm over here, Zoellen. Bring your friends and introduce me."
The woman's voice was husky and slow. No, not slow, but deliberate, thoughtful. Zoellen led the way down a grass path lined by head-high hedges. At an opening, she took a right into a space littered with flowers. Linish was kneeling on a pad and planting flower starts in a row.
"Hi, Linish."
Linish brushed her hands off on her apron and stood.
"Well, look at you. This is something fresh. What's the new aim? Beauty?"
"Something like that."
"This is?"
Linish looked Rory up and down and waited for Zoellen to make the introduction.
"Rory Cleo."
"Nice to meet you, Rory. Pardon the dirt. I promise, it's just dirt."
"I've had much worse on my hands."
"Yes, I'm sure you have."
Linish winked, then turned her attention to Link.
"And who's this?" "I'm Link." "Oh, interesting. That's not where I expected your voice to come from."
Linish dropped her gaze from Link's face to Von Pep's that was up near Link's right shoulder.
No voice box of your own, Link? Von Peps has become my voice. We are one.
Most interesting.
She took a step closer to them, steepled the first fingers, and tapped her lips.
You were what I couldn't get a read on. I knew you were more than human, but there is far more going on with you than I can put my finger on. I would be most interested in having a conversation of length with you.
I believe I would enjoy that.
Linish smiled.
Very good. But first, let's talk about why you're here,
she said, stepping away from Link and eyeing Zoellen.
You and Rory want information.
We want... Rory started, but two things happened at the same time that cut him off. Zoellen grabbed his arm and squeezed, and Linish shot him a hard look that told him he'd done something wrong.
Zoellen, Linish will tell us what she wants first, and if we can promise delivery of that, then we can tell her what we need. After that, we'll work out the details.
Oh. Okay. What is it you'd like? Linish cast her gaze over the hundreds of plants. Next to her was a fern-like shrub in a hanging pot, its long fronds draped over the side and little white flowers dotted its stems.
Do you know what this is?
Plant? Rory ventured.
I believe that's Polylopstora listera.
Linish's brows lifted in clear surprise at Link's utterance.
Very good. This is one of the rarest plants I have in my collection. As far as I know, this only grows in two other places, in a certain terrarium on Mars, and in the private garden of a rogue trader whose name I won't say here.
And that's what you want? Another one of these?
No. I want something even more rare than this. I know what you want. My little birds have already told me.
Seeing Rory's confusion, Linish clarified.
My psychers have already informed me of your desires. You want information regarding the girl Zoellen and I met, although I suppose I can't claim to have truly met her, but I saw her. I was monitoring the entire exchange that took place. You've come from Osilko and are now looking for other planets that have gone through something similar. I'll tell you right now, the answer is yes. There are two other planets that fit the exact description of what it is you're looking for, and a third that just hit my radar.
And what is it you want, Linish?
I want a plant from her garden. What?
Zoella narrowed her eyes.
How could you possibly know she has one? Because both times I worked with her employers, the time with you and the time before, there was a particular item in the manifest that only someone with an extensive background in botany would want. Buried in the middle of a few hundred other things was Calicum toponated dexphor.
Linish scanned the faces of the three.
No, I wouldn't expect you to know what it is. It's a nutrient, a soil amendment, for this and only one other plant I know of, Hephoric lemio. There's no other use for it, and given what happened on Osilko, Firestag, and Nivet, I suspect she has one, and I want it in my collection. It need not be the full plant. A clipping will suffice. As long as there's even a hint of life in what you bring me, I'll be able to care for it.
What if there is no garden? What if she uses this Topodexa, whatever you call it, for something else? What if she has a use for it you're unfamiliar with?
She doesn't.
But what if she does? What if there's no plant to bring you? Linish turned her back on the trio and took a few steps deeper into her garden. It was then that Rory noticed she was walking barefoot on the grass. He couldn't have said why, but it didn't surprise him in the least, and in fact seemed quite perfect.
I'll accept that's a possibility, but it's one that's so remote
that it's just as likely for the God Emperor himself to arrive in this room and make tea for us. Could that happen? Sure. Of course it could. Is it going to? No. She has a garden. I am certain of it, and I want that plant. Those are my terms. If you agree to them, then I'll tell you where I believe she's headed next.